The entire city was engulfed in the smoke and flames of war. Have you ever fallen into a strange dream where the city, once living in peace, is suddenly disrupted by something? A giant monster covered the sky, using its fiery mouth to destroy everything in its path, and I was spiritually connected to it. It seemed to be me. I am also it, I understand it and can control it. An image appeared beside the terrifying scene, a great force sweeping away the flying monsters around. Everyone was running away in fear. Chen Su, looking down from above, felt no emotion as he watched them running around in chaos. Beneath this small form lies the embodiment of another beast. It is also the perfect disguise to help it speak out to the wider world. The news on TV today reported that on June 2, 2224, the wild animal zoo of Ning City was attacked by a python over 100 meters long. Animal experts have yet to identify what kind of snake it is. Some citizens used their phones to capture images of a monster resembling a Jingkuan beast appearing in the sky above the northern part of Ning City, causing a great disturbance. The voice continued to resonate from the screen, announcing that an international wanted criminal had infiltrated Ning City. However, in front of the screen was a corpse, covered in syrup, likely having died not long ago. Chen Su looked at the corpse lying in front of the table. Is not this my body? It turned out that his soul had entered the body of the toy axolotl he had bought a long time ago. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, his heart filled with confusion as he muttered, "What is going on?" He was bewildered, not understanding what had happened to his body. How did he turn into a sea axolotl? My name is Chen Su, and I am a sophomore at Ningdan Ning University. Because I did not like living in the dormitory, I rented a place outside. I like raising cold-blooded animals. Their vibrant colors fascinate me. He went inside and saw a glass cage. The pet store had just received a batch of very strange animals today. His gaze immediately focused on it. I was immediately attracted by this amphibious sea axolotl. He recalled the memory. Sea axolotls are gentle, but unexpectedly, as soon as he released it, an accident happened. It jumped up and bit him on the hand. The glass cage shattered as it tried to rush out. Its eyes stared intently, ready to fight. Chen Su did not hesitate to grab his phone and hit it on the head as a warning. It painfully released his hand. Instinctively, it leaned back to resist, causing the phone to hit back towards him. He returned to the present, regaining consciousness. He turned and saw the axolotl facing him. Chen Su saw the axolotl raising its hand towards him. What is this? Can I control the sea axolotl's body? He excitedly discovered that he had a new superpower. Quite interesting. This feeling is like controlling my own hand. He felt that he was now quite similar to the wealthy who can use money to make others listen to their will. Could this be the golden finger? Am I the main character who can no longer hide it? Chen Su saw it lying on its back, bored, and thought, but what can this axolotl clone do? Livestream my psychic axolotl, or go to the sea to dig for abalone and catch sea cucumbers to sell for money. After thinking about it, it is all useless stuff. He picked it up and said, I really do not have the fate to be the main character. Other people's golden fingers are either villains or turn into a giant tree that can transform into a cosmic god. And I only have a small axolotl, really useless. While mumbling, the axolotl's stomach and his own rumbled with hunger. Lights from the apartment buildings lit up. Chen Su muttered, I am so hungry, it turns out I have been in a coma for a day. I wonder what axolotls eat. He happily asked it, if it is an axolotl, it can probably eat meat, right? Chen Su then took out a piece of meat from the refrigerator that he had bought the day before and showcased his unique skills that he had cultivated for many years. Finally having the opportunity to shine. He took out a knife and made a few turns. The meat was cut into sharp slices, and the sizzling steak was ready. Chen Su carefully looked at the axolotl and smiled. Indeed, skinks and axolotls can all eat meat. A mechanical voice of the system appeared in his ear. Your clone has received 5 evolution points plus 0.5 constitution. Seeing this, he muttered, this is. Unexpectedly, his full information was displayed clearly on this system. Character name, Chen Su, level, 0, constitution, 85, spirit, 12, talent, spirit control. Trait, external strength elementary, experience, 0 per 1000, chi sense elementary, experience, 0 per 1000, Bajiquan elementary, experience, 48 per 100, Di Yun Palm elementary. Experience, 66 per 100, negotiation elementary, experience, 34 per 100, see axolotl clone, evolution, 0 times, evolution points, 5 per 200. It is so wonderful, indeed I have lived long enough to see the unbelievable happen to me. He looked at his hand and thought, could this be my golden finger? Unexpectedly it now has other skills. Bajiquan Elementary, Experience, 48 per 100, Di-Yun Palm Elementary. Experience, 66 per 100, Negotiation Elementary, Experience, 34 per 100, See Axolotl Clone, Evolution, 0 times, Evolution Points, 5 per 200. Still silently looking at the system panel, Chen Su suddenly remembered his childhood. He used to learn martial arts. His father taught him a set of boxing, practicing boxing without practicing internal energy. An old body becomes a dragon in vain. He made him practice every day until he was shaking all over, but he still would not let him stop. Tendons start at the feet, originate in the thighs, control the waist. Combine bone strength to form hand power. Chen Su could not really bear this crazy training regime when he was young. Dad, I am so tired. After standing in stance, can I skip running? His father did not waver at his son's pitiful plea. He firmly said, you can't give up halfway, it is useless. Chen Su heard this and made up his mind, I do not want to be useless. So after practicing boxing, Chen Su had to run for kilometers. His father cheered from afar, faster, even faster. On the way, he tripped over a rock, falling face down to the ground. Chen Su did not want to get up anymore. He was tired and in pain. His father came over and pulled him up. Get up yourself. If you stumble outside, no one will help you. One day, his father gave him a box. He looked at him solemnly and instructed, this is all the savings of our family. You have to go a very long way. You have to walk the path ahead yourself. Chen Su burst into tears before his father's instructions before leaving. Remember, martial arts are not useless. Only when you are strong enough can you see the other side of the world. He asked his father, Dad, how will I find you again in the future? He sat up and looked at him, saying, wait until you reach the Grandmaster level. He looked worriedly into the distance. But by then, perhaps Dad will no longer be around. Then he left, leaving him alone there. He went into the room and glanced back at his son, feeling worried but also hoping that he could go out and train himself to become talented soon. Unconsciously, 10 years have passed, perhaps he is already old, and I do not have much time left. Now he noticed the axolotl. It had already stretched out its stomach because it was full. Chen Su thought to himself, this guy eats really fast. He seemed to have seen something, a huge question mark in his mind. Staring at the axolotl, Chen Su thought, why does it feel bigger than before? Its body emitted a red glow, and its size was increasing day by day. He noticed the display, character name, Chen Su, level, 0, constitution, 10, spirit, 12, talent, spirit control, trait, external strength elementary, experience, 0 per 1000, chi sense elementary, experience, 0 per 1000, Bajiquan elementary, experience, 48 per 100, Di-Yun Palm elementary, experience, 66 per 100, negotiation elementary, experience, 34 per 100, see axolotl clone, evolution, 0 times, evolution points, 15 per 200. The announcement showed that the points had increased. Eating a full meal earned 15 evolution points. His eyes stared intently ahead. It was the reflection of his own image. Chen Su discovered a strange connection between him and the axolotl. He lifted his shirt to reveal his six-pack abs. His figure was not this good before. After the axolotl evolved and gained evolution points, it also reflected back on his body. Chen Su thought, accumulating enough points will complete an evolution. Perhaps it will become the giant beast in my dream. He thought of the image when the axolotl reached its maximum size. Chen Su tilted his head and calculated, and I will be able to become a true martial arts grandmaster. The promise I made to my father years ago will soon be fulfilled. He conveniently went to the supermarket to buy food to nourish that kid. Supermarket, give me 10 kilograms of boneless beef and 20 kilograms of boneless pork. All packed up. Will you pay in cash or scan the code? Chen Su calmly raised his phone. Scan the code. He looked at the things he bought in preparation for his plan. This should be enough, right? Chen Su put the things back in the trunk of the car. He drove away from the supermarket. Arriving in front of his apartment building, he carried a pile of things to his room. Cooking a sumptuous meal to treat it, the whole table made people drool. His face tired, he thought, eating so much will bring me one step closer to the Grand Dao Grandmaster. Its eyes sparkled at the food in front of it. Where was the ferocity from before? In an instant, its stomach was bulging from being full. Chen Su thought, among the axolotl's tastes, the taste of pork seems not as good as beef. He stretched his body tiredly. There was too little seasoning on the beef. Next time I have to add more. Truly a leisurely fellow. After eating, it consciously put on sunglasses, sunbathed, listened to melodious music, and enjoyed a refreshing day. In the martial arts gym, Chen Su was punching a sandbag. His eyes flashed. He punched the sandbag opposite him hard. After that martial arts practice, the skill points also increased significantly. After a Bajiquan training session, +5 experience points. After a Bajiquan training session, +5 experience points. Seeing the system panel appear like that, he smiled and thought, strengthening physical fitness has made the progress of cultivation much faster than before. The sandbag he punched became wrinkled and wilted. He was determined to work harder. He wiped his sweat, looking satisfied. This feeling of strength increasing rapidly as long as you work hard in cultivation is really great. He plunged into training again. Using his feet to invert his body, kicking a kick, causing the sandbag to break in half. But his skills have jumped up quickly. Character name, Chen Su, level, 0, constitution, 28, spirit, 16, talent, spirit control, trait, external strength elementary. Experience, 10 per 1000, chi sense elementary, experience, 48 per 100, di yun palm elementary, experience, 34 per 100, see axolotl clone, evolution, 0 times, experience points.
195 per 200.
Chen Su smiled looking at the system panel, according to the realm of ancient martial arts then. His eyes carefully watched the screen. His current self has reached the peak of Ming Jing. Chen Su remembered the past days when his father taught him. The realm of ancient martial arts is divided into 3 levels, Ming Jing, Yin Jing, and Hua Jing. The peak of Ming Jing is a contemporary master who can take on 10 enemies alone. His eyes listened attentively at that time. Yin Jing will become a first-class master 1 against 100, usually hiding in legendary families. The more you practice, the more it increases. Hua Jing can take on 1,000 enemies alone. He continued to explain, they are grandmasters recorded in history, extremely rare. The images appeared. As for the level above Hua Jing, it is undying before the divine realm. He lay exhausted on the floor. Unexpectedly, evolution is so painful. Chen Su heard the sound and glanced over. It turned out that the axolotl had woken up, not knowing what it was going to do again. He ordered it, show me your strength after evolution. It used its tail to knock down the sandbag just now. The sand scattered everywhere. Chen Su glanced at it. The axolotl after evolution already has extraordinary power. The system panel reappeared. Character name, Chen Su, level, 0, constitution, 28, 56, spirit, 16, 18, talent, spirit control, trait, external strength elementary experience 10. 20 out of 1000, chi sense elementary, experience 10, 20 out of 1000, Bajiquan elementary, experience 48 out of 100, negotiation elementary, experience 39 out of 100. See axolotl clone, evolved once, evolution 0.0 out of 1000. Chen Su smiled and mumbled, unexpectedly, evolving the clone directly doubled the constitution and traits like that. He was curious about what to do next, only he did not know whether this increase was because his strength was too weak before that it increased exponentially. Or whether every time he evolved, his constitution would increase like that. Chen Su's dangerous eyes seemed to foresee the situations that were about to happen to him. If it is about going back, then his previous strength will have a very fast upgrade speed. If it is about going later, then it is scary. Chen Su's room was messy after starting up. At the moment, assessing according to the realm of ancient martial arts, the first step into the dark realm is activating the trait that can release external strength. He was amused by the information he had just discovered. So has his current self become a martial arts master? Outside, he exuded a mysterious energy, but through training, 100 skill points per day was the limit. A thought arose in his mind, if it is consolidating the same position. Only seeing the axolotl sticking out its tongue and punching and kicking inside the room, if he wants to continue upgrading the main body, he can only rely on the sea axolotl. Suddenly he startled and thought, can the sea axolotl release the external strength of the main body? It stuck out its long tongue to sense the energy flowing in its body, becoming more and more abundant. A knock sounded from outside the door. Hearing the sound, Chen Su glanced at the door. Seeing that there was no one inside opening the door, the person outside the door knocked even harder. He pounded continuously on the door. The door opened. The inside was all dark. He stepped outside and asked, "What is the matter?" The person felt something damn. Perhaps some invisible force was hidden deep behind him. it was so strong as if wanting to devour him alive. He trembled and sweated profusely, thinking, what is wrong with this kid? It makes me feel like it can crush me at any time. He immediately restrained his gangster demeanor, then hypocritically changed the subject. Oh, recently I felt the upstairs was a bit noisy, so I came up to check. Are you renovating? He also politely replied, I am not renovating, I am just training recently. I did not expect to disturb you. He did not expect such a lie to come to his mind, he thought, smiling awkwardly. Training? Who trains like an earthquake? He moved aside, glancing inside the room. Inside the room was a pile of ruins, no different than if a storm had just swept through it. The room was in ruins. His mouth dropped open at this horrific scene. Now he is really screwed. He should not have meddled in other people's business. Then he shyly said goodbye and left. It is okay, it is no trouble, but brother, can you change your training method, for example, make the noise a little quieter? Chen Su also waved his hand. No problem, I am really sorry, I will change my training method later. He smiled, clapped his hands, and looked at him. Thank you, thank you. At this time, the axolotl appeared behind the elevator door. It did not understand what was happening. Chen Su and the axolotl silently looked ahead. He looked at the inside of the room in frustration, not knowing what to say. He looked at it. The body of the sea axolotl clone was too large. It could not be raised in the house anymore. He secretly decided, it should be okay. It is time to take the sea axolotl clone out to the sea. Thinking this, Chen Su drove it to a nearby beach. The car stopped. He smiled. We are here. In front of him was the vast sea. Chen Su was silent. A red energy began to surround him. The axolotl quickly rushed into the sea, looking excited as if returning to its home. It went into the sea and dived deep down. After getting under the sea, he started activating chi sense. The clone sensed that the current chi sense can cover the whole body within a radius of 10 meters. Under the sea were strange creatures, including an ugly 5-eyed fish. The clone suddenly widened its eyes. This fish has 5 eyes, then choose it as the first prey of today. After identifying the prey, it rushed over. Unexpectedly, an obstacle appeared on the way. A super monster slammed straight into it. Waves shot out of the water. It quickly escaped without a scratch. Unexpectedly, the rockfish swam around it once. The clone also stuck out its tongue to threaten it. It opened its mouth and devoured the ugly fish. The system notification rang. Your clone has eaten a mutated fish species, receiving 10 evolution value points. Your constitution +1. His clone continued to swim. After evolution, eating ordinary plants only provides 1 evolution value point. Unexpectedly mutated animals provide 10 points. Its eyes carefully observed. Mutated creatures appeared in the sea. Combined with recent news, it seems the world is no longer peaceful. It rushed forward and devoured the swimming fish. The system continued to appear, reminding that the clone has accumulated 100 evolution points today and cannot receive more evolution points. From the human perspective, the seabed at night is only a pitch black and cold color, but from the perspective of the sea axolotl, the seabed is brilliant and colorful. The clone was chewing food and thinking as an amphibian, although the sea axolotl can stay underwater for a long time, but because it does not have gills, it still has to rely on its lungs to breathe. So it occasionally has to come ashore to breathe. The clone silently continued to swim deep under the sea. It approached a cave. Ahead was a hole emitting light, leading to another space. Seeing the surrounding environment, he thought, this place does not seem bad, so let the sea axolotl clone rest here. His soul returned to his body. The sea axolotl clone has been arranged properly. It is time to go back. He drove home. Chen Su was driving when he discovered something very strange outside the car, light shining into the window. Chen Su squinted his eyes to look. There is someone in such a remote place. But a strong pounding sound came from the wooden crate, crying for help, save me. He stopped the car by the side of the road. In front of the car was a house. Hearing the plea for help, Chen Su crouched down and waited. When practicing martial arts, he was taught to hide his weapons and wait for the opportunity to act. Inside, 2 people were secretly whispering to each other. One looked out. The bald one asked vigilantly, has that car left yet? The purple-haired one replied, it is gone. The bald one patted the other's shoulder to calm him down. It is good that it is gone. It turned out that they had kidnapped a girl inside. The guy was trying to stuff a rag into her mouth. They shouted loudly, be honest. Unexpectedly, the boss rushed over and kicked him, causing him to fall painfully to the floor. He kicked continuously without getting tired, shouting angrily. You can't do anything right. Did not I tell you to keep an eye on her? The cloth in her mouth fell out and you did not even know. The guy became scared and hugged his shoulder. he explained. Boss, it is so dark, how could I see when I pulled her in? The bald-headed man lowered his head and thought, then glanced at the girl who looked terrified. He came over to threaten the girl, covering her mouth tightly. You be honest with me, otherwise I will call them to butcher you. Seeing no movement inside, Chen Su got out of the car. He used his strength to explore what was inside the room. Thanks to his divine eyes and quick ears, he could see through the inside, seeing a scene of interrogation and kidnapping. The two guys ignored the girl and returned to the table. The guy respectfully poured a glass of wine for the bald one. The girl on this side was trembling with fear, her mouth was covered and her hands and feet were tied tightly, not knowing how to escape. The purple-haired one picked up his phone and played with it, not caring about the girl. Chen Su guessed secretly, kidnapping and trafficking, 3 men, 2 people with knives on them. He did not want to prolong the time, he had to deal with them quickly to save time. He prepared a punch right in front of the door. It is best to solve them in 1 minute. The strength was too great, the door burst open, dust flew everywhere as if there was a bomb in front of the door, exploding, dust flying everywhere. Chen Su thought, avoid situations that threaten hostages. Chen Su flew quickly into the room, rushing straight at the 2 guys, discovering that something was wrong. The 2 guys also ran quickly to dodge aside. He punched the guy in the stomach, sending him flying away. His back hit the wall hard, causing the wall to deform and shatter. The bald one from behind secretly grabbed a knife and jumped up, planning to stab Chen Su in the back of the head. Chen Su, as if having eyes in the back of his head, he turned around abruptly and stabbed him in the stomach with a palm, sending him flying backwards. He was punched hard in the stomach, causing him to spit blood. Thinking that his end would be like the previous guy, being stabbed through the wall, but luckily, a hand supported him. Chen avoided the situation that threatened the hostage. The guy reminded the bald one, boss, you should rest a bit. He identified himself to Chen Su, wanting to issue a challenge. Yuang Chui Ning Fu invites. He began to unleash his moves. Chen Su also unleashed his moves without hesitation. Luo Han Bajiquan, Chen Su. In the suburbs, it was already dark. He then launched his first move, Yuang Chui first stroke, head reveals hammer. He flicked his shoulder, launching a blow towards Chen Su. Chen Su quickly caught the man's opening and firmly grasped his hand. He used his shoulder to deflect the attack. The man quickly kicked at him, using the second stance of the Yuang Chui, Air Ma Do Lu. Chen Su did not expect to be hit so obviously with just 2 moves. The man broke free and landed a blow that staggered him. Chen Su finally found someone worthy, a real eye-opener, a master. He dodged to the side but showed no sign of getting up. The man did not understand what he was planning. Unexpectedly, Chen Su used his true strength to retaliate with a strike that sent the man flying into the air like a kite in the wind, using the Bajiquan technique Tai Shan Kao. The man was now as pitiful as the 2 before, crashing to the ground. He was badly injured but still laughing, finding it amusing. He stood up and spoke first. I did not expect to encounter the true successor of Luotua Bajiquan on this trip down the mountain. The absolute technique, Bajiquan Tai Shan Kao, truly lives up to its name. Chen Su replied to the man's words, but it is a pity. The man did not understand what he meant by pity. Chen Su stood up and glanced at him. I did not expect you to be a thug, and even more, I did not expect you to have mastered all 3 stances of the Yuang Chui. Chen Su mocked. It is a pity that the true successor of Yuang Chui chose to do wrong. The man sneered at him. He bent down. What do you know, you little milk-smelling brat? Only after I came down the mountain did I understand this world. Without warning, he threw a punch at Chen Su. Despise poverty, not prostitution. He was playing dirty, trying to ambush him. He used both hands to try to gouge out Chen Su's eyes. But Chen Su was no pushover. He immediately landed a blow that made the man cough up blood and sent him sprawling backward. His face seemed to be imprinted on the ground. Chen Su was surprised that he had such an exciting battle after only logging in for a few days. A battle between martial artists was truly dangerous. He thought to himself, the pressure he exerted was greater than 10 strong men combined. Chen Su raised his hand, recalling the previous fight. It is a pity I do not have enough control over the power in my body. These 3 are probably more injured than healed. He thought, I need to restrain myself. Next, I need to find a way to train and control the power in my body. The girl over there had not escaped yet and was moaning softly for help. He turned to look. Chen Su went over and untied the girl. The girl hugged him tightly. Chen Su did not mind and gently embraced her, comforting her. Don't be afraid, it is okay now. She repeatedly said, thank you, really thank you. He took out his phone and instructed the girl before leaving, "Okay, do not cry anymore. Wait for me to leave here, then call the police. But can you do me a favor?" Chen Su stepped forward and gave a gentle, kind smile, wanting to manipulate her psychology. When the police ask, "Just say you did not see my face clearly, okay?" She would naturally agree to her savior. "Okay, I won't say it." 10 minutes later, the police arrived and surrounded the entire house. The police slowly entered and saw someone moving inside. They ordered, "Don't move, hands up." The police were stunned and terrified by the scene before them. A girl was standing covering her face, and beside her were 3 men lying scattered on the floor. An officer entered the room to report, "Deputy Director, this is the material you need." Police officer from the Ministry of Public Security, Guan Qing. At the office of the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Public Security, she explained the case that was receiving a lot of attention. The footprints on the broken door indicate that it was kicked open from the outside, and the cracks on the door suggest it was sent flying 3 meters away. The minimum force required is 1,000 kilograms. She presented a series of autopsy photos of the men and the traces left by the perpetrator. 2 kidnappers died on the spot, and the other suffered severe brain trauma and is in a vegetative state. According to Lin Ruoya, the man wore a mask that night, so she could not see the face of the person who saved her. The Deputy Director of the Ministry of Public Security could not believe what he was hearing. It sounds like a joke. How could this be? Even the strongest boxing champion in the world only achieves 800 kilograms on a force measurement machine. This kind of force can't be demonstrated in daily combat. Guan Qing added, "His strength has reached a superhuman level, but..." Before she could finish, he interrupted, "Recently, strange things are happening more and more." He stood up, his heart filled with worry. "Things have gone beyond our control. This is just the calm before the storm." Chen Su went to the beach again to find the salamander. In the meantime, he discovered 3 men secretly planning another job. One said, "Boss, you just got the money and used 100,000 to buy a girl from Baldy who. Isn't that a bit of a waste?" The other agreed, "Yeah, it took us so long to find a sunken ship and get 200,000. The boss did not care about his underlings. You have such limited knowledge. Do you know who that girl is? If we catch her, we can get all the money we want." The 2 men's eyes lit up when they realized they were about to get a big reward. "Really, boss?" The boss asked, "Si Yen, is the work of the company done?" Hearing this, Si Yen replied, "Yes, do not worry, boss. I have arranged everything for the transportation company in the past 2 days. The office is arranged according to your requirements, renting a very luxurious office building." He boasted further to get a reward from the boss. "Besides that, I also followed your instructions to recruit a beautiful secretary and receptionist for the company, guaranteeing they will please you." The boss was not ordinary either. It turned out he was like Chen Su, he also had a secret skill. "Now I have awakened the ability to breathe underwater. As long as I can determine the location of the sunken ship, I can retrieve the treasures from below." He grinned, "Then we can get as much money as we want. You guys just wait to enjoy the fruits of our labor." Suddenly, they heard the sound of a car engine behind them and quickly turned around to check, on alert. The boss shouted, "Who is it?" Chen Su fearlessly challenged and mocked him. "There are many lecherous people, but it is the first time I have met someone as crazy as you." The boss had a knife ready in his hand, waiting for Chen Su to get close so he could send him to his ancestors. "You are really bold, but people like you do not live long." He ran quickly towards Chen Su. Seeing this, Chen Su kicked him away. Just one thunderous kick sent the boss flying far away. Chen Su followed up with another punch to his stomach. The 2 men hid behind a tree, terrified. How can this be? After the boss got superpowers, his strength increased exponentially. He could easily take on 5 people, and now, they ignored the boss's danger and quickly ran away. This is bad, run. But they could not escape his sharp eyes. The 2 were knocked down without any effort. The boss asked in a panic, "What are you doing?" Chen Su swaggered over, "Look at me." He thought to himself, "I have to test my mental control abilities." Chen Su smiled and asked, "What is your name? What do you do?" At this moment, he lost consciousness and became unresponsive, his entire body controlled by Chen Su. He introduced himself, "My name is Zhang Changsho. I have a large ship that specializes in smuggling. A month ago, I gained the superpower to breathe underwater." Seeing this, Chen Su thought, mental control is really convenient. He was now like a puppet controlled by Chen Su. He fearfully confessed the bad things he had done. "I salvage sunken ships and then sell the treasures on board to wealthy second generations in exchange for money. An image appeared of a man smiling and saying, "This is the reward for working for us." After extracting all the information, Chen Su released his mental control. Unexpectedly, after using the technique, he regarded Chen Su as his master. "Boss, what happened to my hand?" Chen Su replied, "You carelessly fell and broke your hand." "Oh, I see." Chen Su smiled, thinking, my mental control ability has affected his internal judgment. He was amused by his reaction. Chen Su ordered him to work. "You go to the ship to rest first. I will go wake up the other two and come up later." He obediently listened. "Yes, boss." Chen Su thought to himself, my salamander has grown up and can't live without food. Zhang Chongsho has a ship and also cooperates with wealthy second generations. I can use the assets that his company has obtained to nourish the salamander. The two men were also gradually controlled by Chen Su without any awareness. He ordered them to work for him. Mental control is indeed terrifying. However, controlling Zhang Chongsho was a bit difficult, while controlling these guys was quite easy. It seems that this control ability is only for people with weak wills. He went up to the ship where they were doing business. The engineer on the ship was curious about Chen Su's presence and asked Zhang, "Who is he?" The boss replied, "He is my boss. From now on, show some respect." He was stunned, not knowing what had happened. "Hello, boss." Chen Su did not care and went straight into the ship. The boss quickly followed. "Go prepare the transfer contract. From now on, this ship belongs to the boss." He handed it to him. "Boss, the contract is ready." Chen Su ordered them, "Si Yen, tomorrow you come to the office and wait for me. Zhang, you are injured. Follow me to the hospital to get checked out." Everyone replied, "Yes, boss." The salamander was still lazily enjoying itself. The next day, the vast ocean was a paradise containing endless food. On this side, in the training room, he was still training diligently, not at all lazy. The system announced, 5 evolution points, 5 physique. It was below, specializing in hunting the freshest fish. The system reported, 10 evolution points. The clone thought, the taste of great white shark is so delicious. The system announced again, your clone has met the evolution requirements. Would you like to evolve? Hearing this, he thought, this time I get to choose, right? Red cracks appeared on its body, as if it was about to burst open. At the same time, in the training room, he collapsed. The notification board appeared again. Character name, Chen Su, level 1, physique, 130, spirit, 38, talent, mental control, trait, external strength elementary. Experience, 280 per 1000, Chi realm elementary, experience, 280 per 1000, skill, Bajiquan intermediate, experience 370 per 1000, Di Yun Song intermediate, experience 290 per 100. Conversation intermediate, experience 390 per 100, clone, sea salamander, evolution points 0 per 5000, ability, water attribute affinity. Chen Su had overcome a difficult stage and now had to make plans to continue. I have broken through. Now my physique is 13 times that of a normal person, and my strength has also reached the dark realm, in ancient martial arts. He thought to himself, physique did not increase much after the evolution. I guess it is because my foundation was too weak. Chen Su was curious and did not understand, but what is this water attribute? His clone under the sea was gnawing on fish meat, thinking, the physical condition has greatly improved. Bone density and body weight have increased a lot compared to before. Strength has doubled, claws are harder, and explosive power is also extremely strong. He observed and assessed, my swimming speed has reached 70 kilometers per hour. This speed has surpassed even large ships. The sound when swimming is also getting smaller, and the resistance is lower. This must be the effect of the water attribute affinity. In the room, Chen Su heard the notification from the men over the phone and asked softly, has anyone been cooperating in searching for treasure lately? The other side reported. Not for the time being, boss. So we look for ourselves. How is the investigation going? We have identified several places with sunken ships, but we do not have Zhang to breathe underwater, boss. Chen Su thought, don't worry, just do your job. The shallow waters on the main waterways of ancient countries Z, H, and R have been almost completely explored. There are many valuable sunken ships in the deep waters. Under the sea, his clone was also swimming below. After this evolution, I can breathe underwater. My sensory abilities are also stronger. I can feel everything within a range of 200 kilometers. After making adjustments, I can take action. He stretched, leaving everything behind. He had been working hard for a while. Nourishing the clone was just enjoying life. Then Chen Su looked at his watch. It is almost 11 of the clock. Time to reward myself. On the pedestrian street, a hot girl was leaning against a pillar. On the pedestrian street, Chen Su was walking down the road. He remembered the delicious food he just had and thought, it is really comfortable, but a meal costs 3,000 plus. Although there is only 20,000 left in my balance, I am about to receive Zhang's company. His face lit up with satisfaction. Experiencing the feeling of being rich is not bad. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped and looked in a direction not far away. What caught his attention was the image of two men and an unclear girl doing something. He only knew that the girl was squatting on the ground. Seeing him standing there like an idiot, they also glanced over. Chen Su saw them staring at him and shouted, "What are you looking at, get lost?" He looked at the group of people and thought to himself, after gaining power, my heart of an outlaw is also gradually awakening. When a dangerous situation occurs, I immediately and unconsciously take action. The two men were annoyed when they heard this. One even pulled out a knife to threaten, "What did you say, kid? Get lost now, and I will pretend nothing happened." Chen Su stood there and said nothing. He just silently released his external armor, and a flickering light began to emanate around him. That energy grew larger and larger, eventually forming the shape of a creature standing behind him. The two thugs were surprised to see that scene. Chen Su was covered in a red-orange aura, his face expressionless, preparing to teach the two a lesson. As if sensing the pressure emanating from him, they said in fear, Why does it look like we are being targeted by a ferocious beast? Let us go, let us go." The blonde girl, who did not know when she had woken up, laughed mockingly, "You guys really are not men, scared already." Chen Su saw her laughing like a mad woman and secretly thought, is this girl crazy? The thugs were stunned for 5 seconds when they heard this. One turned to his partner, "We won't find another top-quality woman like this if we miss her." The other replied, "No, we can't let this woman look down on us." With that, they rushed over like crazy. "Big brother, we have no reason to be afraid of him. He is just alone." "That is right, deal with him. This guy is really arrogant. Watch how I take care of him." Seeing that scene, Chen Su was still calm as ever, not afraid at all. He slowly performed his martial arts, and a large illusion of him appeared in front of him. Without any extra movements, he kicked lightly, and the two thugs flew high into the air without even having time to cry out. Chen Su looked at the two and thought, I did not even use a fraction of my strength. Otherwise, this kick could have directly sent them to the Western Paradise. He watched them struggling to carry each other away and thought, I will spare them their lives. Although they are guilty, they do not deserve to die. The two ran and shouted in fear, "A demon, it really is a demon from hell." At this time, the blonde girl came to him, that was awesome. Chen Su frowned at her and secretly assessed, she must have been drugged. He immediately took out his 16 Pro Max and said, "Hello police, there is a drunk girl in front of the Shengtang bar who looks a little unusual." While he was calling, she kept flirting with him, "Why call the police? Am I not pretty? Do you want to take me for a drink?" After waiting for a few minutes, the police arrived. The girl looked at him with a sulky expression, "Big brother, you are really useless." Ignoring her, Chen Su actively reported, "That is right, I called the police." Seeing them leave, he thought of his purpose today, that is finally over. Time to control the salamander to find the sunken ship. The shape of that creature appeared in his mind, reminding him, the information that Yen found on the internet was indeed correct. There really is a sunken ship here. Now my chi sense can only perceive within a range of 200 plus meters. Next, I still need to continue upgrading. With his current abilities, the salamander easily found it. Jackpot, it is all gold. The scene changed to a ship floating on the sea. From inside came a voice, Yen, steer the ship 3 kilometers east and drop a box. Someone quickly replied, "Yes, boss." A man carrying things was curious and asked, "Black Ghost besides Zhang Changshu, who else under the boss can breathe underwater?" Yen reminded him, "Don't talk nonsense. Less prying into the boss's secrets." At this time, at the bottom of the sea, the salamander was desperately transporting the gold blocks. After a while of hard work, a large gold box was carefully tied to the hook, harvest time. But then his salamander clone discovered something. After thinking for a while, he carefully approached to investigate. It seems to be a piece of metal. "Boss, the goods have been brought up to the ship. We are turning back now. It is so tough. My claws can easily crush ordinary metal but do not leave any marks on it. This is probably a special type of metal." Chen Su eagerly lapped up the good stuff. It must be something good. Bring it back for research. He was happily holding the new item he had found when a sea creature suddenly rose up and swam towards him. The creature, covered in white, came over and grabbed Chen Su. Seeing it, he was extremely contemptuous. You want to sneak attack me, you are not worthy. The sea salamander looked at the creature and carefully assessed. Although you are longer than me and your body is bigger than me, your attack and defense power are not even a fraction of mine. So it became his sashimi snack. The taste of this spiny fish is not bad. A few hours had passed. Chen Su propped himself up on a rock, thinking, the coral reefs are washed away by the sea all year round and are extremely hard. Tonight is the perfect opportunity to test my strength. Thinking this, Chen Su punched the rock, causing it to crack. The effect of force is mutually supportive, but my bone density is 20 times that of a normal person, plus the defense of the outer shell. I only feel a slight pain in my hand. This slight ache will quickly be recovered by my body. He continued to strengthen himself. After this period of evolution, my physique has reached 200 plus. Then Chen Su gathered strength in his arm. Although I have not measured it, my fist must weigh at least 3,000 pounds, or 1.5 tons. Plus the support of the external armor and using Bajiquan, I can easily beat a person to death. He swung his arm and unleashed his full strength on the rock in front of him, causing it to shatter into pieces. After playing with rocks for a while, Chen Su breathed heavily. The punching bag at home is not enough, and I can't practice in the park. Now that social media is developed, it won't be good if someone takes a picture and posts it online. Once my identity as a superhuman is revealed, I will be in trouble. He became excited. Only this uninhabited sea is where I can practice comfortably. Chen Su looked at his hand and could not help but sigh. So refreshing, this amazing recovery power. I have only used it for less than a minute, and the wound on my hand has completely healed. After a while of diving, the salamander climbed to the surface, with its toy in its mouth. Chen Su looked at the thing in front of him and could not help but think, a free black or emitting a metallic light, but it does not seem to be anything special. He propped himself up and sat up, his thoughts still running. This metal weighs nearly 200 kilograms, is heavy, and is very tough. The salamander's claws also have a hard time leaving marks. It would probably be suitable for making weapons, but with my current strength, it would probably be difficult to create a weapon that fits my hand. After resting for a while, he decided, next, I will deal with the gold first. Chen Su quickly returned to the ship and asked urgently, where's the stuff? His underling replied, it is all on the ship, boss. It has all been washed. A moment later, in the captain's room, Chen Su carefully inventoried his gold. A crew member was stunned to see this. How much money is this worth? It turned out to be CN. He kept exclaiming, I have never seen so much gold in my life. Chen Su held a gold bar and said disappointedly, there are no stamps on it. It must have been cast by myself. It seems I can't sell it at the price of antiques. The scene quickly shifted to a bustling area with a lot of people. Chen Su entered a gold shop that seemed reputable. The receptionist there immediately said, hello, welcome. He went into the gold shop and asked blandly, excuse me, does your shop buy gold? Seeing him dumbfounded, the receptionist patiently replied, we do. Are you selling a necklace or a ring? Chen Su gave a confident smile and presented a backpack full of gold, saying, I want to sell this pile. At this time, he looked no different from the guys who just robbed a gold shop. The employee was surprised by the huge amount of gold and could not hide her expression. Sir, you have too much gold. Please follow me upstairs to meet our general manager. Her superior quickly came out to meet him. Hello, I am the general manager of the shop. May I ask your name? How much gold do you want to sell? Chen Su once again pointed to his backpack. Mr. Chen, I want to sell this gold. The director said with a smile. Mr. Chen, I need someone to test the quality of this gold. Please wait a moment. Chen Su agreed to let them test it. He sat chill on the sofa, waiting for the money to come into his pocket. After a while of hard work, the director came to him and announced, Mr. Chen, your gold totals 11,250 grams. Because it is self-cast gold and not very pure, we will buy it at 400 per gram. What do you think? Chen Su casually replied, okay. Just like that, his balance officially escaped poverty. Your account, 450,000. Looking at the money he earned in just one exploration, Chen Su could not help but feel a sense of accomplishment. People his age are still risking their lives for studying, but now the profits from my explorations are enough for me to sit back and enjoy for a while. Then suddenly, his face became gloomy, which gave him an unusual feeling. Like many other people when feeling down, you go shopping. Chen Su was no exception. He went to buy a car. This car's chassis is too low. Driving on the beach road and hitting potholes is extremely inconvenient. Thinking about it, he quickly moved to the luxury car area. Standing in the store, he looked at a row of luxury cars but had not decided which one to buy. Then a turquoise car caught his attention. Footsteps echoed, "Welcome, esteemed guest." It was really ironic. The person who walked in was Xiao Qing, his ex-girlfriend, accompanied by some guy. Seeing the girl he once liked, he could not help but think, unexpectedly, it was his ex-girlfriend. He had spent a lot of money pursuing her back then, but she was good. She chased after vanity and seeing the luxurious life, followed the wealthy second generation for eating and playing day and night. Xiao Qing said in a contemptuous tone, "Honey, that guy is the one who used to chase after me, a poor student who even comes here to look at cars." Simu, seeing her talk about his big brother like that, was furious. "Who are you calling poor?" Chen Su quickly reached out to stop him. "Never mind." Xiao Qing's boyfriend said triumphantly, "Why can't I say it? Isn't he a poor student? Is this a place he can stroll around?" The girl acted impatiently. "Honey. Never mind him, let us go look at cars." Xiao Qing went to a red convertible and cooed, "Honey, I like this one." Seeing that she liked such an expensive car, he hesitated. "This one, let me pick another one for you." He frowned and cursed inwardly, "Money is only for showing off to women. I only have tens of thousands in living expenses a month. How can I buy her a luxury car?" Ignoring the other two, Chen Su continued to buy his car. He looked at the car in front of him, full of satisfaction. "This car has a high chassis and can hold a lot of things. It can meet my needs." Having chosen a car, he quickly decided, "I will take this one. Swipe my card." The staff member, seeing that he was so quick and efficient, asked, "Okay, sir. This one costs 2.38 million. Will you pay in installments or in full?" Chen Su showed the demeanor of someone with money and replied with a smile, "In full." Xiao Qing could not believe her eyes when she saw that. "What, he wants to swipe his card to buy that car? That car costs 2.38 million. The guy saw her expression and reassured her, "He is just pretending in front of you. I do not believe he has 2.38 million in his card." Hearing this, she regained her pride. "That is right. When he was pursuing me, he had to eat instant noodles for a whole month." They came over, intending to mock him. A student is a student. It is fine to look at luxury cars, but he even wants to buy one. The two of them were whispering to each other, which was extremely annoying. The guy spoke up, "Xiao Qing may be your ex-girlfriend, but you do not need to show off like that. You will lose face if you do not have enough money in your card." Simu was visibly annoyed at their arrogance. "What is it to you? What if he can afford it? How will you account for it?" The guy was still arrogant. "If he can afford it, I will stand here and call him Dad. If he can't afford it, he will call me Dad." Xiao Qing was full of contempt. "He talks like he is really going to swipe his card." She said with a short-sighted and disdainful look, "If you do not have money, do not pretend." Immediately, she and the young master were slapped in the face. The staff member came over respectfully, "Sir, here is your card and the car key. This car is now yours." Chen Su lightly replied, "Thank you." The young master was stunned and thought, "He really bought it. That is 2.38 million. Xiao Qing could not hide her surprise. "Chen Su, he has so much money." Not letting them be stunned for too long, Simu immediately took action and grabbed his collar. "Are you going to fulfill your promise and call our boss Dad?" Chen Su waved his hand. "Simu, there is no need to argue with this kind of person." Simu was unwilling but could not disobey Chen Su. He said irritably, "The boss is really kind. If it were me, if you did not call him Dad, see how I would deal with you." As for the other two, they were forgotten as they did not know where to hide their faces. Xiao Qing looked at Chen Su leaving, full of regret. After thinking for a while, she decided to run after him, calling out continuously, Chen Su, listen to me.
Listen to me, Chen Su."
The staff members had a good gossip session. They thought they had met a wealthy second generation, but unexpectedly, they just missed a person with real potential. That is how people are. They regret it after losing it. Changing scenes again, this time it was at Yunshang Tianwai, the best serviced restaurant in N City. Chen Su and Simu entered, and the staff lined up and greeted, "Welcome, esteemed guests." The two quickly chose a table, and a staff member quickly came over. "Sir, what would you like to order?" He looked at the eye-catching menu and ordered, 1 Boston lobster for 58.88, 1 emperor crab for 78.88, and add this too. Chen Su was served each spoonful of food by beautiful waitresses and exclaimed with joy, "The high price is justified. It is really delicious." The pink-haired girl next to him asked, "What would you like to eat for the next spoonful?" His mouth full of food, he thought contentedly. I have cooked for the chameleon for so many meals. Now it is time to enjoy the life of a rich man. While eating and drinking, he took out his 16 Pro Max again. The phone had been beeping notifications for who knows how long. Among them was a notification urging him to study. There was only 1 week left until school started. At this time, he was shocked to realize that he was still a sophomore. Then he opened his information panel, which contained all his current status. It could be seen that Chen Su had made a lot of progress. He looked at his status and thought, after school starts, I will have less time. Then he smiled, already having a plan in mind. I have to quickly earn more money to upgrade my clone and break through the dark realm. Remembering the image of a swordfish, the fastest swimming fish with a top speed of 60 miles, equivalent to 90 kilometers, but now my speed is even faster than it. Searching in his memory for the scene of the chameleon easily tearing its opponents apart, Chen Su sank into his thoughts again. Swordfish is indeed a delicacy. After eating enough, I can continue to hunt for treasures. Then he remembered that his aura could sense everything within a radius of a dozen kilometers. Chen Su could not hide his disappointment. It is a pity that even searching to the bottom of the sea, I have not found any ships. I have not had any harvest these days. The scene of himself and his pet floating on the water appeared in his mind. The world has begun to mutate. I do not know what the government is secretly building for the superhumans. In short, since obtaining my superpower, I must be extremely careful in my actions. The scene shifted to a high-end office building in N City. Chen Su, wearing a black suit, looked into the distance. Since Zhang Changshu transferred the company, I have not even come to see it. This is the most prosperous place in N City. Zhang Changshu really put a lot of effort into this company. He moved to the Tianlanhe company, and the receptionist said, "Assistant Zhang is here." He turned to her and said, "Xiao Ning, tell everyone to come to the boss's office for a moment." He quickly received a reply, "Okay." A moment later, in the boss's office, Simu stood to one side and introduced, "This is the boss of our company, Mr.
Chen Su.
The others respectfully replied, "Hello, boss." The girls, seeing him so handsome, had bright eyes, full of admiration. So he is the boss. He is so young, so handsome, and so rich. Simu quickly introduced, "Boss, this is Ning Nai Xin from the stage organization team." She blushed and said, "Hello, boss." On the other side, a person respectfully brought a cup of coffee. "Boss, here's the coffee you need." Seeing her come, Simu also introduced her, "This is your secretary, Su Lung Yu." Chen Su, holding the documents, replied perfunctorily, "Okay, put the coffee there." He carefully considered, although it is just an empty shell of a company, it is considered fully equipped. Maintaining the company costs more than 100,000 a month. It seems I have to find more treasure ships. Having grasped everything he needed to do, Chen Su softly said goodbye to the guests. "Zhang Su, the meeting ends here. Tell everyone to go to work. You should also go back to the ship and keep watch." Simu immediately obeyed, "Okay, boss." The crowd left, leaving Chen Su full of thought. Mental control is quite stable, but subconscious hypnosis does not mean there will be absolutely no problems. I should still avoid letting them come into contact with external things. His physical attributes are gradually increasing. This type of clone hunting, plus the tower climbing feeling, only requires lying down to become stronger. Chen Su took the coffee and walked towards the window, thinking as he sipped it, so refreshing. A battle appeared on the screen, and smoke filled the air, signaling a fierce battle taking place. It was the battle of the chameleon clone against the sea monster, and as usual, it was winning. Looking at the defeated monster sinking deeper and deeper into the sea, Chen Su could not help but think, if I did not have a protective layer, I would have been injured by it. It seems that the fierce mutant fish at the bottom of the sea are increasing. The chameleon approached and gnawed on the corpse. This meat is clearly different. It can provide more energy. The moment it ate the monster, Chen Su received 9 evolution points, and a red light enveloped him. He thought with satisfaction, there is definitely something wrong with that fish. Now my bones and flesh are being strengthened, and the upgrade speed is 10 times faster than before. Then he quickly exclaimed, "It is a pity that in such a large sea, there is only one mutant fish." At the office of Tianlanhe, Nai Xian asked with interest, "Sister Lung Yu, do you think our boss has a girlfriend?" Lung Yu replied playfully, "Why, do you want to conquer the boss? The colleague next to her heard this and turned to gossip. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Are you all still not off work? Seeing that it was Chen Su, Lung Yu felt a little flustered. Hello, boss. We still have some things to finish. Hearing this, he laughed secretly. With my hearing now, I could hear you gossiping while I was in the elevator, but to avoid embarrassment, I should pretend not to know. Chen Su looked at the group of people with a very handsome face. If you have all worked so hard, I will treat you to dinner tonight. The girls were very happy to hear this. Really, thank you, boss. As he said, so he did. A moment later, the group was at Yunshang Tianwai, and the staff member politely asked him again, would you like to order now? The girls gaped in admiration. The boss's car is a supercar worth more than 2 million. It is so amazing. What a luxurious place. After ordering, it was time to pay the bill. Sir, your bill totals 48888. Chen Su decisively handed over his card. Swipe the card. At this time, Xian's eyes were full of infatuation. Which family's wealthy second generation is the boss? He is so extravagant. The other two also praised him. The boss is so generous. Following the boss like this will definitely lead to a good future. Chen Su turned to say, I have things to do tonight. I will call a car to take you home after we eat. The three quickly replied, thank you, boss. In a place where the sea breeze was refreshing, making people feel comfortable, the beach was empty at night, and Chen Su was working hard in this place. He looked at the shattered rocks and was satisfied. I have been training continuously during this time. My physique has exceeded ordinary people by 20 times, and my fist has reached a weight of more than 2 tons. The strength of the defense layer has greatly increased, and now the strength of my iron fist has reached 5 tons. Chen Su looked at the force he had just unleashed and thought, but the stronger I get, the harder it is for me to control it. Crap, I did not control the punch force, so it caved in again. Only by constantly training can I familiarize myself with my own strength. Suddenly, a small boat offshore caught his attention. It is so late. Why is someone coming to this desolate place? At the same time, on the small boat anchored on the shore, someone nearby spoke up. We have traded so many times. Do not you trust me yet? The person on the boat immediately replied. Boss, it is not that I do not trust you. Same old rules. One hand for money, one hand for goods. Chen Su approached and heard everything they said, thinking unexpectedly, it is an underground transaction, but they all have guns. I have to be careful. One of the henchmen checked the goods and reported, Boss, it is top quality stuff. The two bosses shook hands happily. Good stuff, happy cooperation, happy cooperation. The blonde boss raised his voice to warn everyone, Lao Chi has been patrolling strictly recently. Be careful. His henchman was as obedient as a dog. Yes, boss. Taking advantage of their carelessness, Chen Su immediately took action. He took a running start and jumped into the sky in one leap. Like a wild goose, he rushed over and knocked one person unconscious. He gave another person a kick, and he also collapsed. The boss, seeing his henchmen falling like dominoes, fumbled to take out a gun. He pointed the gun at Chen Su, intending to create an equal playing field where he was superior, but there was no such easy thing. Who knew when he had already approached him? Chen Su skillfully performed a knockout blow, sending the boss flying away. The battle ended with Chen Su's overwhelming victory. He stood proudly among the people lying on the ground. He looked at them one by one and made a decision. These people have long lost their humanity. Consider it a good deed for the people to eliminate them. From under the sea, a dark creature moved to the small boat at a dizzying speed. It sucked hard on the boat, causing the people on it to sway. Under the influence of the suction, the people seemed to want to fly into the sky. We have met someone hard to swallow. The boat shattered into pieces, and the people with no place to support themselves, fell into the water at the same time. The chameleon slowly swam around the people, preparing to lock onto its target. Then what had to come finally came. It bit at them, causing them to scatter. Monster, there is a monster. Help, help, run, run. One of the henchmen gave him a pleading look. Boss, save me, save me. Since he was going to die anyway, the henchman took out his gun, preparing to fight to the death. Since I can't escape anyway, I will risk it. I do not believe you can withstand bullets. A shot rang out, and someone had already taken action to fire a bullet. The bullet accurately hit the chameleon, but it was like a mosquito bite, not effective at all. Seeing this, the shooter trembled and could not believe his eyes. How is it possible? Although it did not hurt, the chameleon, being pointed at with a gun, was also angry. It roared, and this time the group was prepared to meet their end in the cold wind. A splash of water rang out, and the sea fell silent again. The chameleon wiped out the group, its mouth holding a suitcase, not knowing what was inside, and slowly swam away. A moment later, in Chen Su's room, there was the suitcase from before, which had been opened with countless money inside. Chen Su held the money and thought, 1 stack is 10,000. 300 stacks is 3 million. The money displayed in front of me, along with the numbers in the bank, gives people a very different feeling. Time passed, and the next morning, at a certain coffee shop, several young men saw a beautiful woman and spoke up, "This girl is so beautiful," with an indescribable feeling of coldness. She came to Chen Su's table and gently brushed her hair. "The boss invites you to sign." The two young men who had been talking earlier were stunned. That person is her boss. He looks so young, such a young boss. Ignoring their surprise, Chen Su walked away in a leisurely manner. "Let us go back to the company and inform everyone to have a meeting." Seeing that scene, the two of them could not help but think, this young man is like a big mountain. The temperament of a young man is so terrifying. Later, in the conference room, Chen Su's voice came from inside, "Do every detail well, and everyone will be credited." Chen Su stood in front of the planning board, his voice full of certainty. "As long as the company continues to develop strongly, everyone will receive a big red envelope at the end of the year." While he was speaking, his phone rang. "Chen Su, it is the last day to register at school, and you are the only one left in the class." He calmly answered the phone. "Oh, sorry, I will be right there." Chen Su looked at the group of people and decided to let them off work early. "I have to go to school to register. There is nothing to do today. Everyone can get off work early. Also, when I am not here, Su Long, you will be responsible for all the big and small matters in the company." Nai Xian was surprised to hear the information in front of her. "The boss is still a student," the colleague next to her continued. "The boss's temperament is very steady. I thought he was a wealthy second generation from a well-educated family." Not long after, at the N University campus, several students saw him driving a car and exclaimed, "I did not expect that Chen Su to be a wealthy second generation." They looked at his car with admiration. "That is a car worth more than 2 million. What? That car is worth more than 2 million. Soon, Chen Su's image appeared on the N University forum with the title, "The last day for students to register. A handsome and wealthy young man appears with a luxury car worth more than 2 million. The post was shared at a dizzying speed, and people in the school commented one after another. "Is that Chen Su? He is so handsome after a summer vacation. Is being handsome that important? Look at that car worth more than 2 million. His family assets must be more than 1 billion. In a certain room, a girl sat in front of the computer, seemingly having just watched a video on the forum. So familiar. She imagined the scene of herself and Chen Su meeting and thought, especially those sparkling eyes that exude a cold and clear temperament. Through the comments of her classmates, she learned a lot of information. Finance major, I did not expect him to be in the same major as me. Chen Su walked and pondered, my physique and strength are increasing very quickly, but I only know Bajikwan, Ti Yunzong, and Tan Tue. I have to learn more new moves so that it will be easier to grasp and use my current strength. He remembered a certain club and continued his train of thought. With this kind of stuff, I only need one tab to shatter him. If I want to control my strength, I should still practice more myself. The scene changed again, this time to Gongye Longting. Chen Su walked in and said, I want to custom make a batch of iron, about 100 tons. The staff immediately welcomed him with a smile. Okay, sir. Please come to the VIP room. I will help you contact the manager. In the VIP room, the door slammed shut. A staff member shook hands with him and asked, Hello, sir. What kind of steel do you want to custom make? Chen Su also comfortably stated his needs. An iron pillar with a diameter of 2 meters and a length of 5 meters, plus several separate iron bars weighing 1 ton, 5 tons, 10 tons, and 20 tons respectively. The staff member said, Please sit down. According to your needs, the total weight is about 200 tons, and the estimated price is around 700,000, but the final price will be determined after the finished product is out. Big spender Chen Su immediately placed the order. No problem, sign the contract. Simu stretched out his hands and said to him, Boss, this is all your warehouse. Chen Su slowly replied, Okay, Zhang Su, you can go back first. I will take a walk around here myself. He stood there, full of thought. My clone has received another 8 evolution points after hard work and eating. Ming Realm, Dark Realm, Hua Realm, above Hua Realm. I have not even reached Hua Realm yet. The road ahead is still very long. Chen Su approached the warehouse, and his thoughts kept going. When the pillars are erected in the warehouse, this will be my practice place. He looked at the massive structure and then looked at his own development speed. Each day, I evolve at least 100 points. If I want to evolve again, I have to wait another month. Compared to the progress of the chameleon, my body is still too slow. Outside, a group of people was investigating the deaths. An investigator reported, Luo Hao, who is often called Luo Lauda, has more than a dozen henchmen and an entertainment bar under his command. His right arm was cut off by a weapon with great power, leaving only a little skin. Lao Chi was attacked with great force in the chest, and his internal organs were shattered, killing him on the spot. All three died within 1 minute at the hands of the same person. The person next to him exclaimed, "What a magical thing, such terrifying power, such skillful execution. Who on earth can do this?" At this moment, the investigator's walkie-talkie suddenly rang, "Captain, a new body has been found at sea." In another place, the staff member looked at the report and asked his boss with some concern, "Boss, the company has no work every day, and the employees are all sitting around. Don't we need to do some advertising or something?" Chen Su, lying on the chair, replied to the staff member, "There is no need to do business like a fisherman. You have to wait for the fish to take the bait." Su Longyu was sweating, and she worried, although the boss is a wealthy second generation, will we really not go bankrupt if we continue like this, waiting for the fish to take the bait? But if we do not do advertising and promotion, who will take the initiative to offer money? Outside the door, someone suddenly ran in and called, "Boss, someone is looking for you," saying they want to discuss business. Su Longyu was surprised to hear this. "Ha!" A strange man walked into the room. Wang Tianhua looked around, searching. "Where's Zhang Laoda?" Chen Su saw the distinguished guest and stood up, quickly explaining the absence of the other person. "He and his people are all under my management." He heard this and politely tidied up his clothes, introducing himself. "That is amazing. I did not expect you to subdue Zhang Laoda. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Tianhua." Chen Su recognized the person in front of him and politely invited him to the table to talk. "So it is Boss Wang. Let us sit down and talk slowly." Then the two men sat down in their seats, preparing for the important task. Meanwhile, Su Longyu bowed and asked to leave. "Boss, let me pour tea for you too." Chen Su also agreed, "Go ahead." The outsiders had all left, and Tianhua went straight to the point. "Brother, I have a sunken ship from hundreds of years ago, and it is worth at least hundreds of millions. Can you handle it?" He asked about another situation. "If this batch of goods comes into my hands, how do you intend to divide it, Boss Wang?" He leaned back and proposed a way to divide it. "I came up with the idea. I get 7, and you get 3, and the international team is the value." Chen Su quickly rejected this unprofitable venture. "Then you go find an international team to do it." Seeing this, Wang Tianhua asked for his opinion without hesitation. "Then how do you plan to divide it?" Chen Su made the final decision, at least 5-5, if they do not agree, then so be it. Knowing he could not get a bigger share, Boss Wang frowned and pondered. With the strict laws now, no one dared to mess with this kind of ship except for him. He stood up, turned his back to Chen Su, and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure you can salvage it?" Chen Su replied confidently, "I have many like Zhang Laoda under my command. If Boss Wang is worried, you can go and have a look." Seeing his confident demeanor, Boss Wang had no choice but to accept the deal. 5-5 it is, happy cooperation, happy cooperation. On the other side, the deputy director was still racking his brains over the case, saying things like, "How can we find a monster with such big fangs?" He worriedly predicted, "Could it be an abnormal creature?" Then he sat down and opened his laptop to search for information. Back at Chen Su's place, Su Longyu stood behind him and asked curiously, "Boss, what is such a big pillar for?" Chen Su looked at the pillar and explained with pride, "Burying the pillar at the dock can suppress the 4 sea dragon kings and regulate the water veins of the 4 directions." Faced with his profound knowledge, she could not help but admire him in her heart. Boss knows so much. Suddenly, he picked up his phone and looked at his account balance, 321,800. Chen Su sighed inwardly, money is really not enough, it is only this much in the blink of an eye. In another place, Zone X, a fancy car appeared. Chen Su was the driver inside, and Su Longyu stood outside next to the boss. She politely said, "Boss, I am troubling you to take me home again. Would you like to come up for a glass of water?" He coldly rejected the thanks. "No need, I have something to do later." Su Longyu could only sigh and reply, "Is that so?" She watched the boss's car slowly disappear from sight, blaming herself in her heart, "How could I be so bold as to say those things?" She raised her hand to her face, wondering, it seems like my underwear is not all packed yet but. Chen Su was driving, and he recalled the moment earlier. I accidentally broke the chopsticks during the meal just now. I need to practice controlling my strength more. That is the most important thing. Taking advantage of the night, Chen Su went to a deserted place to practice. He threw a punch at a rock, causing it to flash with light. Looking at the dent he had just made, he pondered, I need to practice until I can control and exert my strength perfectly. Then he stretched out his hands to see if there were any objects nearby. Chen Su closed his eyes to feel. The external chi sense can scan a range of 30 kilometers now. I can sense all the movements around me. His external chi sense had reached a place where there were two creatures, one being eaten. Chen Su looked at the creature and thought, red-eyed fish, a mutated fish like the one I met the other day. Then he turned to the creature that was eating it and calculated, Wang Tianhua's ship has slowed down, it must be almost here. He used his phone to inform Wang Tianhua of the situation and asked about the situation. President Wang, when will the rest of my team arrive and take action? The other end of the line understood and replied, the efficiency is really fast, I will prepare, we will start tonight. Chen Su immediately agreed with the information. Okay. Putting away his phone, he pulled out a dumbbell from somewhere and took the opportunity to practice. While calculating, through the cultivation process, Chi Sense plus 15. While maintaining Chi Sense, my strength can still increase. Wang Tianhua was standing on the boat and asked him, little brother, I do not see the rest of your team. Chen Su replied listlessly, they have already gone into the water. Just tell me the location. Hearing this, he praised him casually and then got to the point, oh so powerful, my ship is going 200 meters to the left, at a depth of 700 to 800 meters. At this time, Chen Su was quietly underwater, analyzing what was happening. With my physical condition, the water pressure is still making me feel a little uncomfortable. He swam to a crack and looked inside. It seems like there is nothing here. Chen Su informed him of his situation. 800 meters deep, 200 meters in circumference, there is nothing. Wang Tianhua was a little surprised by the speed, so fast. You have already searched everything, the efficiency is high. He looked at the vast sea and sighed inwardly, only 20 minutes, and the entire search is over, how is that possible? An employee came over with a laptop and said, boss, after hundreds of years of wind and rain, the location may have changed. Quickly move about 1,000 meters to the east. Wang Tianhua listened and informed Chen Su to change the location. Sorry little brother, move about 1,000 meters to the east and see. Hai Bo Tick swims according to his master's instructions, it moves forward. While swimming, he simultaneously activated his external chi sense to detect the situation underwater. Not long after, he detected what he was looking for. Chen Su grinned, found it. On the surface of the water, something was being lifted up for Boss Wang's side, a little more, it is almost up. Looking at the item just obtained, the employee calculated the value of the items inside. Boss, there are 8 broken pieces, only 3 complete pieces, estimated to be worth 30 million. And if you trade privately, you can add another 20 million. Wang Tianhua picked up the walkie-talkie, and he said happily, did you hear that, little brother? The general situation is like this, you take care of the rest. I am just responsible for receiving the money. Seeing the money in hand, Boss Wang said with a very amiable attitude, a total of 23 million was sold, each person gets 11.5 million, you count it again. Chen Su still maintained a calm attitude and replied, no need, I trust you. He laughed heartily and looked forward to the next cooperation. Little brother, you are very straightforward, next time I find a sunken ship, I will contact you again. Chen Su touched the pile of money below, and he thought, the problem of making money is solved. He still did not relax his will and fall asleep in victory, but my current strength is still too weak. At least I have to practice until bullets can't penetrate me before I can try more dangerous things. After the operation that day, the next day at Tianan Marine Industry Company, seeing Chen Su walk in, an employee asked, boss, someone submitted a resume yesterday. He said his salary is 5,000 a month, and he guarantees to get 200 customers a month. He turned to reply, let me see it. Another person came forward to greet him. Boss is back. Chen Su rubbed his hands and said, forget it, it is a scam. Xiao Ning brightly said, why has not the boss come to the company these past few days? He coldly replied. A few days ago, I had a big contract that brought in several million. Xiao Ning's eyes sparkled with praise. Boss is really amazing. Chen Su turned to give a faint smile and said, didn't we agree before that we would treat everyone to a meal for this deal? Tonight, I will take everyone to Yunshang Tianwai to relax. He walked ahead like a successful boss, leaving an employee admiring him in her heart. This job is really good, easy work, high salary, and the boss often treats us to meals. Unlike my friends at other companies who are bullied by their managers. Xiao Ning kept praising, the boss is so handsome, next to that girl. The girl blushed and thought, if my boss was like that, should I listen to him? Acting like a man of his word, he treated his 4 employees to a hearty meal. Xiao Ning kept praising, I did not expect that catching things under the sea could make so much money. The dark-haired girl could not help but admire and ask, how many days does it take to charter a boat and catch fish to make millions? Chen Su happily replied. Good luck, I caught some rare fish, and one of them is worth tens of thousands. Suddenly, a strange man came over and asked, excuse me, are you Boss Chen of Tianlong Marine Industry? Lin Ruoya walked up to Chen Su and greeted politely, hello President Chen, I am Lin Ruoya, Deputy General Manager of Tianhong Group, and also a friend of Wang Tianhua. Chen Su sat there and politely greeted back hello. After the greetings were over, Lin Ruoya approached Chen Su's desk and said, President Chen, I want to go fishing at sea, are you interested in cooperating with me? True to his role as a boss and businessman, Chen Su replied straightforwardly, as long as I can make money, I am interested in everything, come to my company tomorrow to talk. The secretary then approached Lin Ruoya, handed him a business card and said, Director Li, this is our boss's business card. After receiving the business card, Lin Ruoya turned to say, okay, President Chen, then we will meet tomorrow. As he left, looking at his back, Xiao Hui praised him, I can't believe this person is so young. Xiao Ning felt very curious about this person and asked, Sister Xiao Hui, is this group very big? Xiao Hui replied, their chairman has assets worth tens of billions, richer than the richest man in City N. Xiao Hui's eyes lit up with admiration, he has the same surname as the chairman of Tianhong, so he is likely to be one of his descendants. At the dining table, the 3 girls were all looking at the young man's back as if they were very eager. Xiao Ning asked, tens of billions, the secretary added. I actually met the son of the richest man while eating a meal. As for Chen Su, he just smiled and thought in his head, the son of the richest man, is he also interested in shipwrecks? And then as he thought, he imagined 2 fish fighting under the deep sea. Coincidentally, I just talked to Xiao Ning about a fish worth more than 10 million. And now I have caught it, and what is more, there are 2 of them. That evening at the seaside warehouse. This is also a place for freezing food, looking at the fish being frozen by ice cubes. The purpose is to keep the fish meat fresher. The fish is worth more than 10 million. But the meat is just that, this is not fish, this is clearly money. Chen Su stood there and put forward a plan for his business. He said, next, the problem is just finding someone to buy it. After planning his business at the warehouse, Chen Su went to the training room to do physical training. Suddenly the secretary's voice rang, Boss, Li Gongzi has been waiting for you at the company. For a long time, he trained while answering, oh, I will go right away. At Tianlong Marine Company, a super cool snow car with a dazzling gold color looks very eye-catching parked there. At the desk, Lin Ruoya spoke, Boss Chen, I have the exact location of the sunken ship. Sitting next to him, Chen Su crossed his arms and asked tentatively, with the wealth of the Tianhong Group, is Li Gongzi also interested in shipwrecks? Lin Ruoya continued, money, who does not want to make it? Feeling that this was a very good deal, Chen Su immediately negotiated, then, after the goods arrive, 50-50, Lin Ruoya immediately agreed, no problem. But that being said, Chen Su seemed very suspicious of the young master sitting in front of him. Looking at his appearance, it is obviously not just the treasures on the ship. There is something strange. Then Chen Su suggested, by the way, does your Mr. Li know anyone who opens a high-end seafood restaurant? I have a 4-meter-long bluefin tuna here. Lin Ruoya listened to this and admired him very much. President Chen is so amazing, he can actually catch a bluefin shark. Without hesitation, Lin Ruoya immediately took out his mobile phone and said, actually, I have a seafood restaurant here, let us have lunch together and I will introduce you. The next morning at the warehouse, Boss Chen and his subordinates came to the warehouse. A person who went with him ran in a panic. Chen Su unexpectedly spoke. Manager Lin, do not worry, the fish is there and can't run away. The man who just ran in saw that the fish was still fresh in front of him, and turned to praise, Boss, the quality of the fish is perfect, all aspects have reached grade A. A man in a black suit walked in, saw the fish and was very satisfied. He immediately suggested, your fish is in the best condition, we are all friends, what do you think about the price of 7 million? At a time, seeing it reasonable, Chen Su replied, okay, then that is the price. Seeing that the boss was very cheerful, Lung Yu next to him was also a little surprised by the sky-high price. Although her face was very calm, she was also worried. A fish can be sold for a sky-high price of 7 million, oh my god. At Wanhua International, This is a very large group located in the center of the city. Chen Su saw that his subordinates were in a daze and said, "Today's harvest is very good, so feel free to come here," while Lin Yu was still amazed. Manhwa International. A collection of all the top luxury goods. After going inside to buy some things, she was very admired by the wealth of her boss. This place is considered extravagant and wasteful. The boss makes money too easily. While Chen Su casually took out a card to pay, the employee saw the rich man in front of her and lit up with joy. Big customer. The same day, at the port warehouse. Seeing the fancy watch on Chen Su's hand and the branded handbags, Lin Yu admired, "Oh my god, the boss's watch costs more than 2 million, and he also bought a lot of luxury things for himself. Which must be more than 2 million. Back home, Chen Su threw those bags of things on the sofa and said, "Lin Yu, I want to buy a villa. Can you help me keep an eye on it, one that must be bigger and wider? The location can be a little off, because I like quiet. The price is about 30 million. Lin Yu replied, "Okay." Currently at the bottom of the ocean, submarines are diving deep under the bottom of the change. Haibo Tix, which is also Chen Su's pet, is also there. Seeing the two submarines passing by, it felt very regretful. Unfortunately, the strength is not enough, otherwise the two submarines would be torn to pieces. Then it quietly left and went to a cave. It felt that there was something inside and curiously swam over. It continued, "There seems to be something bad over there. Let us go first. No need to take risks." On this side, a crab was waiting. It seemed that it had also sensed Haibo Tix swimming over. Without hesitation, Bo Tix immediately launched an attack. "Is it so easy to provoke me?" The crab saw this and resisted fiercely. It immediately raised its claw to fight back, but Bo Tix dodged it. Looking at Bo Tix's face, it was clear that it had felt the murderous aura from the crab. It was much stronger than the mutant fish. Unable to get close, the pet was very smart. It chose long-range attacks, only to see it launch a powerful attack towards the crab. Then it moved to another location to mislead it. It seemed more difficult than it imagined. The power sprayed by this monster was more than 10 tons. Interesting. The crab continued to spray something white and very strong. But Bo Tix dodged it. It went around to probe the opponent. "This guy can't be eaten all at once. I have to slowly absorb it." On this side, Chen Su was watching the news on the laptop. Strange events at sea in recent years. He looked at the computer and muttered, "Giant oarfish, giant blobfish, and now I have met a giant spider. This world, the changes are so scary." The laptop recorded, China's SSNG-98 nuclear submarine went missing at the Gum depth in the Pacific Ocean. The last message left was attacked by an unknown giant creature. The location of the nuclear submarine of country E in the Arctic Ocean was hit by an underwater iceberg, killing all 127 people. All of this has happened in the past 2 years. Sitting there, Chen Su smiled with satisfaction, and it seems that the deeper the water, the stronger the unknown biological monsters become. After a while of fighting, Haibo Tix finally approached it. Evolution value plus 290, physique plus 29, evolution value plus 280, physique plus 280. The body size has increased to 18 meters. Currently in the training room, Chen Su was punching the pillar while thinking, so the physique has improved by more than 100, now my bone and muscle strength has been improved to a new level. So even if I hit the pillar, it won't hurt anymore. Then he rubbed his hand as if there was no pain at all and continued to think, even a pistol can only scratch my skin, and based on my appearance and reaction speed, ordinary bullets can't hit me. Again to Xinhua bookstore, Chen Su was reading something. He read the book and thought to himself, this world is not as simple as I thought. Reading books is always right. When he was not paying attention, the girls there were all looking at him and sighing, "Looks so handsome, then go ask for his phone number, I do not dare." He is currently reading 2 books, which are Xingyi Quan and Bajiquan. He thought to himself, constantly learning, only in this way can we continue to progress. In the warehouse, he was constantly punching the sandbag while secretly evaluating. Bajiquan and Xingyi Quan look simple, but if you really want to integrate and fully understand them, it is also difficult. The phone on the table suddenly rang. It was Lin Ruoya calling. Chen Su picked up the phone to listen, and the other end of the line said, "Boss Chen, we are here," he replied. "Okay, send me the location. My people will be there in half a day." Under the ocean, Haibo Tix has found a box full of gold. "Boss Li, gold and some broken pieces of pottery have been found. Boss Chen, have you seen any special boxes?" A man with a very sinister face was talking to Boss Chen on the phone. He said, "As long as you find the box, I can give you everything else on the shipwreck." Chen Su replied on the other end of the line, "Okay, I will ask." On this side, Haibo Tix lifted the gold box. These piles of gold can be exchanged for 200,000. What about that special box? At this time, Chen Su felt suspicious. A pile of black mud. I really do not know what he wants. When he opened the box, it was just full of black mud. That guy scratched his head and shouted loudly, "How is this possible? My elixir, my elixir." On the other side, when the deputy director and another person were performing an autopsy, the young man sitting next to the corpse being covered with a white cloth said, "Like the people who died before, all the blood in the body disappears, the muscles wither, like being dried, but the time of death is only 10 hours, wait for the people above to come down for investigation." The deputy director thought to himself at this time, the dead are all thugs, without relatives, but healthy bodies. Thinking he loved him, Xiao Zhong, write a report in a while, close all the entertainment venues in the city. The young subordinate replied yes. A horrific image appeared again. The previous dead person died, revealing a very terrified expression. He must have experienced very bad things, and above him was a woman with blood on her mouth as if she had bitten into his neck. After the people who reported the conversation, he angrily said loudly, "What? It is clear that everything has stopped. I know, how can there be 4 more dead people?" Xian Zhong, standing behind the deputy director, was also very panicked and startled to turn around. Still in the training room, Chen Su was still enthusiastically punching the sandbag. He thought, after a few days of training, my Bajiquan and Xingyi Quan have made significant breakthroughs. He glanced at the system and said, "Then name it Ice Fist. It is a combination of Bajiquan and Arctic physique and Xingyi Quan with half Ice Fist. Each step is a powerful punch. The power is like heavy artillery." At sea, a small boat was gliding on the waves at an average speed. A man standing inside excitedly said loudly, "Oh, after chasing the school of fish for so long, I finally caught it. However, we still have to be careful this time. The investment is too big, a fishing net costs several million, there can be no mistakes." Suddenly another person ran over in a panic and said loudly, "Boss, there is a hole in the middle of the net, the fish are all running away, the detector clearly did not find anything. But the net can't be pulled up, it is really troublesome, boss." The boss heard this and angrily ordered, "Idiot, quickly pull back the net." Under the sea, Hai Bo Tix was still harvesting fish. One shot was a few dozen, natural food delivered to the door, really comfortable, compatible with water attributes. But the sound detection equipment can't detect me at all, full of food and drink, continue to go home. On the boat, seeing that his spoils had slipped out of his arms, only to see the net torn to pieces there, he hugged his head and said helplessly, "What is going on? My net is torn, the fish also ran away, what kind of monster is it, what kind of god is behind this?" At the port, Chen Su was still relaxing. He heard Tian Rui's phone, at the other end of the line said, "Boss Chen, I am back in City N, to express my gratitude. I will take you to a wonderful place tonight." Chen Su smiled and replied, "Li Gongzi invited, of course I have to go and see."
At Mingla Yahe.
A girl with a charming waist spoke, "Welcome Li Gongzi, Chen Gongzi." While Chen Su was looking around, the man spread his arms in front of the red-skirted girl and said, "Dian Yunxiao, no one booked it," she replied. "Dian Yunxiao is always reserved for Li Gongzi." Entering Dian Yunxiao, the two sat on a very luxurious table, surrounded by sexy girls serving very attentively. Chen Su was calculating in his heart at this time, the monarch does not go to court early for a reason. This place, enjoying is not difficult, a little is really quite wonderful. After meeting, Chen Su drove the car through a dark forest. He drove while thinking, is something chasing me? This breath makes people feel very uncomfortable, like the feeling when the giant lizard was pushed into town that night. While driving, he glanced to the other side and smiled smugly. Demons and ghosts, interesting, I have not exercised my body for a long time. While driving, a young couple was driving a red car and mocking brother, race. Chen Su heard this and only turned out coldly with contempt. Then in an instant, his car had far surpassed the other car in the blink of an eye. Seeing the god of war in front of them, the two people could only look. This rip is too strong, not afraid of death. The girl next to him also continued, God, is he still human? Chen Su's expression was very smug at this time. He thought to himself, with this speed, even the sapphire conch can't keep up. How can that freak be able to keep up? It seems that the strength of this freak is not weak. After arriving at the beach, Chen Su got out of the car and said, Come out, I am not a bad guy. Suddenly behind the tree, a hot girl poked her head out and smiled. Brother is interesting to talk. Just now I was bathing on the beach. My clothes were taken away. Can you give me a set of clothes? As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Su suddenly rushed up to attack. Want clothes? Then let me get it for you now. It must be admitted that his fist was very powerful. He struck a blow at her behind the tree. But after that punch, his face suddenly changed. The girl has now revealed her hideous form with a tongue, she said loudly. the qi and blood is too strong. I really want to eat your meat. Chen Su saw this and backed away in horror and asked. What are you? She replied. I am also a person, just a more perfect person. My name is Yin Xiao. Eating you is equivalent to eating a few hundred people with strong qi and blood. This is enough for me to complete the first stage of evolution. Chen Su suddenly jumped into the air and unleashed with a powerful force towards her. Then from when did he get behind her with shocking speed? Want to eat me? See if you have the ability. She saw this and was shocked, so fast. With just one short kill of Chen Su. She was lying flat like a cockroach. How possible? How is this possible? There is clearly no aura of an awakened person on you. Suddenly, he rushed out and punched the tree, causing it to break in two. But unexpectedly, the blow to the tree could actually injure her, causing her to cry out in pain. His eyes were very firm at this time. He thought, it can merge with trees and rocks, but every time I attack its body, it weakens a little. In an instant, the nearby trees also gradually shattered. And she was lying flat on the ground, unable to get up after that blow. Chen Su was indeed too strong to be compared with. Immediately afterwards, Chen Su stepped forward and said, fusing with dead trees, this is indeed a very good life-saving skill, but it is a pity that you met me. Answer my questions, and I will let you die quickly. She heard these words and laughed triumphantly. Look at my appearance. Am I still afraid of death? The moonlight is so beautiful. It is a pity I will never see it again. It does not matter. I have avenged myself. Her eyes at this time revealed regret. If you give me another month, I can complete the shadow transformation. Even if the god of war comes at that time, I will not be afraid. Chen Su replied, but unfortunately, in an ordinary city, I encountered a monster like you. Suddenly the system sounded again. You killed a polluter and received 10 attribute points. You killed a polluter and received 10 attribute points. He asked curiously, polluter, attribute points, what is this? The system reappeared. Attribute points can improve skills and strengthen yourself and obtain special abilities, such as lightning, ice, fire and fire. After hearing this, he thought in his heart, my friend has extraordinary power, it will be time for the Komodo dragon too. Then suddenly he had an idea. Then think of a species and become the true history version of Godzilla. Return to the warehouse. Chen Su was sitting on the computer thinking, polluter awakening. Chen Su leaned back in the chair and stretched, and he thought, it seems that the government has blocked this information, which is also good, my current strength is too weak. Wait until I am stronger before contacting that world. He could not help laughing out loud and said, if the physique breaks through to 10,000. Then suddenly the system reappeared. Please select the element to be strengthened, wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, light, darkness. Current physique is not enough. You can only strengthen a basic element. Without hesitation, Chen Su chose the day and strengthened the thunder element. After activation, the small thunder attribute was present on Chen Su's hand, making him very excited and said, the ticking version has the ability to thunder. Okay, I accept it. Controlling the thunder also has experience notes. It seems that I can also improve through practice. This is not bad. On the system at this time it is recorded, character name, Chen Su, level 1, physique 465, spirit 57 plus spirit control, external primary elementary skill, experience points 570 per 1000. Chi sense elementary, experience points 480 per 1000, primary ice fist skill, experience value 26 per 500, intermediate cloud tongue technique experience points 517 per 1000. Ultimate projectile leg, experience points 412 per 10, lightning control ability elementary 10 per 1000, attribute points 0, clone, scaly Komodo dragon scale armor, evolution 2 times has been considered. A mature fierce beast, try to become a leader only fierce beast, evolution points 3190 per 5000, domineering ability to see and hear, arm domineering, talent, water affinity. Lightning control. On this side, high bow ticks after evolution. It became much stronger, using only a part of its power defeated other spirit beasts causing it to cry out in pain. After defeating it, High Bow Ticks absorbed the spirit beast deliciously, another mutated sea beast, no less than the giant spider last time, received 980 evolution points. During this time, it thought, the Komodo dragon also has the ability to control lightning, even stronger than me. At the airport in City N, there were 4 people standing there waiting. At this time the deputy director spoke, are you comrades of the Special Affairs Bureau? I am Guanda, responsible for receiving you too. The man also politely shook hands and introduced, I am Huang Junfeng, I am grateful for your cooperation with us this time. The man wearing glasses next to him also spoke, Nan Gongjian, the the person in charge of Special Project 907, take us to see the corpse. After Guanda led them in, they saw the corpse lying on the bed, already gray. Guanda stood next to the corpse and presented, this person died last night and is the only person found the corpse, at the same time this 4 days ago, every night there are 4 people dying strangely. Junfeng listened in silence and approached the corpse to transmit the stream of electricity emitted from his hand. Unexpectedly, after he transmitted electricity into the corpse, a ghostly face suddenly appeared in the air. Guanda was very scared when he saw this. Nan Gongjian also spoke at this time, the breath is extinguished, already dead. After hearing this, Junfeng was very surprised and turned back to ask, what, already dead? Change the scene to the warehouse. Chen Su was kicking the sandbag and thinking, the strength is increasing too fast, I can't control this kind of strength at all. Now I do not even dare to go to Ning Nai Xian's house, I am afraid that sitting down will collapse the sofa. Recalling when he went somewhere with Xiao Ning in the car, she asked, boss, do you want to come upstairs for a cup of tea? He immediately refused, no, I have something to do later. Currently in the warehouse, he was training and felt very worried, and even more afraid to get close to her. What if he accidentally broke her bones? What should I do? On the second day, Chen Su went to the appointment to buy a house. The real estate agent at this time introduced Mr. Chen. This is villa number 88. The main building is 560 square meters, with a front yard of 70 square meters. In addition, there is a backyard of more than 200 mz, and a swimming pool of 80 mz. The agent kept talking about the facilities, and the buyer will be given all the furniture, worth more than 1 million. When paying in full, Chen Su listened and immediately negotiated. The total price is 3,400, 10,000, 2,550. If it is okay, then I will buy it. While working with that employee, his phone suddenly rang. On the other end of the line there was a very tragic voice, boss, there are monsters, save me. After hearing this, Chen Su did not say anything, but his expression at this time was also full of worry. After examining the situation to investigate the cause of death of innocent victims, Junfeng and Nan Gongjian went to the rooftop. Junfeng said, Captain, there has been no unusual information since last night. The polluter is really dead, but it is strange, it is in a state of virtualization. This strength cannot kill people, and ordinary people cannot do anything. Then he gave his opinion, Captain, why do not we stay and investigate further, just to go and see the prosperity of the city? Nan Gongjian replied, if you have time. Practice it, if not, the end of the world is coming, then you are just a shield. Junfeng heard this and was startled to ask back, end of the world, no way. Then he continued, the professor speculates that the next space fluctuations will be more than 10 times those of 20 years ago. The top priority is to improve comprehensive strength. And wait for that day to come. Only in this way, can we not waste the country's training for us. Still under the sea, the male protagonist's pet is swimming straight towards the gold box, and finally found something of value, but the alluvium that was hooked up was too rough. And there were many broken porcelain, sin. On this side, Chen Su was looking at several valuable items, and he said, made a fortune, the items from the Song dynasty must be worth several 100,000. Even several thousand, 10,000. He drank tea while looking at his phone and sighed inwardly, it is a pity that I accidentally damaged many items estimated to be worth hundreds of millions or more. Suddenly he turned out to see a man arguing with a waiter. She said loudly, ah, what are you touching? The man also shouted loudly, what touching randomly, girl? Did you see it with your own eyes? Do not talk nonsense. This person's face revealed a lewd look, and he said, but, you said I accidentally touched it, or do I need to touch it? A person sitting nearby saw the injustice and also spoke out to intervene. Why are you so shameless? I have seen it all. The man not only did not know his mistake but also shouted loudly. So what if you saw it? If you have the ability, then come and hit me. Chen Su saw this and stood up and said, very interesting. I have never seen anyone so arrogant in my life. The waiter heard this and turned out with a puzzled face. That guy became more and more arrogant, and he crowed loudly, you have seen it today, not convinced. If you are not convinced, then come and hit me. This guy really did not see the coffin and did not shed tears and continued to buy horses and said loudly, if you have the ability, then come over and hit me. Ha ha, another hot-blooded young man, only dare to move his mouth. Chen Su at this time also slowly stepped forward without saying a word. Chen Su smiled, clasped his hands and asked the waiter, does your store have cameras? The waiter also understood, immediately pulled out the power and turned off all the cameras in the store. Then she indifferently replied, oh dear, our cameras are broken. After hearing this, he also smiled and agreed with the girl. As for that guy, after crowing dirty, he turned the car to fear and backed away. And so the end of that guy was unconscious. After dealing with that guy, he waved his hand. Why are there people who like to be beaten? Really ridiculous. At the riverbank. Chen Su was lying on the sofa looking at the electric currents on his hands. The system sounded again, lightning control experience +10, mental power +1, and he thought. 100 years of human life, compared to a billion-year-old star, is just like a fleeting moment. One day, I will break this boundary of life and death. His eyes at this time were very determined. When preparing to get in the car, Chen Su handed over the work to Lin Ruoya and also talked about the rights to let her know, you take the time to study some accounting books. After that, the company's financial books will be handed over to you, the salary will be doubled. After hearing this, Lin Ruoya was very happy and scratched her head and said with a smile, oh okay Mr. Boss. Then she asked, but Mr. Boss, where will we go next? Chen Su casually replied, go buy some things. He came to the antique shop, and the shop owner politely came to welcome him and introduced, my surname is Chow, the owner of this antique store. Chen Su did not hesitate and went straight to the point, excuse me Mr. Chow, to see how much this plate is worth, he replied, please come upstairs, we will talk in more detail. After opening the bag of goods, showing a precious and sparkling plate, the shop owner examined and thought, it has the salty smell of seawater, it seems to have just been salvaged. After thinking for a while he said, young man, this is a genuine product, but this is something that comes in pairs, you only have one, so the value will not be very high. Chen Su also replied, so it is something that comes in pairs, when picking up this porcelain vase, there are many fragments around it, it is a pity that only this one is intact. The boss stood up, without hesitation he gave a price, it is a pity that, if there is only this one, then I can give you a maximum of 450,000. Chen Su heard and replied. Okay, let me think a little more. On the street, Lin Ruoya drank water and said, after transferring so many stores Mr. Chow is still the most realistic. Chen Su ate skewers while replying, realistic, but the number he gave is the highest, or sell it to him. Then he remembered the image of that boss Chow and thought, but there is something wrong with this person's eyes, there is clearly a ghost in this person's heart. In the living room of the luxurious villa, Boss Chow came into the room, at the desk, an elegant man clasped his hands behind his back and said, you said that you found a clue about the sunken ship. Boss Chow took out the plate that Chen Su sold to him and said, sir, you see, this porcelain has an official stamp, it is the goods we are looking for, boss, this porcelain was sold to me by a young man, he must know the specific details. After hearing those words from Boss Chow, the man immediately ordered, send the information to Hu Li, within half an hour, I want all the information about this person. Boss Chow immediately took out his phone to check Chen Su's information, a few minutes later. He said, a normal university student, suddenly bought a luxury car worth 310,000, and even went abroad with Li Tian Du Yen. Boss, are we going to cooperate with the person behind him? That man heard and smiled slightly, looking very eerie. Cooperate, haha. While lying on the bed, Chen Su again remembered the time he sold the precious plate to Boss Chow. At that time he said, please fill in the information here, when trading or auctioning it. You will need your information, he replied. Okay, back to reality, he thought, today's transaction was very smooth. Why do I always feel that there is something wrong with this Boss Chow? I hope there will be nothing unusual about him. The next day in the elevator, Chen Su was very worried, but he still reassured himself. There was nothing unusual last night. Could it be that I have been thinking too much? Forget it, just go to school and see. But even so, he still thought in his heart, after digesting the seahorse, then the muscle density strength has reached the level. Picking up 50-60 times ordinary people, I do not know if I can withstand bullets. Suddenly, outside the elevator there was a person looking very suspicious. He was wearing a jacket, hooded and covering his face like a wild wolf lurking his prey. After Chen Su stepped out, he suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at his back. Don't move, do not make a sound, follow me. Being pointed at the back with a gun like this, of course he had to listen and follow him. A car was going at a very fast speed on the road. Inside the car, Chen Su sat down and hugged his head and kept complaining, ladies, I do not know where you are taking me, I remember that I did not offend you. The driver with a grumpy face heard and took out a knife to threaten, take you to meet a person, so be honest. After arriving, they escorted Chen Su into the room, where their boss was hiding. Come here, a subordinate reported. Boss, the person has been brought over. The boss was still holding barbecue skewers in his hand. After seeing him, he frowned, gritted his teeth and shouted, damn it, let me see what kind of person you are, that made me wait all night. Chen Su calmly replied, why are there only a few of you like this? And the driver just now felt very surprised. He thought, this kid was very scared just now. How is he so calm now? A bit strange, the way he talks, a bit scary. The boss did not think much. immediately ordered the group of subordinates. Everyone held hot goods ready to fight. What are you still doing there? Kill him. But it was so scary. Chen Su's skill was too fast. Now he has exceeded the strength of ordinary people, so their bullets can't do anything. The hooded man shot a bullet, but unfortunately he dodged it. At the same time, he also gave him a loving kick to the back, causing him to obediently throw away his gun and lie down. After the gun on his hand was blown away, Chen Su caught it. Several other people did not know the height of the sky and pointed their guns at him and threatened, "Kid, put down the gun." One shouted loudly, "Can't you hear? Big brother told you to put down the gun." The big brother saw the situation around him and said smugly, "You only have one gun, and I have two in addition. Your gun only has one bullet. Kid, you're surrounded by us." But instead of panicking, Chen Su was very calm, and he confidently said, "You have not yet understood what the situation is like. It should be said that you have been surrounded by me alone." Chen Su smiled smugly. His eyes became very sharp. "Tell me, who is behind you, then I will let you die quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately opened fire. The smoke on Chen Su's hot gun had not dissipated and the big brother was lying down with a hole in his head. The younger brother saw this and shouted loudly, "Big brother." Several younger brothers saw this and fired their guns at the male protagonist. "His gun is out of bullets. Kill him quickly." Chen Su's skill at this time was too fast. He threw away his gun and used his hands to block bullets very quickly. Each bullet was caught very easily by him. Seeing this, several younger brothers said in fear, "What the hell how can he, oh my god, monster is a monster, he actually blocked bullets." Chen Su laughed happily and asked himself, "Turns out I am so strong." At this time at their territory, but now it has become a tomb, and soon, a scream rang out here. After killing all of them, leaving only one trembling in the corner, Chen Su asked, "Tell me, who told you to come?" The guy replied, "Yes, chairman of Longhua Group Du Hong. The shop on the street is also his, currently at Villa Guanshan No. 3. After asking, Chen Su walked to the corpse of that big brother and took out his phone. He immediately called that chairman, "I am Chen Su, Du Hong, right? Tonight I will come to visit you." Boss Chow standing next to him spoke, actually demanded 2,000 10,000. His tone is really not small. Du Hong after hearing the phone was very worried. And he ordered, "Go prepare, this 2,000 10,000 is enough to buy dozens of lives. Let us see if he has the ability to get the money." And now, after calling and reminding that Du Hong, Chen Su immediately set off there. His skill is no different from lightning. With this running speed, it will not be long before he can reach the destination. While running, Chen Su was also admiring himself, and he thought, "My physique and speed have now reached 120 meters per second. At Du Hong Villa, looking around it looks very luxurious and spacious, and around are the bodyguards on guard. In the room, Boss Chow spoke, "Boss, or maybe that kid has been frightened so he does not dare to come." Du Hong heard this and replied, "He can kill 7 black tiger people, including 3 with guns. This kid is not simple." This chairman's eyes were very sharp. It seemed that he was very confident and replied, "I have cultivated more than 10 gunmen and dozens of loyal subordinates. Then it is time to see them perform a little, right? That is right, this person's power is very strong. If it is just an ordinary person, then he will never be able to touch a hair of his." Outside, several bodyguards saw something was wrong and pulled out their guns and prepared to attack. In the chairman's room, one person was watching from the outside window, and the other 2 were standing in front to protect their boss, one listening to the intercom. "Start the backup generator, the camera at the gate is broken, the front door is also broken, the opponent's speed is too fast." Seeing that the situation seemed unfavorable, the Du Hong angrily shouted loudly, "No matter who it is, once you see them then just open fire, no need to pay attention to life and death." But outside, dozens of bodyguards were knocked down in the blink of an eye. Seeing the sound outside the door, 2 bodyguards pointed their guns to protect their master to the end. And that Du Hong after witnessing it immediately recognized it and shouted loudly, "Sure enough, you are an awakened person." But dozens of bodyguards outside could not even scratch him. Then the 2 in the room are nothing compared to the male protagonist. In less than 1 second, he had knocked down the remaining 2 and stood in front of Du Hong looking with a very cold look. Seeing the god of war in front of him, the Du Hong felt very scared and gave out a number to save his life, 500 million. Then he immediately stood up and negotiated in panic, "Mr. Chen, can I buy our lives for 500 million? Still that mouth, Chen Su said, "Indeed it is tempting, but too many people have died, and I can no longer let you live. Tell me about the awakened person, then I will let you die quickly." That Du Hong at this time was sweating profusely, but then he had to tell in 99 high profits, I and a dozen brothers went to compete for territory. In 99, Hushan Town, a man covered in flames fell from the sky and immediately, Hushan Town turned into a sea of fire. The next day, this place became a lake, and the government named it Lake Land Trap. Chen Su was thinking in his heart at this time, the awakened person is so strong, it is fortunate that I did not waste during this time. But that despicable guy after finishing the story immediately pulled out a gun to try to shoot and kill him sneakily. To keep my life you die, kid. Because of his stupidity, Boss Chow and he had to lie down, within a few steps to eliminate all, even if you have so much wealth, it is no different from an ant in my eyes. After eliminating them, at Du Hong's villa, the deputy director and another person also came to the scene. The young man reported, there are a total of 31 corpses. Including one corpse is the chairman of Longhua Group. After hearing this, the deputy director was also sure of his inference. If the prediction is not a mistake, then it must be Chen Su, maybe he is also the one who killed the group of people in the mangrove forest. Recalling the documents related to Chen Su, he stood with his arms crossed and thought, ghost land abnormal vibration, the second wave of impact is about to come. Originally intended to give him a strengthening quota, to facilitate entering the ghost land. But he is too cruel and cold-blooded, his path is a little wrong. Back at the port warehouse, Chen Su looked on the table and said, half of the roast chicken I left is gone, and there are still traces of grease. It seems that what came to me last night was very unusual. While in the deep sea, his pet was still eating hunting. See what is still going over there. 1,200 meters under the sea, this seems to be an active volcano. The atmospheric pressure at this depth makes me feel a little. At the port warehouse, at this time the sun was also setting. A person was carrying a bag that looked mysterious, sometimes appearing, sometimes not. While behind the wall, Chen Su was probably following the person carrying the bag. He thought, you can't escape. Then as always, he immediately rushed out like a lightning bolt. A punch from him seemed to shake an entire warehouse here. But this guy was very strange, he disappeared mysteriously. Even Chen Su was very surprised and exclaimed, nothing, just disappeared in silence. What is this ability? Dimensional crack, or a foreign passage, or something. Suddenly the system announced, your body is being eroded by a source of contaminated energy. Chen Su stepped into the space and looked around and said, this place is another world. He stepped closer to a door and saw a blurred figure appear. A monster rushed over unexpectedly. Chen Su wondered, zombie or what kind of monster? He rushed to punch the monster in the head, and at the same time the announcement rang out, you have killed a substandard demon corpse and received 2 attribute points. On the door, a line of text appeared, Hoshan System welcomes you. Chen Chu stepped through the door, looked around and said, Hoshan Town, is this the town that Du Hong mentioned, the one that collapsed into a lake overnight? So, Hoshan Town was not destroyed by people. He used his dark purple eyes to look around, continuing, but was pulled into another world. Forget it, let us go back first. This place is unknown and dangerous. She stood silently on a branch, staring at Chen Chu's back without saying anything. She took something and slowly put it to her mouth, then bit down. He began to calculate, 2 attribute points, fully enhanced physique and lightning ability. News was playing on the screen, Hoshan Town flooded, 180 missing, 30,000 evacuated. Chen Chu sat on the chair, looking at his phone, and sighed, over 30,000 people disappeared along with Hoshan Town. What if over 30,000 people all turned into zombies? How many attribute points would that be? He made a phone call, greeting, hello Li Ji, it is me. Please help me find out where the people who evacuated from Hoshan Town 20 years ago are now. A voice rang out from the phone. Hoshan Town, I will get you the news tomorrow. In a room, Chen Chu reached out and tapped the board on the wall, saying, build me a small steel room and make a large blade for decoration. The knife should be 2 meters long, thick, heavy, hard, and sharp. The man opposite him replied worriedly, Boss Chen, sharpening the blade might be difficult, as knives are under state control. He calmly raised 2 fingers, smugly saying, Manager Li, do you think anyone would kill someone with a 100 kilograms, 2-meter-long blade? Manager Li could only force a smile. Chen Chu turned to leave, happily thinking to himself, after all, zombies are strange, contagious creatures. Besides the blade and the iron house, I need to get a set of steel armor. At a seafood restaurant, he sat opposite a man who said, information from the survivors of Hoshan Town is very chaotic. The government says it is stabilized, but I conducted a special investigation and found that there is no information at all. Chen Chu was driving, talking to himself, as expected, just like I thought, over 30,000 people were all buried there. Hai Biong Tizi sat on the back of a large fish, looking at the pile of fish in front of him, thinking, today is a good day, caught over 40. Only 300 evolution points left to complete stage 3 evolution. Villa. A man approached, saying, "This is the owner of the villa, Miss Lin Qingyi." The girl walking in front added, "Boss Chen really has an eye for things." Chen Su scratched his head, embarrassed. "The money is all here. We can start the procedures when Miss Lin arrives." Lin Qingyi asked suspiciously, "Over 20 million in cash?" 1,500 meters deep in the sea, Hai Biomtz pondered, "Evolve." A small ball of fire appeared. Chen Chu looked at his hand enveloped in red and smirked. A group of ants were carrying food, and a thought appeared, I can clearly hear the ants carrying food hundreds of meters away. He looked at himself enveloped in joy. The patrolling guards are complaining about life 300 meters away. My strength and speed have doubled, but I can still easily control it. The level has increased to the D stage, my physical strength has increased to 1000, and my mental strength has increased to 200. The system's voice rang out, talents compatible with water, fire breath, lightning, and lightning control. Chen Chu thought, fire breath. This new ability was probably obtained from eating those mutated tigerfish. Looking at his pet, Chen Chu thought, the body is already 40 meters long. This is no longer a giant lizard, but clearly Godzilla. But the energy in the body is still too weak, and the power of the fire and lightning breath is very ordinary. Hai Biomtz went deeper, thinking, there is a big guy down there. That guy could bite through an aircraft carrier deck with one bite. Not bad strength. The pet Hai Biomtz fought and thought, but it is just not bad. These tigerfish brought over 2,000 evolution points and a lot of fiery energy. This cave is where the giant tigerfish live. Hai Biomtz spat out the prey. It looked at the work it had created and sighed in its heart, terrifying. It actually gives me an inexplicable sense of fear. It seems like there is something in this skull. The energy in my body is boiling. The mechanical system voice rang out, discovered an ancient element. Do you want to absorb it? It replied, absorb. It was surrounded by a blazing red aura, along with the system's voice. Your body has absorbed the ancient element, achieving super evolution and obtaining the power of the ancient beast. Scarlet Flame. The system voice continued to announce, absorbing student power, Scarlet Flame plus 10. A loud explosion rang out. Hai Biomtz looked at the remnants and could not help but sigh, what powerful might, just one breath of energy and an entire island disappeared. Back with Chen Chu, he was holding a large sword, saying in the warehouse, this knife weighs 200 kilograms, very handy. Then I will call you Sky Tyrant Blade. This titanium alloy armor is also very good and very flexible. He smiled, thinking, after evolving, the Chi sense can feel her presence. Chen Chu hid behind the door, watching the little girl walking, thinking, I did not expect it to be a little girl. Is she a survivor of Hozhan Town with superpowers, or is she also a monster? Chen Chu looked at the crowd in front of him, saying, Hozhan Town is starting to become lively at night. Chen Chu rushed forward, each sharp sword strike killing a monster. The system's voice rang out, you have killed a zombie, receiving 5 attribute points. He said, enhance the weapon, Sky Tyrant Blade. Please select the type of enhancement, solid, sharp, armor-piercing, demon-breaking. Hearing the announcement, he rushed forward, answering, enhance the elements of wind, fire, lightning, and light. Enhance 3 points of solid, 2 points of sharp. A large monster was gradually approaching. Chen Chu glanced with his blue eyes, saying, fast speed but. Looking at the screen in front of him, Chen Chu frowned, saying, 5 attribute points to enhance the illusion of stiffness, 5 attribute points to enhance the Sky Tyrant Blade sharpness. A few large monsters were gradually approaching. Chen Chu did not think and directly rushed to attack. Stopping, he waited silently. Chen Chu looked forward, thinking, the one coming is a big brute. Good, all the attribute points have been added. Let us try my hand. Then he reached out and punched forward with great force. Smoke filled the air. He struggled to support himself on the ground with his sword, thinking great strength, not much weaker than me, but slow speed. If that is the case, then I won't play anymore. Chen Chu swung another sword at it. He looked at it coldly and said, so it is level 5. No wonder its strength and defense are so terrifying. I have to cut it more than 10 times to kill it. I am just missing a killing move that can kill it in one hit. In the distance, there was a hasty voice, run, run. He looked at the little girl she huddled in the corner, thinking, that little girl stole my roast chicken, but she is telling me to run. but there is no malice in her eyes. He walked over and patted her head, saying, "Your name is Shishi, right? My name is Chen Su. From now on, you will be my little sister. I will protect you well. Let us go. Shishi, I will take you home and buy you new clothes." Sitting in the car, Chen Chu drove and turned to ask the little girl, "Shishi, what is that night tide that engulfed the earth, do you know?" Shishi looked out the car window. Slowly saying that is black tide she also do not know but dangerous. After a while, Shishi looked at the new dress on her body, staring blankly. Chen Chu sat on the chair, reminding, "Bought it, let us eat later." Shishi happily ran over when she heard. Holding a chicken leg, he ate while looking at the screen in front of him, pondering. In the previous battle, the outer armor executioner gathered all the body and energy of the Scarlet Fire and then exploded with great power. This can be considered a killing move. 80 attribute points, fully enhance the outer armor for me. Chen Chu clenched his fist, thinking, I have broken through to the intermediate level. My strength has increased at least 3 times. The little girl Shishi looked at him with interest. Ningda Teaching Building, a group of people gathered here. A friend of Chen Chu said, "We are training this time. I heard that after finishing, we will reach at least the rank of second lieutenant." A blonde-haired man asked suspiciously, "Second lieutenant rank?" A female friend also said, "Do you think we have been targeted by some mysterious department?" A man opened the door and walked in, saying, "That is right. The city has established a special department. After completing the training course, you will be awarded the rank of second lieutenant. But after the training, there will be various dangerous tasks. Will you choose to participate or give up?" All 5 people said in unison, "I agree to join." In the warehouse, Chen Chu was bending over doing something. He worked and said, "The outer armor gathers the power of Scarlet Fire in the body and then explodes. This is my killing move. This punch also weighs at least 150 tons. This attack is called Absolute Flame." Seeming tired, he sat down and said, 100 punches is the limit. If I meet that zombie again, I can take it down with just 3 punches. Ningda Flower Garden. The female friend looked out the car window, seeing Chen Chu passing by, and sighed, "That person is so handsome." The blonde-haired man sitting next to her casually replied, "That car is not cheap. He is obviously a frivolous rich second generation." Inside the car, Lin Ruoya spoke up in defense, "You are not allowed to talk about him like that." The man wearing glasses sitting in front asked, "Ruoya, why are you defending him?" The brother driving replied, "Because last month, he rescued Lin Ruoya from 4 kidnappers." The blonde-haired man asked suspiciously, "That pretty boy can save someone from 4 kidnappers?" The person in front turned around and added, "Those kidnappers were playing with their lives." The female friend also asked, "Is he that powerful?" Chen Chu and she were silently sitting on a stone bench. Chen Chu's pet also looked into the distance. It thought so. Inside the patrol boat are kangaroo rats. No wonder the logic of these thieves. Just right for my lizard sword. In a ship's cabin, everything was in disarray. Everyone was panicked. Sonar detected a large creature approaching, 100 meters away. A large object is approaching us very fast. This is bad, it is about to hit us. The ship shook. The terrified sailors cried for help. The rear cabin is severely damaged and flooding. The sonar base is also damaged. The captain ordered, "Quickly close the valve to prevent backflow. Turn on multi-beam mode, lock the target in the direction, and draw the surrounding map." There were urgent commands, "Captain, it is a long and narrow creature, over 40 meters long, larger than a blue whale. How can there be such a large creature in the world? Even blue whales are only over 30 meters long. Hurry up and close the rear door. Rise up quickly. The ship has been severely flooded and is still under attack. Launch torpedoes immediately. Increase to maximum speed and rise up with all our might." A mysterious creature looked around, wondering, what is going on? The mysterious creature thought, "My speed reaches 200 kilometers per hour, and torpedoes can't catch up. The fun has just begun." The ship was still moving. High BOMTZ was hugging the ship, moving forward. A large explosion occurred. It looked and thought, "The power of the torpedo explosion still makes me uncomfortable. If I am hit directly, I will definitely be injured. It seems I still have to continue to increase my strength." At the party, a girl was performing on stage. Under the stage, a young man with an admiring expression said, "She is a freshman in the foreign language department and one of the 4 beauties of Zenpusity University. This is Tu Chanxian with her unique peacock dance." Chen Chu could not believe his eyes, thinking, so it is her. Shishi sitting next to him also happily said, "So beautiful. At the end of the performance, she lifted her skirt and bowed. She waved and turned to leave. A man walked up, holding a bouquet of roses, saying, "Chanqian, I was enchanted by you the first time I met you. Will you be my girlfriend?" The audience below shouted. "What is going on? He is ruining the show, get him down." The audience below kept scolding and shouting, "What error is this? Still playing this game, don't be embarrassing." Chanqian embarrassedly persuaded, "Senior, the audience below does not want me to agree with you, and I do not like you either." Seeing Chen Su holding Shishi's hand, Chanqian happily greeted, "Senior, do you still recognize me?" Everyone around saw this and started gossiping. The school beauty is actually waiting for him. She walked closer, shyly saying, "Last month, you called the police to save a girl who was drugged." Chen Su indifferently replied, "Oh, I have an impression." Chen Su asked, "So what is the matter?" Chanqian hesitated and whispered that. Seeing her hesitating, Chen Su scratched his head and turned to leave, saying, "If there is nothing, I will go first. See you later." She watched Chen Su disappear, saying, "That car is worth over 2 million. The shoes he is wearing are new Gucci shoes, worth over 30,000 a pair. This is the style of a true rich second generation. Unlike that Wei Zian." Chen Su stood alone with a large blade. He said, "According to Shishi, we need to find a cave before the black tide comes. Everything on the ground will disappear. The cave should be 30 meters deep, about 4 or 5 meters wide and high." "Good." Standing on a pile of scattered monsters, the system announced, "You have killed a level 2 mutated bone blade zombie, receiving 20 attribute points. You have killed a level 3 mutated bone blade zombie, receiving 20 attribute points." Chen Chu's eyes were sharp. He said, "Zombies have evolved fire abilities. No wonder I feel a little uncomfortable because it is so hot, like it is burning. System, can I reinforce the magic resistance of my clothes?" The system announced again, consuming 10 attribute points. "Your armor has been integrated with magic armor material, and the quality has been upgraded to transcendent." Chen Chu sat down and continued, "If the magic armor has transcendent level, it is almost immune to ordinary flames." Hai Bomtz looked into the distance, thinking, there are not many fish in the deep Pacific Ocean, so it is difficult to find mutated fish. Instead, it is better to hunt fish in human fishing grounds. In a certain bay, Hai Bomtz looked at the surrounding fish, thinking, about 20 of these fish are equivalent to the number of fish I can catch in half a day at home. Chen Chu was struggling to resist, worried, so fast, it has actually broken the speed of sound. The thing opposite him said, "The fresh taste of humans." The thing continued to rush over. He glanced, thinking, the swordsmanship of this zombie is so exquisite. Being pushed back, he worried, when it swings the knife, his arm vibrates twice, and the trajectory of the blade changes. Then Chen Chu opened his mouth, learned it is time to end. He held the blade tightly and rushed up forcefully. The monster was not afraid, it even smirked. A large flame was spewed from its body. Chen Chu used the shield and shouted, "Absolute flame." The large monster suddenly paused, curious. Chen Chu rushed over and slashed at it. The announcement said, "You have killed a level 5 fire zombie, receiving 100 attribute points. Discovered the magma element, consume 10 attribute points to receive it." Chen Chu asked suspiciously, "Receive the magma element?" He pulled out the blade, along with the system's voice. "Weapon Sky Tyrant blade has fused with a magic material, the quality has been upgraded to transcendent." He held the blade tightly and slashed forward forcefully. He said happily, "It can actually convert the energy of scarlet flame and lightning into blade energy and shoot it out." On the other side of the small town, countless monsters appeared. Chen Chu looked at them and thought, spiders turned into zombies. Forget it, this forest is too quiet, a little eerie. Let us go back first. In the warehouse, seeing Chen Chu come out, the little girl Shishi went to close the door, saying to him, "Brother Chen Chu, I will help you close the door." Chen Chu was shocked. Shishi can actually close the invisible door. This is related to spatial power. She is more mysterious than I thought. It is better to close it to prevent zombies from escaping when I am not here. The system rang out, discovered storage space, can exchange 10 attribute points for 1 cubic meter. "Do you want to exchange?" Chen Chu said, "Exchange." He held the blade and said to himself, "It knows what I need." Just when I was about to complain about the inconvenience of carrying and storing things, it gave me more storage space. On Hai Bomtz's side, it bit the prey and thought, in just 3 hours, my body has grown 5-6 meters and earned over 5,000 evolution points. Human breeding grounds are indeed much better. On the deck of the ship, 2 men were holding flashlights, shining on something floating on the sea. Yamada-kun, look what happened to the tuna. It is strange, not enough oxygen. Seeing what they had just shown on was a fish, they shouted, oh no, there is blood under the sea. Something happened to the tuna. Something was struggling under the water. Villa, Chen Su stood alone in the yard, counting points. There are still over 100 attribute points. It is time to improve in all aspects. Beside him, the mechanical voice of the system announced, consuming 40 attribute points, enhancing the chi perception. Experience points plus 400, breakthrough to intermediate level. Consuming 60 attribute points, enhancing the chi movement. Experience points plus 600, breakthrough to advanced level, renamed Moon Step. Chen Su jumped high, thinking, the chi sense and perception abilities have increased the perception range from 100 meters to 1 kilometer. Moon Step can even temporarily step on the air and fly.
Chen Su stood combing his hair.
Next to him was a screen showing the news. A terrifying black fog appeared in Tesla City in northern Europe, covering the city within a range of hundreds of kilometers, and causing over 50 people to go missing. That made Chen Su worried. Black fog. It is very similar to the black tide in Hoshan town. It seems this peaceful world can't last long. Sea area of Okumachi Island. A submarine was moving. Inside the submarine, a man asked, Sugimoto-kun, has Professor Kant's research made any progress? The person named Sugimoto replied, the professor has extracted a super gene from the giant beast, and moreover, we have found a way to revive this monster. The man asked again, super gene, does this mean that superhumans can be mass-produced? Sugimoto replied, not only that, these supergiant beasts will also be under our control. Leaving the ship to the mainland, a group of people stepped down and walked deep into the island. One of them reported, Professor, the micro-nuclear energy conversion has been completed. Someone replied, well, immediately bring it to the location. Inside a large test tube, a large monster appeared. On its chest, there was still a sword piercing through. A voice rang out, electrical ring installation complete, nuclear electrical energy connected. The professor looked up at the thing in front of him and said, nuclear energy is transferred into the body of the giant beast, and the giant beast will revive. It is smart enough to know that the electrical ring will kill it, so it will honestly lie down and submit to our control. Sugimoto said, Professor Kant, you are truly an excellent professor, even surpassing Einstein. In the cage, a monster was being controlled. Professor Kant happily said, success, the giant beast is about to revive. High Bomtz looked at the scene and angrily thought, these guys actually want to revive that giant beast, how despicable. It stomped, preparing to jump up. The people in the research room saw it and were frightened. It is a giant beast, everyone stop it, or we will all die. Gunners fire. Professor Kant urged, Sugimoto, let us go, get down to the submarine. A few soldiers held weapons, facing forward, ready to fight. High Bomtz was shot by bullets, smoke billowed. Sugimoto gritted his teeth and looked at it. High Bomtz emerged intact from the smoke. It walked forward, growling powerfully. The soldiers worriedly said to each other, that is a 24mm armor-piercing bullet, and there is even a missile. This equipment could be used to start a small war. High Bomtz scornfully thought, so this is the so-called superhuman strategy. It roared with all its might, and the people in the research area widened their eyes. A hole appeared in the large wall. High Bomtz looked disdainfully, thinking, want to run. It spat out a flame forward. The monster inside the large test tube awakened. High Bomtz was worried when it saw it. It actually woke up. What a terrifying aura. Stay far away, very far away, and then kill it. Thinking so, High Bomtz spat out a flame. The monster did not have time to dodge and cried out, I just came back to life. My flesh is still not strong enough, no. The familiar system voice rang out, damaged ancient gallbladder has been detected. Do you want to absorb it? High Bomtz thought, damaged, okay, absorb it. On Chen Su's side, the system continued to announce, your body has worked hard to rest, evolution points plus 5, your physique plus 0.5. He thought, after absorbing the damaged gene, I become stronger just by lying down. Shishi sitting next to him happily ate and drank, so delicious. Suddenly, his phone made a message sound. On the phone's chat screen was a message, brother, are you free tomorrow? Let us go have dinner together. Chen Su replied, okay, I will pick you up at 11 tomorrow. Inside the teleportation area, Chen Su fought and thought, so powerful, even an armed tank can be torn apart by these blades. The system said, you have killed a level 4 demon, receiving 50 attribute points. Chen Chu observed and continued to think, sensed it. A long monster fell. Chen Chu gritted his teeth and looked down, thinking, it can actually damage my transcendent level magic armor. 50 attribute points. Reinforce the magic armor. The monster exploded and broke in half. He rushed over but was blocked, surprised. It actually has an energy shield. Chen Chu cut in, if that is the case. Chen Chu thought in his head. The system announced, you have killed a level 6 demon, receiving 200 attribute points. He held the fire knife in his hand and said, 100 attribute points to enhance the outer armor, 100 attribute points to enhance the scarlet flame. The temperature of the flame on the knife increases, from 3,000 to 10,000. Looking at the monsters flying high above, he calculated, the attack range of the blade chi reaches 30 meters. The dragonfly just now needed only one knife to kill a small friend. On the system's announcement board, Chen Chu's information was displayed in full. Character name, Chen Chu, level, D stage, powerful superhuman with excellent strategy. Physique, 1752 plus, spirit, 264 plus, skill, outer armor intermediate level, experience points, 6,200 per 10,000, ice fist primary level, experience points, 105 per 500, cloud walk intermediate level. Experience points, 580 per 1,000, moon step great accomplishment 60 per 1,000, lightning control 400 per 10,000, scarlet flame 1930 per 10,000, attribute points 280, backpack 2 blocks. Weapon sky tyrant blade, solid plus 13, sharp plus 7, armor piercing plus 10, feature power converts magma, magic emperor armor solid plus 45, energy field plus 50, characteristic anti-shock level grave. Ancient lizard sword avatar, evolved 3 times, a powerful ancient overlord level beast combines ancient gene evolution. Evolution points 7,620 per 100,000, ability. Chen Chu sat on the chair, happily saying, the strength is added to the outer armor, the killing move has absolute flame, the long-range move has scarlet flame blade chi. The sensing has chi sense, in addition, there are various magic armor and domineering magic charms. He clenched his fist and continued, next is to train the ice fist, cloud walk, and lightning control. In front of the school gate, there were some discussions. Isn't that school beauty C2 Chanxian? Even the school beauty can't resist the temptation of luxury cars. Since when has the atmosphere at Ningda become so bad? A man and a woman were talking to each other. The girl rested her chin and asked, Senior, I am treating you. What do you want to eat? The boy replied, let us go eat seafood. Sitting in the restaurant, the boy started ordering, 4 kilograms of wild lobster, 2 servings of royal abalone. C2 Chanxian felt embarrassed in her heart. The order is already over 70,000. This is, in my budget, there is only 10,000. My 3 months' living expenses have been spent. She shyly whispered to him, Senior, I only brought 10,000. Can I borrow some from you later? I will pay you back later. Chen Chu generously replied, it is okay. The money has been paid. Just eat with peace of mind. Chanxian looked up admiringly and exclaimed, Senior, you opened a sea shipping company yourself. That is so amazing. I heard you rarely come to school. So you are busy with your career. Men who are busy with their careers are the most attractive. Chen Chu smiled lightly and replied, not really. The reason I do not go to school is because I am busy killing monsters and leveling up, and I also do not have time to manage the company. The first dish was brought up. Chanxian was replying to him, fighting monsters and leveling up is a game. She looked at the crab being brought up, thinking that crab is so big. Chen Chu looked at the crab and frowned, thinking, if the apocalypse happens, I do not know if such prosperity will still exist. At a luxury shopping mall, Chanxian and Chen Chu were strolling. Chanxian clutched the hem of her skirt, her face flushed, thinking, he said after eating, we would go shopping. It is actually buying LV. An 80,000 meal, and then casually buying over 300,000 in clothes. Oh my god, my 2,000 a month living expenses are not even worth a button on his clothes. Chen Chu held her hand as he walked, saying, let us go, let us buy some clothes for you too. Chanxian was thinking, why is he holding my hand? Doesn't he think I am a casual girl? Oh my god. Outside the street, a green aura appeared, frightening passers-by. Chen Chu closed his eyes and used his divine sense to trace back. Then he turned to Chanxian and said, I have something urgent to deal with. I will take you back to school first, okay? Chanxian seemed sad, thinking, does he not have any feelings for me? She lowered her eyes and continued to think, no, maybe he just wants to progress slowly. Am I overthinking things? Chen Chu did not pay attention and thought, it feels like a spatial rift appeared here. Inside the alley, a monster appeared. It lost control, growled, and rushed over. The monster was attacked by a force, along with the system's voice. You have killed a low-level monster, and you have obtained 5 experience points. At a place with many people walking around, a luxury shopping center. The girl blushed shyly. He said after eating, we would go shopping. But it is actually buying LV, an 80,000 meal, and then casually buying over 300,000 in clothes. Oh my god, my 2,000 a month living expenses are not even worth a button on his clothes. Chen Su took her hand, making the girl startled and shy. Let us go, we will buy some clothes to give to you too. Why is he holding my hand? Doesn't he think I am a casual girl? Oh my god. He bought things very generously for the girl. Wrap it all up for me, swipe the card. The staff was also stunned, remembering, it is her. Last time it was a very beautiful female student, but in just 1 month, she has been replaced by a much more beautiful girl. She was shy and happy. Oh my god, he bought me clothes worth more than 300,000 on our first date. Is this spending money like water? The girl looked at Chen Su nervously. Next, he is going to take me to the hotel, right? What should I do? Suddenly, elsewhere, there was a monster threatening the people coming to the gym, and at the same time, at a gym nearby. A strange frequency appeared in Chen Su's body. He put his hands in his pockets, wanting to leave, making the girl quite disappointed. I have something urgent to deal with now, so I will take you back to school now. Okay, does he not have any feelings for me? She tried to reassure herself. No, maybe he wants things to progress slowly, right? Am I overthinking things? Chen Su was still concerned about that strange sound wave. I feel there is a spatial rift nearby, a bit strange. Elsewhere, as Chen Su stepped forward, the gym. Chen Su looked around. It is the real world, yet there is an aura of polluted energy. The hideous monster laughed maliciously. You actually discovered it. It rushed over quickly, then please die. Chen Su quickly kicked the monster away. You have killed a low-level polluted monster, receiving 5 attribute points. Chen Su was falling after the kick, pondering, sure enough, it is just polluted, not demonized, similar to Yin Xiao last time. Someone cordoned off the monster. Originally, I wanted to use this polluter to test the results of the half-month of hard training of you awakened people. The people who arrived later cordoned off all the areas where the monster was killed. Someone actually got here first and killed it. It seems that this superhuman has fire-type abilities. Deputy Director, when did fire-type superhumans appear in City N? Chen Su was sitting watching the news. Today, hundreds of spatial rifts have appeared all over the world. Unfortunately, I have to tell everyone that the apocalypse has become a reality. He realized. So the apocalypse of the 99th year has arrived. In the past 20 years, the number of deaths on the battlefield of the apocalypse has reached 500,000. Chen Su held his phone and understood. More than 20 years of peace were built with the blood of soldiers, and now we have also entered an era of total evolution. Everyone has the potential to become a superhuman. Chen Su pondered and read. This publicly available material is only a summary and is not comprehensive enough. If I want to obtain more comprehensive internal information about the apocalypse, I need to report to the City Special Bureau. Images of several monsters fighting. The monster changed its shape. It can actually turn seawater into heavy water, becoming more ferocious and dangerous, but for me, it is useless. That monster quickly attacked the whale monster. It was observing the situation. If I eat this giant whale, I can probably increase at least 10,000 evolution points. Elsewhere, many people also seem to be following this incident. The City Special Bureau branch, the guy who killed the polluted monster yesterday is really powerful. Even more powerful than us. That is right, and he also has fire-type superhuman abilities. He must be an awakened person among the people. The girl held a cup of tea, thinking could it be him with his performance that day. Even now, I am still afraid that I can't do it. The deputy director asked everyone. Someone is registering as an evolver this afternoon. Do you want to go see? Everyone seemed to respond yes. Chen Su wore a suit of technology armor. Someone pointed. He is the one who drove the luxury car on campus that day. The girl blushed happily. It really is him. The deputy director was stern. It really is him. He introduced, the evolver who registered. We need to conduct a test with you, mainly testing strength and speed. Do you have any questions? Chen Su replied. I do not have any questions. The deputy director continued. This is a testing device that can display a maximum force of 15,000 kilograms. You just need to hit it with all your strength later. The boy turned to look at his friend. Lao Li, what do you think his strength is? How many stars? Lao Li replied. He killed the polluter yesterday, stronger than us. Maybe around 3 stars. The girl said her thoughts. Maybe even 4 stars. The boy denied. What are you thinking? A 4-star punch needs to reach 5,000 kilograms. It is not easy to achieve. Lao Li crossed his arms, considering, looking at his appearance, it seems he is very confident that he can blow up the testing machine. Another person said, don't joke like that. Our captain is a 5-star evolver. His strength is only 10,000. Everyone was really surprised. This is really 5 stars. That is right, a super powerful 5-star evolver. Chen Su was melancholic. Still can't control my strength, I was careless. The deputy director crossed his arms, looking at him. If you have reached the 5-star standard, you can come to the City Special Bureau to receive 50,000 yuan per month. If you are willing to join the Special Work Bureau, your salary will be doubled, and you will be directly appointed as the Deputy Director of City N's Special Affairs Bureau and be awarded the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Are you interested? No, I am used to being free and unrestrained. The Deputy Director inquired. Okay, so you were the one who killed the polluter yesterday. Chen Su replied, that is right. He had even more questions. Have you awakened fire abilities? Your flames are very strong, not inferior to the awakened people I met that year. With your talent, you can join the Special Affairs Bureau and even be accepted as a disciple by the God of War. Chen Su pondered. The God of War is the person on the heavenly ranking. He had his own thoughts, but still politely replied, it is still better to not. My giant lizard has to be kept secret, and I also have my own way to become stronger. No, but thank you for Director Guan's kind intentions. There was a lot of different information on the computer. The person calling, my brother, you are actually a level 5 evolver, a leader among the people, you have to protect this old brother in the future. Chen Su laughed comfortably. Oh, why is that, President Li? Chen Su put the phone down on the sofa. I have received too many calls today. Classmates I have not seen for many years have contacted me and called to congratulate me. Is this the feeling of showing off in front of others? The monster looked extremely dangerous. After swallowing the giant whale, the length of the giant lizard's body has reached 90 meters, and my physique has also increased to 1,800 points, and my strength has increased from 29 tons to 70 tons. Chen Su smiled confidently. With an extra layer of protection covering the outside of my body, I am afraid I can even withstand armor-piercing bullets. According to the system, my overall strength as an evolver should be at least level 7 or level 8. Chen Su was gathering energy to attack the monster. Chen Su used the move, Lightning Arrow. That power bounced off Chen Su's back. It directly pierced through the monster's abdomen. The monster's face before death was truly stunned. The monster fell, smashing through each rock wall as Chen Su looked on. You killed a level 3 bizarre demon, receiving 20 attribute points. Chen Su wondered, level 3 bizarre demon. He looked down at the monster that had long been burned in the lava. Looking at its strength, it is not strong, but it is immune to physical attacks. Armed domineering did not hurt it at all. Also, perhaps because it was born in lava, fire has no effect on it either. Chen Su was happy. Maybe my luck is not bad. The skills in hand are good and can counter it. Otherwise, this battle would be very difficult. Suddenly, a person appeared nearby, surprising Chen Su. Chen Su was uncomfortable, this little. Chen Su asked loudly, didn't I tell you to wait outside? It is very dangerous inside right now.
Ciao, ning hesitatet oh. Ciao, ning interruptet chu, voriet dangeros.
Chen Su was silent and then convinced himself, forget it, the outside is not necessarily safe either. Chen Su patted her head, like this, you hide far away and follow me, but do not get close. Suddenly she disappeared, Chen Su stopped completely. The strange frequency appeared again. A terrain full of lava. Chen Su stood on the lava and suddenly jumped up. He jumped quickly across the lava rocks. Chen Su jumped higher and higher with each high mountain. Chen Su stopped at a mountain peak. He stood observing the rocks that were arranged together. Chen Su discovered a rock with chains, this is. Chen Su smiled softly. If you say it is an architecture, it looks more like some kind of seal or a prison, even completely covering the aura of a powerful demon. The dragon closed its eyes and looked. Chen Su calmly stepped forward. So this world really has dragons, is it you? Chen Su looked at the dragon in the lava, a true dragon. Chen Su observed and smiled. I can't even imagine scarlet flame, lightning, domineering after spending countless attribute values. The dragon was angry, stupid humans, so self-proclaimed extraordinary, thinking of challenging me, it is ridiculous. The dragon stood up completely, This is the world for me, intruder, if you have seen me. It said its intention, I will generously give you 2 choices. The dragon said the first choice, firstly, I can completely bury you in this place, of course, not even ashes will remain. The dragon tilted its chin, the remaining choice, I am also very happy to exceptionally accept you into the ranks of my servants, just kneel down and sing the prestige of Fan Deng Fei Erhuar Yi. Chen Su smiled, who you are, I am not interested. But I am very interested in your dragon bones. The dragon roared loudly, audacious. The dragon created a series of monsters from the lava. Chen Su looked at them and sarcastically said, poison smoke demons, I thought it was some high-end item. Chen Su said incredulously, presumably those poison smoke demons do not agree to become your servants, right? The dragon was unaffected and ordered the monsters, kill him, then bring his body into the lava river. The lava monsters surrounded Chen Su.
Kin Chu smiled coldly.
He moved so fast that he created a surge of electrical energy. Chen Su attacked all the monsters in one go with lightning speed. The lava monsters exploded into pieces as Chen Su landed. The dragon seemed incredulous. What happened just now? All my servants were killed. Chen Su raised his hands and smiled. Think carefully, I am very interested in having a black dragon as a pet. He turned around with a dangerous smile. Why do not you become my servant? The dragon roared uncomfortably again, stupid. A large aftershock suddenly occurred at Chen Su's location. Suddenly, Chen Su held a knife containing a heart. He fearlessly held the blade against the dragon. Chen Su had a satisfied smile, tch. He swung the blade, releasing a burst of power. That strike immediately attacked the dragon's body. Small wounds appeared on its body. The dragon angrily straightened its body, its mouth threateningly spitting fire. Let me send you to hell. It accumulated fire in its mouth cavity. The dragon roared out fire, hell dragon flame. Chen Su remained unafraid and swung his blade. He created a shield in front of the dragon's attack. Chen Su was bored. Is that all you have got? The dragon gathered a ball of fire again. Its eyes turned red, clearly full of killing intent, turn into ashes. The dragon spewed out a stream of blazing fire. It flew up with a dangerous look. In my world, no one can withstand a hell dragon flame even for a second. Chen Su spoke in the hazy smoke. I thought it would be stronger. Chen Su swept back his hair sarcastically. Turns out you are only a little better than a large hairdryer. The dragon created another ball of fire in its mouth. Disbelieving, what? Chen Su burst out of where he was standing. He rushed towards the dragon as it prepared to attack him again. The dragon spewed out a blazing stream of fire as Chen Su dodged and spun his blade repeatedly. Chen Su replied on the ground, I have the power of extraordinary flames and the energy of the magic emperor armor. My defense against flames has basically been maxed out. Chen Su smiled faintly, your dragon breath is just a little bit of heat, not worth considering. The dragon seemed truly surprised. You actually have the ability to be immune to my dragon breath. It surfaced from the lava stream, a little interesting. It moved its head closer, wanting to bite Chen Su. What if you are torn apart by my sharp teeth? The dragon missed, only hitting the lava. Chen Su jumped onto the dragon's head. He landed, plunging the blade into the dragon's neck. Chen Su put his hand on his nose, pleased with himself. He began to tear at the dragon with a long slash of his blade. Suddenly, the blade touched an unusual position. Chen Su stopped. He burst out of the dragon's body immediately. Chen Su landed and exclaimed, worthy of being called Fire Wing, you can actually turn it red. Chen Su used some kind of move, it is probably just the moment of struggle before death now, armed hockey open. Chen Su suddenly carried the energy of a dragon. This is a move that I just learned from Fire Wing's Scarlet Flame Blood Explosion. Fire Wing angrily rushed over, you dare steal my power, die for me. But Chen Su was faster, he burst up, holding the blade, wanting to strike the dragon's head. The blade struck down powerfully, cutting off its neck. The dragon's head flew away from its body. The system reported, you killed a level 5 dragon demon, receiving 1000 attribute points. Chen Su scoffed, you had no chance, trash. Suddenly, the girl from before appeared again. Xiao Shi squatted down to observe, Chu powerful, it is dead. Chen Su felt the supplemented power, with the effect of enhancing physique brought by 4000 points, only burning 1% of my blood, the strength produced is like. This kind of body consumption can barely match my recovery. Chen Su held the ball in his hand, then let us call it Blood Explosion Form 1. Chen Su thought to himself, scales, teeth, flesh of the fire dragon, even the hot blood like lava is a transcendent material. He was satisfied, just selling this head to the government can earn at least 100 million. Chen Su put his hand on his chin, pondering, there is only one problem, when selling this level 5 dragon head, how do I explain its origin, if I say I killed it alone? Would not it reveal my level 6 or even level 7 strength? Chen Su took the girl towards him, come down, Xiaoxi, let us keep it for now. Dragon meat might be very tasty to eat. Consume 200 attribute points to exchange for a storage space. Chen Su put the dragon's head into the space. He looked at his hand and made a decision, 400 attribute points to enhance observation. I need the ability to see through enough to see hidden intelligence information. Chen Su silently felt the energy running through his body, successful enhancement, observation obtained high-level perception, the breath of the demon cannot be concealed. And immortal creatures can also be observed and detected. 400 attribute points. Enhance armed hockey. Chen Su smiled contentedly with the new energy, successful armed enhancement. Chen Su was satisfied and exclaimed at the bursting power, you have awakened Conqueror's hockey, I even awakened Conqueror's hockey. 2 flames burst through Chen Su's hands. Legendary Conqueror's hockey can make people instinctively feel fear. Chen Su chuckled. Special domineering power that can make people tremble and unable to move with just a glance. He sighed. Chen Su looked down at the gradually dissipating power. Using this to clean up the trash will be very useful to see. A ship was moving on the sea, a fishing vessel of country R. The crew shouted excitedly, fish are coming, hurry up. But they were quickly disappointed, that is weird, why are we harvesting so few fish? The crew member frowned, who cares, as long as they are not dead fish. Suddenly someone else shouted, everyone look, what is that? Suddenly, behind the ship, a wave rose unusually high. The inside of that wave was also accumulating electricity. The electricity from the water suddenly blasted a series of fish into the air. The crew member raised his hands high, cheerfully, fish, so many fish, I have never seen so many fish in my life. But suddenly, a dragon appeared. That dragon was going deep into a cave wall, under the deep sea. Chen Su lowered his head and smiled thoughtfully. Domineering has made the power of the lizard sword even stronger. Anywhere it goes, even the fish become immobile. A flash of light streaked past. Chen Su combined both his strengths, fused scarlet flame, lightning, I can actually fly. Chen Su slowly lifted his feet off the ground. Flying through the air is a desire that is deeply ingrained in human genes. Chen Su flew in the air. As long as I circulate the chi of thunder and fire, I can go to the sky and the earth, escaping the shackles of gravity. Chen Su flew high up with the swirling hot air. He was a little surprised. Before Chen Su's eyes was some city. My intuition told me that there are still many undiscovered places in this world. Chen Su made up his mind. Even I think that Fire Wing, the owner of this world, has never fully felt its existence here. Chen Su threw himself towards it. After all, Fire Wing is just a demon dragon imprisoned here. There must still be stronger experts trying to imprison that dragon. I have to go there to see what exactly happened. Chen Su was walking on the steps, ruins of the giant kingdom. Images were carved into the stone. The sculptures were no longer intact. Chen Su was surprised. Could it be that a giant dragon civilization once existed here? Chen Su touched the wall, pondering, then what could make the giant dragon worship? Chen Su frowned, dragon god, or true god. He noticed a strange door. It feels like if I step into it, I will encounter extremely great danger, but how can I catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Chen Su ran along the corridor with statues carved into it. Chen Su observed as he ran past the dragon sculptures. It seems that in front of them, Fire Wing is only a younger brother. The system board continuously appeared. The current concentration of polluted energy is increasing. Because of your strong physique, you are temporarily immune to the erosion of pollution. After 3 hours, your immune system will weaken and be eroded by the polluted energy. Chen Su was pleased. My intuition was right. There is something unusual in this hall. Even before revealing its true form, it has proven its ability to cause terrible pollution. He shouted loudly, don't hide anymore, I know you are here. Suddenly, Chen Su's voice echoed from below the abyss. Chen Su was shocked. A bizarre energy suddenly shot towards Chen Su. He frowned seriously. Who is it? A human with a strange body structure stood in front of Chen Su. Its eyes were soulless. Suddenly, it distorted its face. Chen Su pondered, not knowing what to do. The person reached out his hand. He carried a source of dark, eternal energy. Chen Su's eyes widened, gritting his teeth in fear. The energy attacked too suddenly. Chen Su blocked the blade in front of the dark power that was attacking him. Chen Su thought as he blocked the sword, the venerable one in front of me can't be level 6. He felt uneasy, something's not right. Chen Su was still struggling to create a shield in front of that attack. This guy is probably a level 7 demon. The monster continued to shout angrily, "Worship, submit." Suddenly the ground under Chen Su shattered. Chen Su gritted his teeth, wondering, want me to kneel, want to die. Chen Su unleashed his power. That power blasted rocks everywhere. The ground was already unsound. Tattoos characteristic of power appeared on Chen Su's body. Chen Su shouted, "Blood explosion form 1." The ground crumbled, and the monster retreated cautiously. It shouted with contempt, "Ants." Chen Su angrily unleashed his power again. He smashed the obstacles. Chen Su swung his blade, smashing all the small objects attacking him. Chen Su spun his blade, creating a loud noise. He leaped up, cutting off the monster's arm. The monster that was cut off suddenly disappeared. It pointed its hand at the back of Chen Su's head, surprising him. The monster's face was dangerous. It is over. Suddenly there was an even more violent source of energy. The monster pondered in the hazy smoke. It seemed unbelievable. Chen Su appeared with an even more terrifying appearance. Blood explosion form 2. The monster quickly retreated. It put its hands together. Suddenly the ground rose, wanting to attack Chen Su, but he dodged. Chen Su rushed over with a smile. He slashed the monster's body again. The monster disappeared again. But there was a slash wound on its body. Chen Su slashed into the monster's chest. "Under my blood explosion state, your speed is deadly slow." The monster's arms grabbed Chen Su's blade. It shouted, "Arrogance."
A large explosion érupted.
The blade was thrown away from the battlefield. Chen Su faintly appeared in the smoke. "Weapons only slow down my attack efficiency. This time let me send you to heaven with my own hands." He rushed forward quickly next. The monster suddenly raised its arms to create a wall. Chen Su flew quickly forward, using force to strike hard towards it, creating a violent shock. A source of energy radiated out, blasting the level S polluted monsters far away. The monster fell in a very unsightly position, its head stuck straight into the ground. Just looking at it makes one feel pain. Another monster suffered the same fate, falling backwards. Suddenly, at that moment, the monster saw something slowly approaching. A blinding light rushed quickly with amazing speed. And that person was none other than Chen Su. He was now in the form of a Superman. Chen Su and the monster looked at each other without breaking contact. What was meant to come would come. After that romantic moment, the drama had arrived. He raised his hand and pressed it against the monster's face. Chen Su used force to press its whole body down to the ground. After completing, he slowly stood aside, using his sharp eyes to look at it. A monster above witnessed the whole event. It raised 4 fingers to create a square as if watching a movie. Seems like it felt the scene was too spectacular. It could not help but exclaim, "Prison." The sound just now attracted Chen Su's attention. He looked up. Suddenly, at that moment, the ground shook violently. Dozens of chains appeared from nowhere. Each chain tightly wrapped around his body. Chen Su was tricked, of course felt very upset. He angrily looked towards that monster. He was now controlled by a seal formation. To explain a bit, the dragon seal formation absorbs the power of the sealed object and then strengthens the power of the seal. The monster that he pressed its head has been lying still immobile from just now until now. After a while of wriggling, Chen Su seemed to realize that the situation did not look too good. He looked up and said to the monster, "The more you use force, the harder it will be to escape this bondage. Is this how you bind the ancient dragons and turn them into slaves?" Chen Su's voice suddenly became confident. "However, your ability to prevent me is still a little lacking." His face became serious. Chen Su clenched his fist. A strong source of energy radiated from his body. Chen Su gave a mysterious smile, "Because I am different from those stupid dragons." He stretched his body, and the chains immediately snapped. After escaping from the seal formation, Chen Su spoke, "Listen clearly." He opened his mouth to smile, smiling and saying, "I am Chen Su." His power was truly not to be trifled with. The monster could not help but be surprised by Chen Su's terrifying power. Seeming to sense the danger, it slowly retreated. A fear was surging in its heart. Chen Su slightly moved his foot. The flames slowly burned around Chen Su. His feet lifted up. In just a moment, Chen Su's figure had disappeared. The monster above looking down was extremely bewildered. That familiar figure appeared again opposite it. His speed of movement was so neat that the monster did not feel Chen Su's presence at all. While it was neglecting its guard, Chen Su raised his fist, aiming straight at the monster and rushing over. It was not until his fist was about to touch the monster's face that it realized. But what was the point of realizing now? Chen Su had gently given it a piercing punch. The monster flew dozens of meters away. Not stopping there, Chen Su continued into position, preparing to give it a few more punches. And so, with one kick, the monster was once again blasted away. Seeming to feel that his anger had not been satisfied, Chen Su quickly rushed to the place where the monsters were. And the ending, I am sure everyone knows, they were beaten to a pulp, eating a chain of punches. Free gifts were hard rocks, they did not even have the chance to fight back. The monster was hit in the head with a rock to the point of confusion, no longer knowing what the sky and earth were. It slowly fell down. That scene was accidentally seen by Chen Su. Without thinking much, he used force to push the monster to the ground. The monster was pushed down by him. Chen Su calmly stood watching the results. Its body lay triumphantly on the ground. Its heart had been dug out by him. Fresh blood was flowing out. Chen Su held the heart of the monster in his hand. His mouth formed a happy smile. I have taken your power. His power had a certain change because of it. Notification Scarlet Flame Sublimation was upgraded to Glassy Scarlet Flame. Notification Lightning Power Sublimation was upgraded to Surging Thunder. Notification you have received Wind Dragon Control, can bind the power of monsters below level 6. However, accompanied by it was the harm caused by the state of pollution. Because the body sac consumed too much, the degree of pollution of eerie energy increased to 99%. Xiaoxi ran over. Chu pollution, dangerous. His health was now under threat, and Chen Su himself recognized it. The battle had lasted too long, making the pollution worse. He could not stay in this world any longer. After this incident, the loss of the Venerable One's protection caused the Dragon and Giant Kingdom to begin to collapse. A large explosion occurred beside the spatial door. He tiredly rested on the ground after a long battle. Before he could rest for long, Xiaoxi brought him bad news. Chu, the door is closed. Chen Su did not know how long he could hold on. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. He no longer had any strength left, and even walking made him feel tired. Chen Su said, once the door closes, it will cut off the connection with that world. I do not know where the next opening will be. Seeing the blood on his mouth, Xiaoxi immediately ran over in worry. Chu to reassure her. Chen Su gently patted Xiaoxi's head and said, I am fine. There is a price to pay for gaining great power. Chen Su thought, if an ordinary person used it, even one state would be enough to make the blood vessels boil and evaporate on the spot, turning into a dried corpse. The principle of Scarlet Flame blood explosion is simple and crude, but only those with terrifying physique can activate it. He struggled to get up, so to break through to the third state, I need to accumulate even more physique. Chen Su took the little girl's hand. Because the teleportation gate is closed, let us go back and rest early. Xiaoxi obediently followed his arrangement. Okay. Scene changed to the ruined palace of the giant country. The monster whose heart was dug out suddenly twitched its fingers strangely. Clearly, its heart had been dug out, yet its body could still move. The monster slowly opened its eyes. It slowly sat up. Looking at the blood on its hands, hatred flashed in its eyes, and anger had completely taken over its reason now. With all the rage in its heart, the monster roared, the sound so loud that everything around it shook. Changed to the military command, he was actively commanding the entire team to fight against the monsters. Southeast coordinates, 35 degrees, 120 kilometers away, a large group of level 5 polluted monsters. Request saturated artillery attack. The monsters rushed over like a swarm of bees. Saturated artillery was dropped on the territory of those monsters. The location was an unidentified place in City K. 1, 2, then 3 waves of artillery were dropped. The fire became more and more intense, and the monsters were extremely panicked. The commander stood by and observed. The second wave of attack still needs 6 minutes. I hope these monsters won't escape. The bald comrade standing next to him reassured. Don't worry, Seth. These monsters have been continuously eating the corpses of their kind. Until just now there has not been any movement. He turned to ask Mark about the situation. What is the level of pollution now? Mark replied. The level of pollution is 15.5. Mark continued. With our resistance, we can still hold on for another 8 hours. Hearing this, the commander's face showed clear confidence. 8 hours is enough for us to bring that batch of goods back. The bald man standing next to him added, 7 corpses of level 5 demons are worth a fortune. Even if they are incomplete corpses, they can still be sold at a high price. Mark said, we still have to pay the fire support costs of the base for this amount. He continued, it would be good if we could keep 1 per 3 in our hands by then. The commander happily said, in the words of the Z country, this is called no pain no gain. The commander looked towards the territory of the monsters and said, without fire support, any level 5 demon that is still at full strength is enough to give you a beating. Seeing that the opportunity was ripe, the commander ordered, it is time to work. That level 5 demon is my responsibility. These are enough to extract 5 bottles of pure energy. He told Mark, quickly collect the demon's horns. We will keep 3 bottles and sell the rest. Wealth was about to come to them. The commander was overjoyed. According to the black market price, $20 million a bottle is enough for us to enjoy for a while. It was true that people said it, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Their confidence was extinguished as soon as a large creature appeared before them. A large figure and long tentacles slowly appeared. Just looking at it made one feel chilled. The commander looked up. What is that? The monster looked down at them. The pollution index exceeded Mark's imagination. The level of pollution is 19, 38, 97, 175, 297, 531. He wondered why before he could know the answer, Mark was beheaded by that monster, and the 2 teammates were terrified when they saw that scene. The commander's whole body trembled. The bald man did not have time to react and was crushed by it. The commander was lucky to regain his senses and ran away quickly. The monster looked down at the commander. It stared at him. And then the commander's eyes dilated to the maximum, blood flowed from his eyes, and the commander also followed his 2 teammates down to the underworld. A large explosion occurred. A danger alert rang throughout the city, warning, detection of an apocalyptic event, activating the highest level apocalyptic defense program, for the benefit of all mankind. Implementing the action to eliminate the threat, the apocalyptic base of the M country. Missiles launched out of the Earth. Its target was the territory of the monsters, and more specifically, the monster with the long tentacles. Chen Su here was unaware of anything, he was still immersed in his sleep. After a sound sleep, he finally woke up. Chen Su tiredly stretched to start his muscles and bones. After changing his clothes, he walked to Xiaoxi's room. Xiaoxi, it is time to wake up and have breakfast. The little girl had just woken up, and walked while rubbing her eyes, still coquettishly demanding Chen Su hug. He helplessly sighed. And of course, how could Chen Su refuse? He kindly bent down and hugged the little girl. I can't do anything with you. Feeling the warmth coming from him, Xiaoxi fell asleep again. The peaceful moment was about to end when Chen Su saw the figure of a woman standing outside. Huang Puzian stood waiting outside with a bag of food in her hand. She wore a black shirt with a slogan printed on it, Fast Delivery, Conquer Your Hunger. Zeran called out, Huang Puzian, Mr. Chen's takeaway food has arrived. Chen Su carried Xiaoxi out the door. Zeran held out the bag of food, and did not forget to say a polite greeting. The luxury car next to her attracted Chen Su's attention. He was surprised. This is the first time I have seen a beauty driving a hundreds of thousands of dollars worth motorcycle to deliver food in the early morning. Zeran was not to be outdone. She immediately replied, I have never seen anyone living in a thousands of dollars worth villa who orders takeaway food every day, young dad. He gave a smile, beauty, it seems you understand me very well. A source of energy radiated from Chen Su. It made Zeran dizzy, dropping the bag of food to the ground. No wonder he is from City N. Her whole body trembled. No wonder he is the first evolver nationwide, Chen Su. Zeran looked at him with admiring eyes. I finally met the real person today. Chen Su was on high alert, questioning her. This girl is very strange. Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me? Zeran slowly pulled down her shirt strap, revealing her full breasts. Of course it is to pursue you. Hearing what she said, he was surprised. What? Seeing the confused look on Chen Su's face at this moment, she did not want to tease him anymore. Zeran turned to leave. You did not hear wrong, it is that I want to pursue you. Before leaving, she did not forget to say a few words to him. Remember carefully, I am Huang Puzian, I live nearby, we will meet again in the next order. After Zeran's ordeal, now it was Li Di's ordeal. Chen Su scratched his head showing a look of embarrassment. Brother Li, are not you exaggerating? We are in City N. We are not in the Special Work Bureau. If there is pollution, we will definitely come there first. Li Di said, how can the Special Work Bureau be compared with you? old brother, you are not a person from the government, so you do not have to be responsible to anyone. You can act when you want to act. He leaned close to Chen Chu's face and whispered, so, old brother, the important thing is who you want to help. Chen Chu asked suspiciously, Brother Li, what do you mean by saying that? Li Di explained the current situation to him. You probably do not know yet, since your news spread yesterday, most of the owners of the villas around this mountain have changed this morning. He continued, because you have become famous, it has led to the price of land here has increased several times. All the rich people in City N are vying to move here. Li Di's expression became tense. These people are gathered here and seem to need your care. In fact, this is your resource. Li Di continued to encourage Chen Chu to take action himself. Whether you want money or want to go through some relationship, these people will definitely not refuse. The price is only that you have to take action when you are here at the villa. He pondered, resources. Li Di said, everyone is a businessman, so they all want to save face. They want to invite you to eat, but they are afraid that suddenly knocking on the door will make you unhappy, so they asked me to come here. Chen Chu agreed immediately afterwards, okay, I can go there. A bright smile appeared on Li Di's face. That is great, definitely, little brother, I will wait for you at the Supreme Hotel of Lin Tu at noon, no see, no return. Suddenly, he turned to ask Chen Chu about Zeran. Alright, little brother, I seem to just see Huangpu Zeran. Do you two know each other? Chen Chu replied, I do not know. That girl just ran over and said she wanted to pursue me. Hearing this, he was not too surprised. Her personality is very domineering. She has been like this since she was a child. No matter what it is, once she takes a fancy to it, she must get it into her hands. Li Di kindly reminded him, you have been targeted by her, you must be careful in the future. He also explained Zeran's background to Chen Chu for prevention. Behind her is Huangpu Tai, who is also the richest man in City N. News about polluted monsters became more and more common. A village in Y country was invaded by polluted monsters. The number of deaths reached hundreds. In our country a temple was polluted after the corpse of a woman who was buried by a monk was polluted. The vengeful spirit transformed into a demon and woke up, slaughtering 20 people in the temple. Information about them was still broadcast on the streets. Z country has implemented an apocalyptic response strategy from 20 years ago, building a complete defense system and resource reserves nationwide, and has now become the safest country in the world. The situation was now extremely critical. The news on the news bulletin announced, the global situation is deteriorating rapidly. The signs of the apocalypse are becoming more and more obvious. The nobles and wealthy of various countries are flocking to Z country to seek refuge. The border checkpoints are crowded with people, and there has even appeared a black market for refugee visas at exorbitant prices. Scene change to Ningqing University. Xian was calmly sitting reading a book and listening to music, apfel, glob. Her classmate turned around and asked, Xian, you said the apocalypse is coming. What is the point of us trying hard to study? Her friend leaned back, using a weary voice to tell Xian, wait until we graduate and go to work for a multinational company, or go out and be an apfel, but in the current environment. Do not mention multinational companies. After a while, whether there will be people living abroad is also a big question. That classmate continued, it is better to find a powerful and influential man here and marry him. Xian seemed to not pay attention to her words. The image of Chen Chu appeared in her mind. Chen Chu, a 5-star ability user with extraordinary power, is a master of fire control. Xian sighed to herself. His name is all the rage on the internet, even hotter than some top stars. She rested her hand on her chin, thinking about him. On the social media platforms, the posts discussing him are piled high like a mountain, but those who are praised a lot will also have no small amount of suspicion that goes along with them. That classmate suddenly turned to ask about Xian's affairs. Alright, how is it going with you and that superhuman boyfriend of yours? Are you harmonious? Her next sentence made Xian blush. Have you two slept together yet? Her cheeks were now even redder than tomatoes. She was so ashamed that she was angry, scolding her friend. What nonsense are you talking about? Powerful strength, amazing talent, and extremely handsome appearance. Although she said so, Xian had other thoughts in her heart, perfect to the point where you can't find anything to criticize. Chen Chu is nominally my boyfriend at Ningqing University. Xian fell into contemplation when she thought that she and Chen Chu were only lovers in name, and that in reality, was there any affection between me and him? Suddenly, a call from Chen Chu interrupted their conversation. Xian looked at her friend with an embarrassed face. I will go answer the phone. Her friend knew that Chen Chu was calling and gave a wicked smile. Go. She walked out into the hallway and answered the phone. Xian speaking, Senior, are you looking for me? Chen Chu on the other side made a proposal. There is a lunch meeting. Do you have time to come over this afternoon? As soon as she heard him say that, she agreed without hesitation. Yes, I have time, senior, that is great. Change to the Huangting Mountain Villa. As soon as Huang Putai saw Zeran walk in, he immediately asked, "Did you meet him?" She walked in and threw her helmet straight onto the chair, met him. He grinned and asked her, "Huang Putai, what kind of person is he?" Zeran replied while tying her hair, "He knew I was investigating him. When he was serious, his aura was really overwhelming." The scene of her and Chen Su flashed back. Putai concluded through her narration, "It seems that he is a man with the aura of an emperor." Putai leisurely sat pouring tea. "It seems that my old man's investment was right, he is very strong." While he was immersed in the thought of getting a good prey, Zeran poured cold water on him. "But Dad, if you plan to use tens of millions or hundreds of millions to lure him, that is definitely difficult to happen." Putai still did not change his expression. "No matter what, Chen Chu is only a kid in his 20s. His head is still hot. Can't an old fox in the business world like me play around with that kid?" Zeran moved closer, putting her hands on the table, telling him, "It is different now. Your money can't solve everything, but strength can." Putai immediately changed his expression when he heard that. "You just went on one trip. Could it be that you have fallen in love? What did you say to him?" She stood up straight, replying, "I am pursuing him not because of you, nor because I need anything from him." Putai was extremely surprised to hear that. What? Zeran's eyes became fascinated when she remembered Chen Chu. "I just like him." He really did not expect this situation. His daughter Putai had fallen in love with his prey. Even so, Putai still asked again to be sure, "Are you serious?" Zeran did not hesitate to reaffirm to her dear father, "Of course I am serious. Over the years, he is the first person to make my heart flutter." Putai became serious. He slammed his hand on the table, expressing an explanation to her about Chen Chu. "Now it is not only City N, but even the top noble families in cities H and S are paying attention to him. I know very well the methods that those people use to win people over." He continued, "Wealth, women, power. As long as he has greed and human desires, those people will be able to satisfy him so that he kneels down and joins their ranks." Putai looked at Zeran. "Daughter, with your naivete, how can you compete with them?" Zeran did not care about his words. She brought up another issue. "Auntie once said that to win the heart of a man, you must first win his stomach." Putai said, "This sentence is not wrong. Wait, so you are planning to learn to cook?" He crossed his arms, thinking to himself, "My daughter was known to be so-so before, but this time she fell in love with a man and even decided to change herself to become cultured and know how to manage a household." Thinking of this, he thought it was also a good thing that his daughter liked him, and with her outstanding appearance and figure, she might really be able to take down Chen Chu. Zeran spoke, pulling him back to reality. "I did not learn to cook. After a few kitchen demolitions I decided not to touch those things again." Putai asked her, "Then what are you planning to do?" She turned her back to him, seeing the slogan on the back of her shirt, "I am going to deliver food to him, just to deliver it to him alone." Zeran said proudly, "Just to deliver it to him alone. Recently I also used your name to register a food delivery company." He saw this and was extremely helpless. Hey, you are a lady of the Huangpu family, yet you are going to deliver food." She said, "No matter where he rented a house before, the warehouse at the port, or even the area around this mountain." Zeran affirmed that, as long as he does not enter the city, he will order delivery for every meal. Even if it is breakfast, he will order fast food. She told Putai, "I have secretly installed a fast food delivery app on his phone. As long as he places an order, I will know immediately, and then personally deliver it to his house." He was extremely shocked to hear this. His blood pressure must have increased to a high level. Putai scolded her, "Fast food, what a unfilial daughter." Not paying attention to Putai, she only thought about her love life. Before long, he will be moved by this lady's sincere heart. As for Chen Chu, he was now driving to the meeting point, still unaware of the danger that was about to come. At the west gate of Ningda University, as soon as he saw Chen Chu's car, the students around there gathered around to watch, and even clamored to tell each other, "That is Senior Chen's car, it really is his." Xian in her fancy dress walked over. A female student saw this and immediately felt jealous. She wished, "Oh, if the person that Senior Chen picked up was me, how great would that be?" Chen Chu saw her and said, "Get in the car." Xian obediently replied, "Yes." The group leader standing next to him witnessed the cool scene just now and could not help but feel inferior. Compared to him, we are trash. The black-haired guy standing next to him felt very hurt when he heard that. "Group leader, what you said is raising the aspirations of others but destroying the prestige of our own people. We are all evolvers, so why can't our hero team catch up with him?" He continued with a contemptuous tone, "Isn't he just the first person to break through to 5 stars? His next words were infuriating. Based on what the director said, the three of us were elites selected from tens of thousands of people in City N, while that wild seed Chen Su was just a lucky guy. How could he compare to us? The black-haired guy turned to ask Luan Zi, "Isn't that right, Luan Zi?" Luan Zi's face was currently admiring the female students with great fascination. He still had to show agreement with his friend. That is right, our talent is not inferior to his, not inferior at all. Despite saying that, Luan Zi's eyes were still fixed on the female students in front. Suddenly, he noticed a female student with a pretty appearance. Luan Zi could not help but exclaim, "Wow, that girl was really beautiful." The black-haired friend was extremely angry when he saw this and could not help but give him a slap on the head. "Luan Zi, stop letting your hormones control your brain, wake up a bit." The team leader, who had been silently observing for a while, suddenly spoke. His voice clearly showed that he was very jealous. If Chen Su is arrogant for one more day, those girls will only pay attention to him. Our top priority is to become stronger quickly. We must become better than him. Luan Zi spoke up. "What do you guys think? Should we tell Lin Ruoya what we just saw? It seems like Chen Su is with another girl." The black-haired friend put his hand on Luan Zi's shoulder and gently said, "I know you like that Lin Ruoya, but Lin Ruoya also likes Chen Su now." He continued to encourage Luan Zi, "You can compete fairly with him. Even if you fail to pursue her, you will still be a true man." His eyes became sinister, but if it is this kind of backstabbing, it is not the style of a hero. Chen Su's car was still speeding down the road. Xian said, "Senior, half a month later will be the second impact of the apocalypse." Her voice suddenly became timid. "What if a lot of monsters appear, and the people in the special task force can't stop them? Would you take action?" Chen Su was curious when she asked him this. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Xian lowered her head, not daring to look at him. "Recently, there have been a lot of opinions on the internet criticizing you, saying you are afraid of death." He was surprised. "What, because I did not join the special task force?" she replied, roughly. Xian took out her phone to look at the news again. "Those people say that you did not join the special task force because you do not dare to face the monsters that will appear in the second impact of the monsters in half a month." Chen Su seemed to have anticipated that these things would happen. "After I received the honor of being the first in the new generation of evolution nationwide, I predicted that there would be slander. Those who want to wear the crown must bear its weight." Xian asked him again, "If a mountain-moving, sea-filling monster appears and the special task force is short of manpower, would you, senior?" This time, Chen Su answered immediately without hesitation or asking anything. "Then I will stand in the vanguard without hesitation." He drove while saying to her, "The reason for not joining the special task force is because I do not want to be bound by the government's rules. Things like having to submit reports before I can act are not suitable for me." The knot in her heart was untied, and Xian thought to herself, "That is right, how could the man I like be a coward and afraid of death?" The two had arrived at the meeting point. Chen Su stepped in with a smile and greeted, "Hello everyone, I am Chen Su." Xian observed everyone and sighed inwardly. These are all wealthy people with listed companies and personal assets exceeding 1 billion. A voice rang out, "I have heard of you for a long time, young Master Chen." Li Chunghong spoke before coming. "My dog son has already told me about young Master Chen's affairs." Chen Su said, "Just get straight to the point." Hearing him say that, he also went straight to the main issue. "Li Chunghong, then I won't be long-winded. In order to increase safety before the upcoming apocalyptic impact, we decided to establish a safety council and invite young Master Chen to be the chairman." Chen Su was puzzled. "Safety council," Li Chunghong explained. "Of course, it is just to protect the safety of us old guys and protect the area around the mountain villa from being destroyed by the demon creatures." Seeing that he did not seem convinced, he mentioned the salary. "Of course, as people being protected, we will pay young Master Chen a remuneration of 100 million per month." Upon hearing that amount, Xian was extremely shocked. What one can earn at least 100 million. He had the complete opposite attitude. 100 million. At first glance, this offer seems attractive. Chen Su spoke, "But the amount of 100 million is used to protect the people living in the mountain villa, the price of all the wealthy people." He continued, "Is the price to pay for membership in the safety council, and that amount is used to charge about 30 wealthy families living in the villas around the mountain. If divided equally, each household only has 1 million. Chen Su walked up to Li Chunghong, looked directly at him, and said, "And I do not know how much you plan to charge them when they join the council, 10 million or 100 million. He asked, "No matter how you look at it, this is a business that is sure to be profitable, right?" Fu Tai thought that he still did not think the salary was enough, and asked, then how much does young Master Chen feel is appropriate? Chen Su spoke with a contemptuous tone. In peacetime, you are all wealthy people who travel in luxury cars and look down on many subordinates. Even when something happens, you can easily solve it with money, so you always act superior. His appearance at this time must be said to be very cool. Chen Su continued to mock those rich people. As a result, when the apocalypse comes, you will return to your original form in an instant. You are all threatened by the demon creatures, and there is no difference at all. He looked directly into Fu Tai's eyes. People will no longer be distinguished by wealth, which will make those of you who have made money your whole lives very unwilling. Chen Su showed a mysterious smile. As for me, I understand your petty thoughts the most. Li Chenghong, who was standing beside him, saw the tense situation and spoke to defuse it. Wasn't it because the space rift appeared a few nights ago that the government used tactical nuclear weapons to repel the monsters? As long as young Master Chen can agree, 200 million, even 200 million, we can pay. He continued, we old people just want to sleep well at night. You are right, old Tai. Fu Tai replied, Old Li, is not your son Li Zhongwan in the special task force? You are the one who understands the most about the action efficiency of those good-for-nothings. If they were reliable, we would not be gathered here. Then he raised 3 fingers, a salary of 300 million a month for the position of chairman of the Safety Council. Afraid that he would not be satisfied, he added, as long as young Master Chen nods, I can add 100 million under my personal name. Chen Su pulled out a banknote. Money will become waste paper. Then, he used his power to burn the banknote. What he was doing was to intimidate the arrogant rich people in front of him. After a few more impacts, I am afraid the money in your hands won't even be enough to start a fire. Xian beside him was feeling extremely shocked. The rich people were no different from her. They panicked when they heard that their only weapon, money, was about to become useless. Li Chenghong shouted, What? Young Master Chen, do you mean that after the second impact in half a month, money will become paper? He quickly took out his phone to check. That is not right at all. The news released by the government is that the level of the apocalyptic impact is only at the normal level. Chen Su turned around indifferently and walked forward, not forgetting to tell them before leaving, you have not seen the truth of this apocalypse yet, in the reports on the media. The government's response to the apocalyptic impact seems to be only ordinary evolved people, right? Li Chenghong still could not believe what he had just heard. His face turned pale and he said, if you say that, then it is true. Chen Su continued to speak. Try to guess why the special task force did not even send out a 4-star awakened person. It is because the government's main force is suppressing the 5 gates of the apocalypse. He smiled and told the foolish people about the current situation. The main battlefield is not here at all. The government can't even protect itself, so how can they have the hands to protect you? Fu Tai could not keep calm. He slammed his hand on the table. Then what exactly do you want to agree? Hearing that, Chen Su went straight to the point. I do not need money. He made the requests he really wanted, but the special concrete formula of Jiulong real estate. The patented medicine of Bai Tai, he continued. Special metals from Lantian Haiyun, his next proposal. Chen Su suggested, within 3 days, I want to see the design drawings of the fortress around the mountain, and within a month, I want to see a super shelter completed. Chenghong was puzzled when he heard this. What did you say? Design drawings for the fortress on the mountain? Since when will the mountain villa area become a fortress? He was worried. A fortress. Chen Su began to explain his plan to them. Take the mountain villa area as the center, take advantage of the mountain's terrain to build a super fortress. Even if there is a global apocalyptic event, it can help people living in it survive for many years, and at the same time ensure ventilation, electricity, space, clean water, sufficient food and medicine. He said, after my requirements are met, I will preside over the position of chairman of the Security Council and promise to provide protection for you. Applause suddenly rang out, followed by praise. No wonder he is the strongest person of the new era nationwide. His strength and methods are terribly strong. Fu Tai praised him, and his foresight far exceeds ordinary people. Xian and Chen Su did not know anything else. They just stood there silently and watched. The two were now in the parking lot, and Li Di was already waiting there. As soon as he saw him, Li Di immediately sighed at Chen Su's talent. You are so good, kid. Those old guys, including my dad, were all subdued by your words. He did not act arrogant, and said modestly, this is a win-win plan, and no one is at a disadvantage. Then Li Di took out a gold card, and said with a smug face, ahem, well then kid, this is a hotel that my dad has shares in. Before leaving, he said to the two of them, so, you two have fun today. I still have something to do, so I will leave first and not disturb your interest. Chen Su took the card and turned to Xian, Jr., I just happen to have something to talk to you about. Since Big Brother Li has already hosted today, then we should not waste his good intentions. Her face was already as red as a tomato, and her shyness was obvious. However, Xian did not refuse, Senior, yes that. Scene changed to the hotel of Li Di's family. As soon as Chen Su entered the room, he immediately took off his coat, a luxurious presidential suite. Xian and Chen Su stood still, looking at each other, in a space that isolated all sounds, a space that was shielded so that no signals could be transmitted or monitored. It seemed that she had some fear in her heart, Senior, is not this too fast? Chen Su slowly walked over and pulled her head close to his face. Become my woman. He thought to himself, because Tian is an ordinary person, when guiding the energy in her body, I must be very careful. After all, I am a Superman with a physique 4,500 times that of ordinary people. Xian obediently lay on the bed, letting him do whatever he wanted. Chen Su's hand slowly reached her neck. He used his ability to control her body, and a red light radiated out. Probably because it was too painful, her mouth kept screaming. Chen Su was trying his best to be careful. If he was just careless, he could crush the body of an ordinary person. After finishing, he let her lie on the bed to rest. Very good, Situ Tiantian's body is merging with that power, and subtle changes are also taking place inside the body. Thoughts popped into his head. If there is no pollution or mutation, then tomorrow I will be able to see the effect of the fusion. Chen Su walked out of the living room, took a bottle of red wine, and slowly poured it into a glass. I used the dragon seal to transfer a part of the power of the demon creatures that I devoured. When the seed is sown in ordinary people, it will promote their evolution. Chen Su sat on the chair with a glass of wine in his hand. He looked at her and thought to himself, although this is a bit dangerous, I will also help Situ Tian become an evolved person. Back to a few hours ago, Chen Su went to the bed and lay down, and said to her, the apocalyptic impact can only get stronger and stronger. In this kind of atmosphere, you do not need to go to college at all. Hearing this, Xian became suspicious. Senior, what can I do if I do not study? When facing the attack of demon creatures, should not I just avoid them as far as possible? He said to her, it is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Tian, do you want to become an evolved person? Hearing this, Xian became excited, and clearly showed her desire to Chen Su. Senior, do you mean that I can also become an evolved person? I want to, of course I want to. Chen Su explained the steps needed to become an evolved person to her. I can use the dragon seal to remove some of the power of the demon creatures and then condense it into crystals. And then after your body gradually absorbs the energy of those crystals, you can receive the corresponding evolutionary energy. Although there are many benefits, the side effects are also great. Chen Su told her about it in advance. Only, if you can't control this kind of power of demon creatures. He asked her one last time, then the result will not only be that you can't evolve, but you may also mutate into a demon creature. Do you dare to take this kind of danger? Xian seemed quite hesitant. But then she immediately regained her spirits. If it is Senior himself who is doing this, then I am not afraid at all. I also want to become someone who can be independent. The figure of her dear mother appeared in her mind. I can stand up to protect my mother in times of crisis. Her eyes became firm, and I can help Senior at any time. Absolutely won't become an obstacle. Seeing Xian's expression, he praised. Very good. Chen Su kindly reminded her, don't struggle, this is my first time sealing, so I may aim at the wrong position. Xian immediately replied, I am also doing this for the first time. Voices rang out. When the smoke clears, a strong man appears, a body like steel, the embodiment of strength, and a brave warrior protecting the city. Tian Long, a 4-star evolved person. Every attack is a protection of justice. Every appearance suppresses evil. A real man never looks back at the explosion because he knows that his battlefield is still ahead. Like and cheer for him. Every reward you give is support for his constant progress. Let us witness the legend of Tian Long. The old lady showed him the short video and said, Mr. Chen, this is a short video we shot for Mr. Tian Long of the Special Task Force of Shinshui City. He is currently a big star on our short video platform with more than 8 million fans. Not stopping there, the old lady added, in addition, there is also a 5-star captain of the Terror Task Force. Shocking, right? With a respectful voice, the old lady told him, these online celebrities can earn hundreds of thousands just by live streaming. Very simple, right Mr. Chen? Chen Su carefully watched the video, and his face seemed a little hesitant. Are all these videos made with special effects? Knowing his worries right now, the old lady immediately put out the fire. Absolutely not, Mr. Chen. Our Meoween app can only turn on beauty mode and special effects with just one click. It can automatically coordinate with the user's abilities to enhance the special effects and make the moves more powerful. Realizing that he was still not convinced, she continued to speak, because all short video platforms are actively and proactively promoting evolved people to enhance public confidence. We have signed contracts with many specialized agencies and civilian evolved people in the past few days. She moved closer to Chen Su's face and gently suggested, Mr. Chen, you are a super online celebrity that we especially want to sign a contract with. After all, you are the first new generation of evolved people to be officially recognized. In order to invite him over, the old lady continued to use her sharp tongue. Just show your strength a little bit at will and then add our makeup and publicity. Then your reputation will definitely explode in the future. Then you won't have to worry about not getting trust anymore. You can look at these confirmation videos first. She showed him the video in advance, and it was really offensive. Superhuman instant noodles and you will become a super labor force in the doomsday era. It only takes 3 minutes for you to evolve. From 996 to 007, every boss will say that is good. Inside contains gene enhancers, including 5 ribonucleotides, disodium, potassium sorbate, and 58 other high-quality food additives, helping you stay energized under the dual pressure of doomsday and capitalism. Remember, you are not a Superman, you are just a doomsday worker kidnapped by instant noodles. The next was a promotion of sneakers. Wearing blaster shoes will help you run faster as rent increases in the concrete jungle of doomsday, built in Quantum Springs. Environmentally friendly recycled plastic, allowing you to dispel the pressure of life and defeat the boss's pie indicators. Reminder, the soles may fall off if you use too much force, but your dreams do not. And the next video was even more ugly. Absolute Defense Pen, designed specifically for love in the doomsday era. It uses nano-grade bulletproof materials to help you become invulnerable to the duel attack of love and viruses. Whether it is dating or YP, it can help you safely retreat from the flood of desire in the future. How ridiculous have the videos been so far? But the old lady still did not realize it and continued to invite him, Mr. Chen, as long as you agree to start live streaming on our platform, become Meoween's favorite host with many fans, then the conditions are up to you. Soft advertising and hard advertising can be freely chosen. Chen Su had no interest in these promotions. He immediately stood up and prepared to leave. I am not a star. Where do my fans come from? The old lady said. Mr. Chen, do not you know how famous you are nationwide right now? Seeing that a good business was about to leave, the old lady immediately ran after him and begged him to stay. Just rely on your handsome face, a perfect face with no flaws. Then countless female fans have already lined up to cry for you. She said, just let your face appear in front of the fans. Don't you want to know who your fans are? She continued. Those things were still not enough to convince Chen Su. He refused without hesitation. Sorry, I am not interested. He ordered the secretary, see the guest out. Su Lingyue quickly saw the old lady off. Section Chief Wang, this way please. She still did not accept it and still tried to invite him. 100 million a year in advertising fees. All Mr. Chen needs to do is shoot a promotional video. Chen Su became impatient and said sternly, see the guest out. The old lady still tried even if there was only a glimmer of hope. We need a real hero. Only you can do this. Suddenly, Chen Su requested, wait a moment. She took out a picture of a Superman to show him. Hawk, the Superman from Country M. In an instant he can turn into a green giant ape 100 meters tall. After the transformation he is extremely powerful and invulnerable to weapons. Then the old lady spoke about the other person's strength. With a swift dash at a speed of 100 meters per second, he can easily destroy a tank. He has become a god in the hearts of the people of Country M. The illustrious figures were mentioned by the old lady. The Royal Guard of Country Y has a Superman named Alexander. His left hand can transform into the sword of King Excalibur. The video of cutting a warship in half with just one move has reached 500 million views. He is nicknamed the Shadow Splitter. He is the divine general protecting Country Y. Country F can transform into a fire person, and Country D can freeze the air into solid nitrogen. Country J has a mutant who can jump between tall buildings like rubber, she continued. A smiling face and a fake smile appeared on the old lady's face. Ordinary people have to face the harsh conditions of doomsday and their hearts are always filled with fear and anxiety. They need a real hero. Her eyes were directed towards Chen Su, hoping that he could agree to cooperate. A hero who can make them feel at ease and bring them hope. Sweet temptations rang out. Hawk from Country M, Alexander from Country Y, they have all become symbols of each country. We also really need a hero like that. Chen Su seemed to have been persuaded a little, he thought to himself. expanding my influence is also a good thing. Thoughts flashed through his mind, especially now that there are many negative opinions about me on the internet. He turned to the old lady and said, live streaming is out of the question. But if it is just shooting videos, then I can consider it. Hearing this, she became happier than ever. The hard work of talking so much has finally paid off, really. A few days later, Chen Su now appeared in a promotional video. He was standing on a tall building. He slowly flew down. Chen Su's appearance now was really exciting. Words appeared. His movements are like flowing clouds and flowing water. Every slash is precise and fatal, as if he is performing a dance of death. A monster appeared behind him with sharp teeth. Without fear, Chen Su turned around and gave it a fatal sword strike. The words continued to appear. A real hero is not someone who flaunts his strength but someone who protects every ordinary life. His movements were really cool and extremely agile. Chen Su, the first of the new generation of evolved people, a protector, someone who is not afraid, a legendary human being. A voice rang out angrily. Are we also in the Doomsday game? What do you call us evolved people? The team leader's voice rang out. The special effects are really strong. Look, the sword energy is even deflected. Luan Zi showed contempt. Who can't tell that this is a video without special effects? And its original thing has been exaggerated too much. The deputy director also had to sigh at him. This person named Chen Su's strength has definitely surpassed 5 stars. Right now he is completely an awakened person of a higher level. It seems that the distance between us and him is getting farther and farther. Cut to a certain shrine. A boy spoke with a respectful voice. Greetings, Tengu Great Lord. A terrifying figure revealed itself. Tengu. A beautiful figure appeared behind him. That beautiful woman was none other than Izanami. As soon as the subordinates saw her, they became frightened. Greetings, Izanami Great Lord. She asked, are you sure you have found the young of an ancient giant beast? One of the subordinates respectfully replied, Great Lord, this giant beast is currently appearing near the waters of our country R, but in fact country M was the first to discover it earlier than us. He continued to say, according to international statistics, giant beast resources belong to all mankind. Whoever discovers it has the right to priority exploitation. We are the ones who discovered it later, so we can only get a maximum of 30% of the giant beast's resources. Izanami seemed dissatisfied with the words of the subordinate just now. What is international practice? If we can kill the giant beast first and control all of its origin, then how much to divide will naturally be said by this lord. One of the subordinates saw something, and his face suddenly became frightened. Andrew, who was standing next to him, spoke, sorry for not introducing myself. I am the hero Andrew Taylor. Scene change. A vessel is on a patrol mission deep beneath the sea. It weaves through the caverns on the ocean floor. A moment later, 3 people swim out from the vessel to scout. They are the Poseidon strike squad of Country M. Someone spots something and shouts, there are footprints here, they are massive. Everyone is stunned. Captain, there is a skull of a giant whale beast here. It is 20 meters wide. Before them lies the skeleton of a colossal beast. Right then, the handheld device emits a warning beep. The captain exclaims in shock, radiation levels are at 46 sieverts. He gazes deep into the cave and speculates, I was right. This is the source of the abnormal radiation. With that, they venture deeper inside. Suddenly, someone asks, guys, did you hear that? Hear what? He suddenly feels a wave of fear as things turn strange. Wait. Something is wrong with this equipment. The light in his hand flashes incessantly. 88 SV. 125 SV. 459 SV. It is still rising. Everyone is terrified. 1,000 sieverts. Such intense radiation. You would only see levels like this standing right next to a nuclear reactor core. Abruptly, the dragon at the bottom of the sea opens its eyes and glares at them. The captain's eyes widen in disbelief. 1,500 SV, what? What on earth is that? Scene change. In a haunted house at an amusement park, an officer announces, someone went missing here the other day. Why did not you call the police immediately? The employee reports timidly, I thought it was just a lost tourist. Since it had not been 24 hours, we arranged for a few people to search the area, but we did not expect. Hearing this, Guanda slams his book shut, startling the young man. He glares as if seeing through everything. I think you were afraid that making a scene would hurt your business, so you intentionally withheld the report, did not you? The employee, caught red-handed, stammers nervously, well. Guanda waves his hand and notes, adding the 3 who disappeared this afternoon, the one from yesterday, and the one from the day before. Your ghost room has swallowed 5 people. This is likely an apocalyptic crisis event. He summons his subordinates and announces, the Special Affairs Bureau is officially taking over. All unauthorized personnel, stay back. Fan Hao checks his watch, puzzled. Strange, the sensor shows polluted energy, but why is there no reaction after we entered? Zhongwen immediately replies, in this case, the target is likely a ghostly abomination, and its polluted energy only retracts within its rule domain. He looks around, assessing the area. Is this themed room on the map provided by the manager? The 5 of them stand in the middle of the house as talismans flutter around them. Suddenly, a dark shadow streaks past Fan Hao's back. A mannequin with glowing eyes is triggered by a switch, jumping out to scare them. Startled, Fan Hao repeatedly stabs at it. A second later, he has reduced it to a pile of scattered parts. Chi Mei teases him with a laugh, it was just a jump scare prop. Did you have to overreact like that? He wipes off cold sweat, agitated. Damn it, I thought I would actually met a ghost. Zhongwen observes his watch and announces, we are close to the polluted object. Right then, a large explosion behind them sends rocks and debris flying everywhere. Peng Luan quickly uses his shield to protect everyone. Watch out. A demonic creature swiftly strikes his shield. It nimbly retreats backward. Zhongwen's eyes glow as he analyzes it. A 3-star ghostly abomination, energy-enhanced type with fortified defense. It also has super regeneration. Its weakness is. Fan Hao rushes to attack first. Even if it swallowed 5 living people and grew a stomach of iron, it won't stop my transcendent weapon. Seeing this, Zhongwen speaks up, exasperated, it is the head. Fan Hao freezes in disbelief as the monster prepares to counterattack him. Zhongwen clutches his head and curses, the weakness is the head, did you just stab its torso, you idiot? The next second, a decisive gunshot rings out. A bullet grazes the monster's head, instantly taking it out of the game. With the job done, Chi Mei gently blows the smoke from the barrel of her gun. She spins the gun in her hand smugly. A 3-star ghostly monster, doesn't seem like much. Yep, 1 bullet and it is over. Fan Hao, feeling his glory was stolen, looks grumpy. He shouts in protest, that is because my spear restricted its movement, otherwise, how could your bullet have hit its head? Zhongwen steps in to mediate. Alright, we are a team. This was a result of everyone's joint effort. Afterward, Peng Luan reminds them, check the surroundings. If there are no other polluted objects, let us head back and report to the director. He walks over and calls out, Director. Guande approaches to lecture them, there is a fatal flaw in your coordination. He begins questioning them one by one. Fan Hao, why did you act on your own without waiting for the captain's orders? Do you think your judgment is more accurate than Li Zhongwen's? Being scolded, Fan Hao avoids eye contact. No. Next was Li Zhongwen. Although you are responsible for deployment and intelligence scouting, why did you just stand by with your arms crossed at the critical moment? He points a finger in warning. Remember, you are not just the brain of the team, but a warrior. If you always treat yourself as an outsider, it will only lead to the meaningless sacrifice of your teammates. Zhongwen looks apologetic. I was wrong, Director Guan. I will provide timely support next time. Guanda moves on to the next member. Peng Luan, who is your shield meant to protect? Answer me, he stammers to protect my teammates. Guanda points toward Ruoya and questions, is your only teammate Lin Ruoya? He then criticizes him, on the battlefield, discard your selfish thoughts immediately. You must focus on protecting every single teammate. At this point, Guanda clears his throat. As for you 2 ladies. He scolds Ruoya, who is blushing in embarrassment, one of you acts recklessly, unable to maintain even basic vigilance. Chi Mei puffs her cheeks in a huff as he continues, and the other. While her teammate is in close combat with a monster, she fires her weapon without a moment's hesitation. Guanda folds his arms and asks sternly, who gave you that kind of nerve? He is extremely tense. Fighting demonic monsters is not a game. One slip up and you lose your life. Then he offers encouragement, everyone must take responsibility for their teammates. You must survive when you enter the battlefield, and you must survive when you leave. Do you understand? The group shouts in unison, understood, Director. Only then does Guanda offer praise. I have said what needed to be said. After all, this is only your second mission, and the overall performance was acceptable. He takes out a cigarette. With your current strength, you are capable of handling 4 star monsters. What I am about to say next is a military secret. No one is allowed to leak it. Guande announces earth-shattering news. Yesterday, Country M's apocalyptic base was destroyed by a monster with strength exceeding that of a 10-star monarch-level beast. He adds, the government has quickly raised the rank to 11 stars, defining it as the new world class. Fan Hao and Peng Luan are stunned. Apocalyptic. New world class. This is the first time I have heard of a monster at this level. Guande recalls the scene. Country M lost over 17,000 evolvers in a single night. Finally, the government had to use tactical nuclear weapons just to barely repel the monster tide. He remains highly vigilant. According to the intelligence I received, no monster corpses were found in the rubble. The government's combat report only states presumed repelled. Everyone is bewildered. Presumed repelled, even with tactical nukes, they could not completely destroy the monster. Hearing this, Guande adds worriedly, affected by this event, all 17 apocalyptic gates have experienced varying degrees of tremors, accompanied by the spreading of space subtides. In a few dozen days, the apocalyptic impact will far exceed expectations. With your current strength, it will be very difficult to deal with the invasion of reinforced monsters.
Ruoya becomes anxious.
Director, what should we do to increase our strength? Is there a special training program? Guande then takes out a spirit crystal. Sitting next to 2 chests of crystals, he says, time is of the essence, so the Special Affairs Bureau has issued another batch of psionic spirit crystals. You all understand what this means, right? Fan Hao sees them and gets excited. Psionic spirit crystals can trigger human potential, multiplying the speed of ability evolution. Guande is full of expectation. You have been approved to use spirit crystals to assist your evolution process. He sets a condition. The requirement is that within 10 days, every member must break through to the 4-star rank. This is all for the future of humanity. Zhongwen clenches his fist and promises, Director, we will not let you down. For the sake of humanity's tomorrow. System notification, name, Chen Su. Rank, lesser heaven position, transcendent.
Physique, 9,935.
Spirit, 1,298. Cultivation, armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey. Skills, ice punch, sparrow, gale kick, moonstep. Passive skills, thunderous might, glazed red flame. Weapon, heavenly tyrant blade, imperial demon armor. Incarnation, ancient spiny lizard. Evolved, 3 times. He is sitting by the sea. Based on the spiny lizard's hunting rate in the North Sea fishing grounds, it won't take more than a few days to reach the requirements for the 4th evolution. Chen Su looks up at the sky and assesses. Next, I just need to focus on Tiantian's evolution process. Scene change. Situ's tears fall uncontrollably. Where am I? In Situ Tiantian's dreamscape, the scene is chaotic. A black dragon is staring intensely at her. The next moment, it opens its maw toward Situ. She stammers in fear, waving it away. No, do not come near me. In reality, Situ bolts up from her bed due to the nightmare. Don't come near me. She gasps for air, terrified. Right then Chen Su, sitting opposite her, speaks up, how does it feel? Situ asks back, confused, Senior, how does what feel? Hearing this, he swiftly throws a glass toward her. Situ reflexively raises her hand to block it. However, as soon as her hand touches it, the glass shatters into dust. Only then does Chen Su reveal the feeling of becoming an evolver. Situ is in disbelief. What happened? He clarifies her current status. A 1-star evolver has a punching force of 500 kilograms and a speed of up to 15 meters per second. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved. Situ looks at her hands and cheers joyfully. I feel like my strength is immense. Have I really become an evolver? Becoming an evolver has now become the dream goal of countless people around the world. On the black market, even a low-quality evolution stimulant has reached the staggering price of over 50 million USD. However, using these low-quality stimulants comes with great risks. If not careful, the user can turn into a terrifying polluted monster. Therefore, many ordinary people desperate to evolve must be bound in chains, and their families must resort to extreme measures, standing guard with guns to monitor the evolver. Once the state of corruption begins, the death is unimaginably tragic. Despite this, countless people are still willing to risk becoming a monster and throw themselves onto the path of evolution without hesitation. The apocalypse is coming, and the era of global evolution has emerged. Scene change to international waters. Okumachi Island. A powerful army appears. Ebisu, open the way. He immediately obeys.
Understood, Dazun.
Receiving the order, Ebisu quickly charges forward. He plunges like a sphere into the deep, dark ocean. The others follow closely behind. Ebisu uses his momentum to leap onto a nearby cliff. Their footsteps land on the island. The scenery here is ghastly and terrifying. Demonic beasts lie in wait ahead. Benton nimbly rushes forward to fight. She shouts a warning. The great beast is deploying King's Haki. No one is to look directly into its eyes. Inari assesses in fear. It is just a juvenile, yet its aura is no weaker than a 9-star monster. Has it already reached the king rank? Susano says with a hint of disdain, Inari, are you sure your perception is not wrong? She uses her power to evaluate. This great beast is even slightly stronger than the king-level monster that attacked our base last month. My perception cannot be wrong. Hearing this, Dazun finds it interesting. An ancient great beast. How magnificent. She says with certainty, it will surely produce a vast amount of source origin for us to use. She then orders her subordinates, Benton, use your illusion techniques to control it. Dazun assigns tasks to everyone, the rest of you, drain every bit of its source origin, do not leave a single drop. Finally, destroy all evidence. I will not allow anyone else to have it. They reply in unison, by your command. Then, a dragon appears with glowing scales. Benton uses all her strength to resist. They are evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Seeing this, Dazun says with anticipation, look how wondrous the power of this great beast is. We shall devour it, absorb it, and become it. She rejoices, darkness will swallow everything, and chaos will rule all. Praise the darkness, praise the chaos, praise the infinite void. She then shows a sinister face, the intertwining of light and dark, the cycle of life and death all return to the void. We shall become eternal. We shall become gods. Our pursuit of transcendent power has never ceased. When the fires of destruction tore through the sky, the mushroom cloud symbolized the blooming of death. Violent shockwaves swept across the land like an angel's lash, tearing civilization and order into pieces. The world returned to the primal chaos of the beginning of creation. After 30 days and nights, the dust finally settled. The once majestic mountains were leveled into wastelands, and the rushing rivers were severed, turning into dead waters. When the cracks in the rock formations were exposed, survivors were horrified to discover the remains of a great beast as tall as a mountain, its bones gleaming with an eerie metallic light. Even after experiencing destruction, it maintained a combat stance, as if silently narrating the epic of a lost era. Deep within its crystallized marrow, we discovered a mysterious substance that shone like a star. When light hit it, this material vibrated as if it were alive, refracting colors beyond the visible spectrum. After 700 days and nights of research, we finally solved the mystery of this substance. It can reconstruct the molecular structure of organisms, allowing carbon-based life to break through the evolutionary barrier. This is the fire of Prometheus, the forbidden fruit of wisdom. The Prime Minister held a vial of blue fluorescent culture and made an announcement at a media press conference. Today, we crown ourselves as gods. We name it God's Origin. But fate soon smiled. In a distorted way. The first group of volunteers turned into crystal statues in the holy blue light. Their final expressions were frozen forever in a state of extreme ecstasy born of ultimate pain. The bodies of mortals are like paper grass wrapped around fire. We finally understood that it was not that the source origin was not strong enough, but that the human body is made of clay fundamentally unworthy of the gift bestowed by the gods. However, there is divine will in the gloom. After the perilous apocalypse arrived and demonic monsters began to run rampant, we were surprised to find that survivors who had been exposed to the source origin material could actually rely on absorbing pollution from monsters to evolve themselves. Then we realized that those myths never left us. They were racing toward us at a faster pace. In this era, we are the inheritors of myth. We constantly evolve to become stronger, and one day, we will be able to touch the realm of God. Dazun laughs heartily. We shall become gods. Her subordinates chime in. Praise the angel, praise the angel. Suddenly, a mocking voice speaks up, praise my ass. She looks in that direction, startled. Who is there? At this moment, a man appears heroically on the back of a demonic beast. He confidently points at himself and introduces, praise me instead. I am Chen Su. Dazun gives a stern order, Inari, analyze his information immediately, by your command, Dazun. Inari spins her fox mask. She unleashes her technique, Fox Summon, Divine Insight. At that moment, Chen Su leaps down. His tone is sarcastic. A peeping type ability. Chen Su glares with a face full of contempt. No, there is a massive gap in our strength. Suddenly, a large crack appears on Inari's fox mask. She is thrown backward by a powerful repulsive force. Dazun stares at Inari in confusion. She quickly asks, "What is the status of the information?" Inari struggles to get up. She replies, "The enemy also has a mystic technique similar to Insight. My divine insight was unexpectedly met with a backlash." Dazun gasps, "What?" At this point, Susanoo steps forward to comfort her. "Dazun, no matter what mystic art he has, one punch from me will make him explode." With that, he immediately throws a punch at Chen Su. "Die for me." Chen Su nimbly dodges the blow. His tone is mocking, an uninvited guest who dares to strike first. Susanoo glances behind him. Before he can move again, he is sent flying by a kick from Chen Su. Hydation quickly unleashes his power. Flip. Instantly, Susanoo's falling speed slows down. The distance between him and the sharp spikes on the ground below is only a hand's breadth. Chen Su sneers, "Gravity control, you guys have quite a few tricks." Susanoo gnashes his teeth in rage. "Mind your own business, Hydation." The power in Hydation's hand gradually fades. Susanoo falls hard onto the ground. Hydation directs his arm toward Chen Su again. "Your turn to experience the feeling of being impaled." He lands on the ground. The surrounding space is violently shaken for a moment. Rocks fall like rain. From where Chen Su was standing, a massive explosion suddenly occurs. Hydation's pupils contract. He panics internally. Gravity actually could not suppress him. Chen Su stands up unscathed, surrounded by glowing red lightning. Inari is shocked. He can completely nullify the effects of gravity. Hydation looks at the scene, trembling with rage. What kind of joke is this? He actually has strength that can surpass the gods. Susanoo clenches both fists. "The price for insulting me is your blood to wash it away." He charges furiously at Chen Su. Furious Rakshasa, Iron Sever. Seeing this, Chen Su only curls his lips into a faint smile. A physical type technique. He uses only one hand to block the punch. His powerful inner force causes the ground behind him to rise into sharp stone ridges. Susanoo looks at Chen Su in horror. This monster. Chen Su looks at him with a cold smile. He nimbly builds up momentum. He throws Susanoo violently, causing him to crash heavily into the ground. Susanoo, seeing Chen Su frantically unleashing his power, thinks in fear, "Damn it, I can't take this move." Hydation, who is nearby, also immediately unleashes his aura to fight back. Before he can land a blow, Chen Su attacks the space between him and Susanoo. Susanoo quickly skids across the ground to avoid being thrown too far. At this moment, Chen Su, standing amidst the smoke and dust, has changed. His interface has switched to Crimson Flame Blood Burst Mark II. Dazun walks forward majestically. She orders, "Gods of the high heavenly planes, join forces to deal with our enemy." The gods shout in unison, "Understood, Dazun." Ebisu unleashes his power, and giant hands made of earth immediately emerge from the ground. Chen Su gazes pensively at those earthen hands. Ebisu let out a devious laugh. He continued to unleash his technique, Divine Construct, Rock Iron Bind. Those massive hands instantly enveloped Chen Su's body. Chen Su still had not made a move. He stood there with a stoic expression. The stone hands quickly sealed him inside a large sphere. Ebisu sneered, "This rock is fortified with divine power. It is harder than steel. Even with your extraordinary abilities, you will die in my stone prison from lack of oxygen." Inari shouted in panic. He is using high temperatures to melt the lava. Chen Su's arm powerfully punched through the stone sphere. The stone block quickly melted into a large hole. Susanoo mocked Ebisu, "Look at that, your stone shell is as soft as natto strands. Can you actually get the job done or not?" Infuriated by the taunt, Ebisu channeled his power again. "One layer is not enough, then have another." He quickly unleashed, Divine Construct, 1,000 gold shell. Ebisu leaped up and roared, "2 layers are not enough, then a third." Rocks and earth piled on top of each other, forming a solid fortification. Divine Construct, 1,000 gold shell. After performing the technique, Ebisu collapsed from exhaustion. He panted, "These 3 layers of binding have completely drained my divine power." Susanoo joked, I told you, you did not need to go all out, just use your strongest ability. I was only kidding. The red-haired man said coldly, no one survives before Ebisu. This battle is over. Susanoo looked up doubtfully, his tone dismissive, I thought that guy would be stronger. Isn't he still suppressed by our Takamagara system? Over at the Grand Elder's side, she said, the mist has been cleared. Now. The Grand Elder spoke leisurely, kill this lizard and seize the source origin. Then she turned to Inari and asked, what is it? What does your divine insight see, Inari? Inari said in a panic, this seal. No, it can't hold him. She explained hurriedly, he can counter metallic constructs. Ebisu's triple seal is useless against him. As soon as she finished speaking, powerful bolts of lightning appeared around the fortification. From within, Chen Su's cold voice warned them, you want to kill this ancient juvenile beast, you would better step over my dead body first. He broke out of the wall with force, sending rocks flying. Otherwise, do not blame me for trampling over your corpses. Ebisu turned pale at the sight. I clearly sealed him. Just as he finished speaking, a rock hit him on the head. Inari, on the other side, also covered her head in fear. In mid-air, Chen Su provoked the gods, come on. I will count every single one of your corpses. He laughed mockingly, then threw something into the mud. The red-haired man spoke in fury, those who can kill us do not talk so much, anyone who blocks our path to godhood has only one destination, death. He sneered arrogantly, my burning power is nothing like your petty tricks. My divine power can create karma fire that burns for 7 days without being extinguished. Your little flame's temperature is better suited for brewing tea. Red hair concentrated his aura and unleashed, yellow spring scorched earth, fragrance of total karma fire. His face distorted as he screamed, die. Red hair fired a powerful arrow of fire at Chen Su. Chen Su only looked at him with a gaze of utter contempt. He let out a sharp breath. And then, the fire arrow gradually dissipated. Red hair's eyes bulged. What? He shouted to the other gods, stop talking, I will take the bottom, you press from above, hey Daidion, use gravity burial. Susanoo glared and rushed toward Chen Su. I do not believe you can fight 3 of us at once. The Grand Elder stood to the side, gritting her teeth desperately. Is there anyone else, anyone who can help me subdue this monster? Benton offered a suggestion, Grand Elder, brute force is not working. We should use other means. On Susanoo's end, he used the technique, Raging Rakshasa Iron Cannon. Chen Su blocked it with just one hand, slamming Susanoo's head into the ground. At that moment, a massive circle of fire surrounded Chen Su. Yellow springs scorched earth, square heaven extinction. Hey Dacian reminded Inari, careful, it is the wind dragon seal. With that, strange magic circles appeared beneath his feet. Chains rose from the circles and bound him. Hey Dacian's limbs were pinned against a large rock. Inari was dazed and terrified. This is a high-level mystic art even stronger than Lord Ebisu's seal. The Grand Elder asked doubtfully, so what do you plan to do? Benton replied, now it is time for our psychic-type squad to appear. Her face suddenly transformed into something grotesque. She said smugly, no matter how strong that monster's body is, he can't resist my psychic attacks. Benton began her trickery. This sound comes from the yellow springs. Listen. Fall into despair, this is spirit talk of yellow springs. Chen Su looked at her with a blank expression. He let go, releasing red hair. His body suddenly changed rapidly. Let go. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in shock at this sight. Chen Su charged toward her to attack, but was blocked by Tengu. The surrounding space shook violently. Tengu leaped up to build momentum for an attack. Ha! He unleashed the technique, 8-span mirror, divine sun rotation. Chen Su landed on the ground. Mist suddenly appeared around his body. Evaporate. Cracks began to appear on his skin. Cracking. The Grand Elder laughed triumphantly. This is the divine sun rotation. It can penetrate any beast's defense and destroy your body from the inside like microwaves. Chen Su gritted his teeth in anger. He summoned a massive sword, surrounded by powerful lightning. The moment the sword touched the ground, cracks spread across the earth. Instantly, a glowing red aura enveloped his body. Suddenly, a face peeked out from the rocks. The spiky-haired guy lunged. Shadow slash, instant hell kill. He stabbed his sword hard into Chen Su's back. After the strike, the spiky-haired guy's face turned pale. This is. Chen Su remained unharmed.
Impérial Démon Armor Technique.
He coldly spat out one word, begone. Flames once again surrounded Chen Su. The Grand Elder sneered, it is useless. Where there is light, there is shadow. As long as the shadow exists, Tsukuyami is immortal. At that moment, Chen Chu's shadow merged with the shadow of the flames. Merging. The spiky-haired guy emerged from the ground again. Emerging. He unleashed his technique, Shadow Walk, Hazy Moonslash, Night Sparrow Reverse Feather. Chen Su remained calm. The spiky-haired guy gnashed his teeth. Damn it, his defensive power is too high. The flames around Chen Su died out. Tengu lunged from behind again. He aimed a blow at Chen Su, but Chen Su nimbly dodged it. A crack appeared on Chen Chu's arm. The Grand Elder stood behind and spoke leisurely. Tengu's attack can destroy the enemy's defense. No matter how strong the shield, it will be destroyed with one strike. Chen Su looked at him pensively. He curled his lips into a cold smile. Perfect timing. He swung his sword and cut off Tengu's nose. The spiky-haired guy swung his sword at Chen Chu's feet. Earth-eating snake. He struck down hard, but Chen Su blocked it. Boatless chaotic flower. The spiky-haired guy unleashed a flurry of attacks, but they were all parried. Infinite shadow seam. Chen Su slashed him hard and cursed, trash. He sneered, ha, you think you can't be killed as long as your shadow is here, then I will just evaporate the shadow too. With that, Chen Su unleashed his power, making the surrounding area blindingly bright. The spiky-haired guy was caught off guard and suffered severe burns all over his body. Chen Su leaped up again. He stabbed his sword deep into the spiky-haired guy's body. The spiky-haired guy perished on the spot, his eyes still wide open. Chen Su glanced at the remaining group. Who else dares to take a step forward? Benton cried out in pain, brother. Tengu turned to look at her and only shook his head slightly. Shaking head. The Grand Elder was furious. She roared, what are you standing there for? Charge everyone, attack together. The gods trembled and looked at each other. No one dared to advance. Benton wept, why must we sacrifice like this? She fell to her knees in agony. Just to get the source origin, my brother lost his life here. The Grand Elder behind her only said coldly, you are all candidates to become gods. She continued to order indifferently, kill him, kill that monster, then we can have enough source origin to become even more powerful. Benton lowered her eyes and said sorrowfully, but I do not want to be powerful. I just want to be an ordinary person. To be a good sister. The Grand Elder reached out and squeezed Benton's neck tightly. She said cold-bloodedly, you weakling. You betrayed our oath. This is a capital offense. She lectured her with a self-righteous air, we are the inheritors of myth, we evolve and grow stronger without end, until the day we can touch the realm of God. Benton no longer obeyed. She glared at the Grand Elder with disgust. Fuck off, go to hell. Seeing this, the Grand Elder turned and ordered Tengu, kill this traitor, her heart has wavered. She is unworthy of a god's body. Tengu did not respond, but simply turned away. The Grand Elder looked at Red Hair and Inari, who both avoided her gaze, and muttered, damn it. On the other side, Chen Su thrust his sword into the ground. He teased mockingly, I did not intend to have a bloodbath with you all. Drop your hostility, and you can leave now. The Grand Elder suddenly broke into a bizarre smile. Make me surrender, never. She transformed into a giant, her grip on Benton's neck tightening.
Absolutely impossible. Gigantification.
A massive serpent lunged toward Benton. The serpent quickly swallowed her. The Grand Elder said with a greedy face, every drop of source origin I swallow will be my nourishment. With one bite, the serpent finished off Benton. Swallow. She broke into a grotesque smile. All of your power will belong to me. The remaining serpents took turns eating the other gods. Tengu could not escape being devoured either. The others were finished off in an instant. Inari clutched her chest in panic. She is merging the powers of the 8 Hallows. Could it be she only saw us as? The Grand Elder said maniacally, exactly, the 8 Hallows, how ridiculous, you are nothing more than vessels to nurture the source origin. She looked at them coldly. In this place, only I am worthy of becoming a god. Chen Su folded his arms and watched them calmly. This plot twist was unexpected. You guys are having internal conflicts already. Susano, on the other side, remained stubborn. Even though I can't stand you, this is a private matter of the 8 Hallows. If you do not want to die, get lost. He lifted a massive rock. Then he hurled it at the Grand Elder. This battle is for survival. Her serpent lunged forward to block the rock. The Grand Elder glanced at Susanoo. Even you are a dog that bites its master. The shattered rocks were suddenly being controlled. Hei Daition looked at the Grand Elder with resentment. We were once orphans, test subjects, the lucky survivors of a disaster. He recalled the miserable times of their childhood. Back then, the Grand Elder had exploited them as children to preach her ideals. Becoming a god would mean escaping the suffering of mortals. The stones in the children's hands shattered into pieces. Everyone around fell, except for a few children who stood firm, their bodies enveloped in a deep blue aura. The Grand Elder laughed. From now on, you are the Eight Hallows. Hei Daition clasped his hands, preparing to unleash a move. We gathered here and became the Eight Hallows for only one reason. He screamed, to keep on living. Before he could move, the Grand Elder released an overwhelming aura. She teleported behind Hei Daition, filled with rage. I have gained the power of light and dark. Don't think you have the right to defy me. She raised her claws, a cold smile on her face. The shadows of the serpent lunged out and bound Hei Daition's body. Shadow slash, eight-headed shadow prison. Hei Daition still spoke firmly. I will absolutely not submit. With that, the Grand Elder controlled the shadows to completely envelop his body. Seeing her handiwork, she broke into a cruel smile. Her serpent also opened its mouth maliciously. In the air, there were now only formless fragments. The Grand Elder laughed with heartless cruelty. The Grand Elder was knocked back by a blow from Chen Su. She reached up to hold her cracked mask, tears streaming down her face. Chen Su looked at her mockingly. How did that strike feel? Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared as the Grand Elder below began to transform. Rock fragments fell continuously, crashing down. Now fully transformed, she replied, hardly even a scratch. At this moment, Chen Su's entire body was surrounded by lightning. Immediately after, he used the technique, lightning-forged body, fire-forged bone, crimson flame blood burst Mark IV. A surge of lightning enveloped Chen Su's body. He then launched an attack at the Grand Elder. Just as the attack was about to land, she quickly dodged it. Seeing her dodge his attack, he smiled. So you managed to dodge it. Chen Su burned a figurine in his hand provocatively. If you have any more tricks, bring them out. Turn to ash. Hearing this, the Grand Elder clasped her hands to perform a technique. The next second, she launched an attack at him. Shadow consumption, eight-headed shadow prison. He raised his hand into the air and snapped his fingers. As soon as Chen Su snapped his fingers, the snakes lunging at him were instantly turned to ash. Inari was horrified to see her technique broken in an instant. The eight-headed shadow prison was useless. He was now walking toward the Grand Elder. His entire body was shrouded in bolts of lightning. The Grand Elder looked at his posture with fear in her heart. This monster's gait. It carries a pressure even more terrifying than that of a god. The next second, she unleashed a technique, bronze body, silver wind soul. She pointed at him and commanded, Gold, take your position. As soon as she finished, a giant snake was summoned right behind him. Chen Su only glanced at it with utter disdain. He raised his hand and used lightning to destroy the snake. As soon as that snake was destroyed, another one was summoned. Chen Su raised his hand to summon lightning. Immediately after, he unleashed the technique, ever-ending phantom. The ground beneath his feet began to sink and crack into pieces. Then the snake opened its mouth and lunged at Chen Su. He frowned as he looked at the snake. With a loud noise, it lunged straight at him. The Grand Elder laughed and used a technique, halt. The snake was immediately metallized, turning into a block of metal. Inside the snake's belly, Chen Su sighed softly, truly speechless. The next second, a small light shone from within the snake's belly. The Grand Elder's mouth hung open in shock. Ha! The entire snake was sliced into two pieces by his strike. Chen Su stood behind her and spoke coldly, even if you swallowed all your comrades, your strength is still only at this level. With that, he turned and dealt a blow to her. A gash appeared on the Grand Elder's neck. She screamed in refusal, No, I am a god, I cannot die. She looked at the blood on her hands, her whole body trembling. I was supposed to become a god above all men. I was supposed to enter the temple of the gods. Then she collapsed. I was supposed to look down upon all living things with a god's perspective. Chen Su looked at her and replied coldly, let your sins end here. The Grand Elder was terrified, screaming internally, no, I can't. Then she fell to the ground. No. The cave began to collapse. Inari, hiding in a corner, sobbed in fear. Suddenly, Chen Su walked up to her. He looked down and gave a soft smile. Then he picked her up, and the two of them escaped the water. Chen Su's emergence from the water made a loud noise, catching the attention of two people on a ship. A man saw him and exclaimed in surprise, "Where did these two people come from?" Hearing their voices, Chen Su thought to himself, "Are they foreigners?" Then Chen Su smiled and pointed toward Inari. "Please take her." Then he pointed into the distance and continued, to the shore. He gave an okay sign and smiled at them. "Is that all right?" After hearing Chen Su, the two foreigners turned to talk to each other. He looked at them and thought, I wonder if they even understand. Humans are an incredibly selfish species, and they are very good at internal infighting. Throughout history, the number of people who died at the hands of other humans is tens of thousands of times greater than those who died in disasters or at the hands of monsters. After gaining power, most people stop thinking about helping the weak and protecting justice. Instead, they swing their blades at the vulnerable. I do not deny that there are always good people in this world, however. Because of that ignorant human nature. After the two foreigners saw him use magic, they could not help but feel terrified. Therefore, I will not hesitate to doubt any existence that could threaten my own survival. I am not good. I do not save wailing souls. I am not evil. I have no desire for hatred. I am not chaos. I do not stir the dust of the masses. I do not like order. I do not want to be bound by the roots of heaven and earth. I am not the light to illuminate a straying city. I am not the darkness to hide the lamp of scrutiny. I am not real. I do not create a permanent form. I am not fake. I will not leave behind a faint shadow. I am the blade hanging between good and evil, and I will cross the chaotic dawn and dusk alone. In the office, Gwanda opened a video and introduced, "This is a video of Chen Su's battle from the Special Bureau branch." He frowned and continued, "According to the latest data, Chen Su's strength has been confirmed to have broken through to 5 stars. The people below could not hide their shock and shouted, "What, a 5-star breakthrough?" Gwanda pointed at the screen. A high-quality concrete pillar with a diameter of 100 centimeters was shattered by a single punch. Preliminary calculations show the impact force of this punch is. Fan Hao was so shocked that he spat out his water. He could not help but exclaim, 1,500 tons. Is he even human anymore? Peng Luan, standing nearby, clenched his fists in anger. The limit of my punch is only 15 tons, yet his strength is 100 times greater than mine. Zhongwen spoke up, according to global evolution assessment standards, the basic punching force of a 5-star is 100 tons. Should 1,500 tons be rated as 6 or 7 stars? He clapped his hands together. Or perhaps. Gwanda explained, after an evolver surpasses the 5-star limit, the strength index is no longer the sole measure of power. He frowned slightly and continued, instead, it is called supernatural power. Hearing this, Fan Hao asked excitedly, supernatural power, what is that, do I have it too? Gwanda folded his arms and replied, I have heard that evolvers in each country have their own evolution systems. Furthermore, the ultimate goal of the evolution process is to awaken these supernatural powers. He continued, things like gravity control, hellfire erupting from the body, mind control, and so on. People will do anything for their evolution rank to cross the 5-star mark. He added, at least as far as I know, our neighbor country is trying to use technological means to accelerate the evolution process of their evolvers. Then Gwanda sighed in frustration, you rookies who just started have not even reached 4 stars yet, so stop daydreaming all day. The people below replied in unison, understood, Captain Guan. On Chen Su's side, he looked at the spirit stone in his hand and remarked softly, speaking of the source origin, it is just a higher grade of psionic crystallization. At Chen Su's home, he smiled faintly. Izanami could not have dreamed that this would become such a bargain for me. Immediately after, he crushed the spirit stone. The system voice rang out, physique increased. He looked up at the screen. Stuck at 9,999, my physique points have reached the limit. Is it finally time to begin the 4th evolution? Xiao He suddenly appeared and called his name, Chu. Seeing him not respond, she called again, Chu, are you okay? Chen Chu sat up and replied, Xiao He, I am fine. She looked at him and spoke in a low voice, Xiao He. Hungry. He asked, I happen to have some energy crystals here. Do you want to eat? Xiao He smiled and replied, okay. She took the spirit crystal fragment from his hand and put it in her mouth. Chen Chu looked at her tenderly. Eat more. Once you have the power to restore the gate, we will go hunt monsters together, okay? At that moment, the system voice rang out in the research lab. Warning, global pollution levels are abnormal. Repeat, all nearby bases immediately initiate level 1 defense protocols. A purple aura of killing intent surrounded the lab. Warning, polluted energy has exceeded the critical value 20-fold. Energy fluctuations are still increasing. All personnel, prepare immediately. The system voice continued, attention, 4-star evolvers are forbidden from leaving the purification field. Repeat, exposure to the polluted area will cause irreversible mutations. Fully equipped evolvers stepped out from the base. All warriors, to your positions. The first wave of pollution is expected to reach the defense line within 72 hours. Meanwhile, at Huanshan Villa, Chen Chu seemed to sense something, a bolt of lightning flickering around his eyes. He quickly bolted up and clutched his head. He thought to himself, it seems a major disaster is about to happen. At that moment, a woman approached his building. Chen Chu heard the noise and looked out the window. Zeran took off her hat and looked toward his door. Chen Chu, who had already appeared at the door, teased her, please stop waking people up so early in the morning, Huang Fuzi. What was it again? She pointed at herself indignantly and replied, Huang Fuzi ran, your delivery is here. Hearing he had an order, he scratched his ear and replied, I have not placed any orders in the last 2 days, so where would an order come from? Zeran opened the package and replied, you have not ordered takeout for 2 days straight. I was worried you would starve to death in your room. She held up 2 bags toward Chen Chu. Here. On the left is the braised chicken you order 3 times a week, and on the right is the spicy hot pot you usually order at midnight, extra spicy flavor. He folded his arms and remarked sarcastically, are you ill or something? Are you stalking me? Zeran replied, Junior, I told you I was going to pursue you. She shoved the bags into his hands and said, therefore, I will pay attention to your every single move in life. Chen Chu looked at the 2 bags of food in his hands, momentarily speechless. She turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him, eat it while it is hot. Zeran did not forget to blow a kiss toward him. I am off, Junior. Chen Chu stood there watching her leave. He felt a bit annoyed. Whether I eat takeout or not, what the hell does it have to do with you? Suddenly, his stomach growled. Chen Chu picked up the bags and thought, this girl. She definitely has this all calculated. Suddenly, Xiao He appeared behind him. Chu. He turned back and asked, what is it, Xiao He? She replied, the gate. New gate. Xiao He can sense it now. Hearing this, Chen Chu suggested, great. After breakfast, we will take action. Not long after, at an abandoned, unfinished building. Xiao He looked toward the gate and said, Chu, it is here. It is appearing. She turned to Chen Chu and softly warned, the gate is open. Chu, be careful. He did not respond but simply smiled as he equipped his armor. The system voice rang out, notification, Imperial Demon Armor can enhance resistance against polluted energy. He commanded, let us begin, Xiao He. Xiao He complied, channeling her power into the gate. As she unleashed her technique, a surge of power burst out and surrounded Chen Chu. He looked at the purple aura and remarked softly, the pollution level is really strong. To think that even the enhanced resistance of the Imperial Demon Armor can't fully block it. He stepped inside and thought, why can't I see anything? Chen Chu frowned and activated his technique, Observation Hockey, open. Suddenly, a rock hurtled toward him from above. As the rock lunged down, he immediately unleashed a technique against it. In an instant, the boulder was sliced in 2. Chen Chu stood atop a rock and laughed heartily, we have only met for a second and we are already fighting. But this suits me just fine. In the distance, a demonic ape was walking toward him. The system voice announced, detected, four-armed demonic ape. Immediately after, it leaped off the ground, leaving a crater behind. The demonic ape launched an attack toward Chen Chu. Chen Chu thought to himself, I wonder, if I push my strength to the limit, could I defeat it in a single blow? A gust of wind appeared around the 2 of them. Chen Chu funneled his magic power into his sword. The demonic ape was stunned by the sight. Just as it was exerting all its strength to attack, a surge of power erupted. Chen Chu swung his sword and sent the demonic ape flying. He lunged after the flying creature, muttering to himself, "End this quickly." He threw a straight punch into the demonic ape's stomach. The moment the attack landed, the demonic ape was blown in half. Its body parts crashed onto the ground. After slaying the ape, Chen Su laughed smugly. The impact of this punch. I am afraid it is approaching 500 tons. No matter how tough your muscles are, you could not withstand being blown apart like this. The demonic ape's body vanished in an instant, condensing into a spirit crystal. He picked up the crystal and thought, the energy concentration is extremely high. It is very similar to a Zanami's source origin crystal, but much smaller. With that thought, he crushed the crystal. The system announced, "Notification, you have received 1,000 evolution points." Chen Su remarked, "Pure crystal energy like this. Just absorbing one can directly grant evolution points." He looked at the system screen and exclaimed, "Evolution progress. I still need 10,000 more points. I did not expect to accidentally find a way to speed up my evolution." Not long after, he came across a forest. A tropical rainforest appeared before him. Chen Su stood on a rocky outcrop looking toward the forest. This rainforest has never been explored. I wonder how many evolution crystals are waiting for me to hunt them down. He chuckled softly. I can't wait. In the sky, birds were circling. Below, Chen Su was entering the forest. He activated his technique, deploying observation haki to its maximum level. Immediately, the colors around him changed. In the distance, ants were carrying spirit crystals. Observation haki, visual and auditory, maximum deployment. Chen Su looked at them and thought, the demonic crystal energy in these ants is much more concentrated than in that demonic ape. Could they be using raw demonic crystals as food? Interesting. He looked up at the sky. Demonic mosquitoes were flying overhead. The system announced, demonic ant, tier 3 nature type demonic creature. Chen Su looked up and thought, the demonic mosquitoes have spotted a target, but it is not me. Suddenly, a demonic mosquito lunged down to attack an ant and steal its crystal. He could not help but be amazed by the scene. This is. After killing the ant, the demonic mosquito absorbed the spirit crystal. Immediately after, it evolved on the spot. Chen Su could not hide his surprise. It actually evolved right then and there. He smiled with interest. That tier 4 demonic mosquito hunts demonic ants for food to evolve into a tier 5 elite individual. Truly fascinating. While he was observing the mosquito, a demonic ape lunged from the distance. It used its strength to leap from afar. It lunged straight toward the evolving demonic mosquito. A loud noise echoed right before Chen Su's eyes. The demonic ape grabbed the mosquito and began eating its flesh. Immediately after, it evolved. The system announced, notification, strength type nature demonic ape. Witnessing all this, Chen Su thought, every hunt is an evolution. This is a crude layer by layer method of energy purification. After evolving, the demonic ape lunged toward him. When these high-level monsters reach the end of their lifespan, they instinctively return to kneel beneath the tree of life. They crawl into the refuge of the tangled roots. Then their bodies gradually decompose, and the demonic crystal essence they spent their lives tempering finally returns to the roots of the great tree. It then becomes the nourishment that feeds the tree for generations. The tree of life remains silent, using its roots to caress these loyal workers. He stepped forward to face the demonic ape. Then new demonic ant eggs will be nurtured in the nest, and the next group of crystal miners is about to hatch. The cycle of endless energy continues, born as slaves, dying as food, generation after generation. Chen Su thought, except. He looked toward the demonic ape and smiled faintly. This beautiful energy cycle ends here today. He unleashed his power and smiled. The essence you spent your whole life tempering is about to become mine. On the floating land fragments, the battle drew to a close. Chen Su gripped his sword, leaving trails of lightning wherever he passed. Both demonic apes and demonic mosquitoes were sliced in half. After finishing them all off, his footsteps came to a halt. He sheathed his sword while looking back at his achievements. The demonic apes had fallen, with no way to recover. Their massive bodies gradually dissipated. A series of notifications appeared. Notification: you have killed a rank 6 demonic ape, received an intermediate scarlet demonic crystal. Notification: you have killed a rank 4 demonic ape, received a low-grade scarlet demonic crystal. Notification: you have killed a rank 3 demonic ape, received a low-grade scarlet demonic crystal. Notification: you have killed a rank 6 demonic ape, Notification: you have killed a rank 4 demonic ape. Chen Su chose to collect them immediately. Harvest. Glowing red crystals gathered in his hand. Then Chen Su raised his hand. Rule fusion: 8 low-grade scarlet crystals equal 1 intermediate scarlet crystal. 8 intermediate scarlet crystals equal 1 high-grade scarlet crystal. Fusion. In no time, a single crystal condensed in his hand. Chen Su observed the item he had just obtained. Random super evolution domain. To think there was something this good. However, he still evaluated it cautiously. A 1% rate is ultimately too low. If this evolution does not trigger super evolution, then this precious high-grade scarlet demonic crystal is no better than trash. He shifted his direction and turned around. Still gripping his sword, he thought, I must find something of a higher grade than the scarlet demonic crystal. Before he knew it, Chen Su was surrounded by another group of demonic apes and mosquitoes. Even so, he showed no fear. Let us go again. With every swing of his blade, a life fell. Chen Su mowed down the demonic beasts like wheat in a field. The system notifications were non-stop. It should be almost enough. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Su held more than just one crystal. Notification: you have gathered 8 high-grade scarlet demonic crystals. They can be fused into an intermediate deep blue demonic crystal. He was quite surprised by the result. Scarlet demonic crystal evolving into deep blue demonic crystal. Without further thought, Chen Su clenched his fist. Fusion. Soon, the bright red crystals changed shape. Notification: received intermediate deep blue demonic crystal. Super evolution rate increased to 10%. This was not the result he wanted. Still not enough. I want 100%. Thus, Chen Su's slaughter continued without end. Until he was exhausted, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Chen Su retracted his weapon. I wonder what all the monsters in this forest will eventually fuse into. A glint of belief and anticipation flashed in his eyes. Fusion. He poured all his effort into the crystal before him. Results came quickly. Notification: fusion of high-grade deep blue demonic crystal successful. Notification: a high-grade deep blue demonic crystal can help the user trigger 100% super evolution. Chen Su had his wish. I have cleared out every monster in the forest. Luckily it worked. As long as I use this, I can achieve a 100% random super evolution effect. Just as he was about to touch the crystal he had worked so hard for, a monster appeared in the sky. It dived from the air, striking Chen Su's position and catching him off guard. Chen Su drew his sword, his face tense. Such a powerful and overbearing pressure. I have never encountered this before. Where the monster's feet landed, all living things, including the soil, withered away. Everything within its reach suffered the same fate. Chen Su naturally noticed this. Furthermore, its Haki domain can directly distort the environment. The opponent made him raise his guard. This is no longer a power an ordinary demonic beast can possess. I had to kill a whole forest to get this crystal, and you want to reap the rewards without effort. The opponent stared intensely at the crystal. Warning: Level 9 demonic beast, Chimera Monarch. Chen Su seemed to realize something. Wait. His lips curled into a devious smile. Whatever Chen Su was planning, he thought, perhaps letting it eat this demonic crystal would be even better. Since it had come to confront him, Chen Su would use the Chimera. If the rule of the Death Forest is evolution through devouring, then I will let you complete this final tempering process for me. He remained silent, watching the lion and snake creature eye his prize. Finally, the Chimera's head snapped up the crystal into its mouth. Chen Su watched it with cold eyes. Because I want the super evolution probability to be over 100%. Evolve. Soon, the Chimera began to change. Warning: Ultimate Chimera Monarch has evolved into a level 10 demonic beast. This was Chen Su's goal. Go ahead and evolve. I will let you eat it first, and then I will make you spit it back out 100-fold to repay me. The snake head sensed something abnormal and acted. It spat a glob of liquid straight at him. Chen Su was slightly surprised, his eyes widening. He quickly regained his composure and swung his sword to block the attack. The liquid reacted corrosively as soon as it hit the ground. Chen Su glanced behind him. Firing acid, no wonder the evolved snake tail is a breakthrough. If even a drop touches you, this level of pollution causes instant death. He then assessed the opponent. Although this monster's massive body has lost the flexibility of a human, Its strength advantage is clearly no less than that of the spiny lizard. Their sheer size gives them growth potential far beyond human strength. He realized clearly, added to that, being at the top of the food chain, it seems it has been hunting in this death forest for over 10 years. A massive power emanated from the chimera. The demonic crystal energy accumulated in its body was already immeasurable. This sparked a wave of ambition in Chen Su's heart. No, perhaps decades are not enough. This guy might even be a monarch-level beast over 100 years old. He gathered his strength and lunged forward. Then let us see. Which is tougher, your scales? His small frame aimed straight for the monster's head. Or my blade. One strike swung out, slashing hard against its wings. Chen Su was quite surprised it did not injure the chimera. Oh! It roared angrily at him. Chen Su was pushed back several steps. The pressure is too strong. The wound he had just slashed immediately transformed and healed. Chen Su's expression shifted slightly. This healing speed. It healed in the blink of an eye. The chimera spread its wings wide. A strange phenomenon appeared in the air. Chen Su's eyes widened. Lightning attribute magic. A magic circle in the sky brought down bolts of lightning. With his agile body, he gracefully dodged the bolts chasing him. The chimera noticed something was off. Its lightning magic had not affected Chen Su, and he was already aiming his weapon at it. The sword in his hand erupted with fire, accompanied by powerful purple electricity.
Lightning aura.
Chen Su put all his strength into a downward slash at the chimera's head. Thinking he could wound it, he was disappointed again. What? Not only did he fail to deal with the enemy, but Chen Su was also sent flying by the chimera. The sword in his hand vibrated along with his body. The opponent was no pushover. My arm is numb. This guy's flesh is harder than iron. Looking up, he noticed another surprise. Fresh blood was trickling from the monster's head. Chen Su's lips curled up. But, if I can see blood, then your limit is not far off. The chimera roared in pain from the injury. Immediately after, he sensed a change. This is. The lightning magic from before became denser than ever. This time, you're not even giving me room to dodge. The bolts struck almost every spot. There was no choice but to fight head-on. Chen Su struggled to endure. Enough, warning, durability of the Imperial Demon armor has reached 0. A smile flickered on his grimacing face. The chimera is an intelligent monster. In close combat, it will definitely abandon lightning magic. After all, area of effect magic is ineffective in close quarters because it would hit itself too. With incredible speed, he soon approached it. Descending. The chimera folded its wings to cover its face in defense. This was exactly what Chen Su had expected. Good. I guessed you would use that move. Quick as a flash, he circled behind it. Chen Su's target was never where it used to be. But this strike won't be aimed at your head. The weapon in his hand glowed, and the snake head tail was severed into 2 pieces. He gripped the snake head in his hand. You can defend the front, but you can't defend the back. This is called the head and tail cannot save each other. The chimera roared in fury, its eyes filled with rage. Chen Su stood there looking at it provocatively. Surprised, this is your tail. He lifted the severed head to inspect it. It is also your greatest weakness, the thing that spits acid. His fingers tightened, squeezing hard. Acid erupted violently from the snake's mouth. The chimera reacted quickly, using its wings as a shield. Even so, the blue liquid poured onto its body like a downpour. Soon, it pierced through the chimera's wings. It rolled around on the ground in agony. Chen Su hurled the snake head to the ground. Now, let us end this. He lunged high into the air, his sword aimed straight down at the chimera. It perished as Chen Su drove a single sword strike through its head. The massive lion body dissipated just like that. Received, ultimate dark gold spirit crystal. He took the crystal into his hand. A grand success. He immediately allowed that source of power to permeate his body. Chen Su felt the changes within. His heart felt as if it had been strengthened several times over. A layer of golden armor covered his body. Notification, armament Haki Super Evolution, Haki Breakthrough to peak level. He reached his hand forward to sense it. The space itself is responding to my will. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported. Chen Su noticed the difference. It is not moving. The space directly swapped my position to this spot. He tried lifting a large boulder in the distance. Up. and it was actually lifted by a single hand. Chen Su wanted to test further. Shatter. As soon as he spoke, the boulder turned into hundreds of thousands of fragments. It then formed into a sphere of energy, its density incredibly high. He pointed his finger to test the new power. The power probably is not too bad, right? The sphere shot out, leaving a massive deep trench in the ground. It ended in a massive explosion like a bomb. Chen Su's figure slowly drifted off the ground. Bolts of lightning wound around his body. This world is no longer interesting. At the same time, explosions were destroying the continent everywhere. It is time to leave this place. Chen Su swung his sword. A spatial rift immediately appeared. He returned to his world, Chen Su's home. Dressed in comfortable clothes, he sprawled out on his familiar bed. Xiao He came to his side. Chu. Body. Something happening. He looked at her with tired eyes. My body has entered the evolution stage. I am afraid I will need to sleep for 2 whole days. Then he did not forget to remind her, during these 2 days, you must not run around, understood, if you want to eat use. His eyes slowly closed. If not, wait for Huangfu Zeran to bring food. After all, she brings meals on time every day. His body quickly entered the evolution state. Chen Su felt as if he were being taken to another world. The phone beside him vibrated. Situ Tiantian was calling. But for someone submerged in an evolutionary sleep, it was impossible to respond. On Situ's end, she only heard the automated voice. The user you are calling is currently unavailable. Please call back later. She felt conflicted. I really wanted to share the joy of becoming an evolver with you, but Chen Su, why are not you picking up? Peng Luan was currently munching on a chicken drumstick happily. Hey, do you guys know Situ Tiantian? A group of people sat together. I heard she is already Chen Chu's girlfriend. Location, Ning University Canteen No. 1. Zhongwen directly stuffed food into his mouth to shut him up. Just chew your food and stop talking nonsense. Fan Hao even pushed his own meal over. I will give you another drumstick. I refuse to believe this won't block your mouth. Ruoya, sitting opposite them, had a darkened expression. Chen Chu probably does not have a girlfriend yet. How could an ordinary girl be worthy of him? Her brow furrowed in a rather intimidating way, or as I said, maybe Chen Chu prefers someone with actual abilities. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Peng Luan sat there analyzing pensively. The dress she is wearing costs 80,000 yuan. That bag she carries was bought by Chen Chu, and it is worth hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, the boys nearby did not know what to do with his gossiping. Ever since Chen Chu brought Situ Tiantian back, she has announced to everyone that she is his girlfriend. Hearing this, Ruoya immediately stood up. I am full. You guys enjoy your meal. As soon as she left, Peng Luan was grabbed by the collar. Damn it, Luanzi, why did you suddenly bring that up? You nearly scared me to death just now. His expression was completely bewildered. Everyone at Ning University knows this. It is not a secret. Why can't I say it out loud? Fan Hao reminded him. It is true everyone knows, but doing that was like lighting a fire right in front of Lin Ruoya. The combat training later is going to be. Right then, Chi Mei walked up. A highly talented evolver is coming here to register. Have you guys met her yet? Fan Hao asked in surprise. What did you say? Peng Luan added. How come I never heard about a high-talent person joining us? She glanced at the 2 young men. What were you 2 idiots talking about just now? Zhongwen looked not far off. Could it be her? He realized there were strangers. Look over there. 2 people are coming this way. A teacher approached with a girl following behind. Ah, student Lin Ruoya, you are here today too. Come, let me introduce you too. The 2 girls were introduced enthusiastically. Student Situ, this is your senior, Lin Ruoya. She is currently an elite evolver in the Special Bureau. She gave the other a cold look. Student Lin, this is your junior, Situ Tiantian. This afternoon during class, her whole body was suddenly engulfed in flames, and she awakened as an evolver. Ruoya said a few perfunctory words. Junior Situ, congratulations. You have become an evolver too. Situ was not one to back down either, it was just luck. A thick scent of gunpowder rose between the 2 girls. Compared to Senior Lin, who was chosen by the government and directly became an evolver, my luck is hardly worth mentioning. Fan Hao watched this scene and scratched his head. We are screwed. While the atmosphere was tense, a stern male voice rang out. Student Situ, before registering as an evolver, we need to check your data and determine your rank. Guande appeared out of nowhere to remind her. If you have free time now, let us go for the test. Situ glanced at Ruoya and then left. No problem, Director Guan. Ruoya suddenly pushed forward. Director Guan, we are both students of Ning University. Why do not I take Junior Situ for the test? He did not realize the underlying tension and agreed immediately, that works. You understand the testing process best. I will leave this to you. Fan Hao let out a long sigh. Now Lin Ruoya has a place to vent her anger. Situ Tian is really unlucky. The two girls moved to another area and changed clothes. Location, Evolver Testing Room. Testing strength is simple. Just use your maximum power to strike the pressure bearing plate. The machine will measure your strength value. Situ listened to the instructions and closed her eyes, muttering, just use force. Just use force. She put all her power into a straight punch at the machine. Seeing the result appear, Ruoya silently evaluated, this girl is not simple. She did not forget to comment aloud, 4,700 kilograms. Your strength has reached the limit of a 3-star evolver. Not bad, Junior. The two men standing behind the glass window were utterly shocked. Damn, how did she do that? Peng Luan's face twisted in disbelief. When I first evolved, my punching power was only a bit over 1,000. Her first test and she nearly hit 5,000. She will break through to 4 stars in no time. Situ's test continued. Under Ruoya's supervision, each number was recorded. Speed is 68 meters per second. Also at the limit of a 3-star evolver. Not long after, a loud explosion echoed in the testing room. The firepower around her had not dissipated yet. Supernatural fire attribute energy. Its characteristics are intense heat, high temperature, and high condensation. She analyzed professionally, manifesting power as a malleable exploding fireball. Maximum throwing distance is 20 meters, with destructive power equivalent to a high explosive grenade. After a series of operations, the final conclusion was reached, comprehensive assessment, peak 3-star supernatural evolver. Fan Hao was stunned outside, just evolved and already at the peak of 3-star, Situ Tiantian's talent is way too high. Peng Luan beside him was not doing much better. Yeah, we have encountered another genius. Chi Mei rested her chin on her hand and added fuel to the fire. You two only just broke through to 3-star today, right? And you even borrowed some spirit crystals from Director Guan. Peng Luan felt even more annoyed. Wu Chi Mei, stop bringing us up. Didn't you also just break through to 3-star? He stroked his chin and thought, wait, the higher-ups said our evolution talent was the highest in City N. Suddenly realizing the severity of the problem. But now we have Chen Su ahead of us and Situ Tian right behind us. Does that even make sense? Zone 1, who had been quiet, finally spoke up. Don't worry about others. Talent only determines the starting point. How far you can ultimately go depends on personal effort. His gaze was full of confidence. Besides, our evolution is definitely a product of nature. In Zone Wen's heart, a bit of doubt sparked. Some people might have taken shortcuts through external intervention. Who knows about these power couples? Guanda received the information and remained relatively calm. A 3-star evolver, and already on the verge of 4-star. He asked directly, what are your plans for the future? Location, Guanda's office. Situ hesitated me. There was no answer for a long time. I have not thought about what to do yet. Guanda spoke further with her. Student Situ, your talent is no weaker than the genius Lin Ruoya. I believe it won't be long before you break through to 4-star, 5-star, or even become an awakened. He presented a folder. I see you are good seed. Why do not you consider joining the Special Bureau? Here is a non-disclosure agreement. He got straight to the point. Student Situ, would you consider joining the Special Affairs Bureau, confidential? Guanda tapped his fingers on the file, confidential. He said in a deep voice, for the country. Guanda reminded her calmly, and more importantly, the government's resources can help you avoid detours. Your strength will increase 2 birds with 1 stone. He frowned, staring intently at her. What do you think? Situ replied timidly, thank you for the kind offer, Director. But regarding this, I want to consult with Chen Su first. Hearing those words, Guanda slammed the table and shouted, you're joining the Special Bureau, why do you need to consult with Chen Su? Situ looked at him with fearful eyes and stammered because Chen Su is my boyfriend. Hearing that, his lips curled into a smile as he muttered, so you are that guy's girlfriend. Very interesting.
Situ et lại bồn lì, Chen Su.
He might not want me to join the Special Bureau so. Guanda held up a card and walked toward her. I understand. It is fine. He raised the card in his hand and said, Internal Affairs has already prepared your evolver certificate. Take it and you can go. Situ happily reached out to take it. Thank you, sir. As she took the card, Gwanda hesitated and held onto it. He looked at her and left a message. By the way, please tell Chen Su that the matter with the Hangzhou Merchant Guild has been settled. Gwanda let go of the card and continued, all 3 involved corporations have been dismantled. Thank him for providing the intelligence. Situ gripped the card and replied, I will definitely pass on your message, Director. As he watched her leave, he sighed to himself, Situ Tiantian probably won't join the Special Bureau after all. At this moment, at Chen Chu's home, Xiaohe hovered in front of the sleeping Chen Chu. Feeling something was off, she muttered, strange. The temperature is rising. Xiaohe reached out to touch his forehead to be sure. She jumped back, thinking to herself, so hot. She saw him still sleeping soundly. Using her magic, Xiaohe saw Chen Chu was not wearing any clothes, revealing his lean muscles. Seeing him still in a deep sleep, Xiaohe said softly, Chu is dreaming. Chen Chu slept into the 3rd day, with 6 days left until the apocalypse shock. The news anchor read an announcement. To better protect citizens' safety when the disaster occurs, the government will organize an orderly evacuation plan over the next 6 days. Government officials also arrived to urge evacuation. All villages and towns within 10 kilometers of the apocalypse gate must evacuate to nearby cities. You may return after the apocalypse shock ends. He tried to use a megaphone to make everyone hear. To better coordinate forces during the upcoming impact, we will implement unified management of critical supplies such as food. Hearing this, the citizens protested in annoyance. Where will so many of us live? What will we eat? Move to the city. It is not that easy. Who is going to watch our houses? He answered gently, everyone chooses to go to the city voluntarily. We are absolutely not forcing anyone. Then he spoke loudly into the megaphone to persuade them. But as long as everyone gathers in the city for shelter, we will arrange accommodation. At least there will be tents, clean water, and food guaranteed to be sufficient. The TV continued to broadcast his propaganda. Even if you choose to stay, if monsters invade, we will do our best to send rescue. She quietly glanced at the screen, his voice still echoing in the silent room. We will not easily abandon anyone. After hearing that sentence, she spoke sarcastically, do our best to send help, not easily abandon anyone. As if, the government's power is not even enough for themselves. So now they must concentrate on population management. Outside the door, Lung Yu walked in and said, with the boss here, you do not need to worry. The boss has already arranged and built an apocalypse base with the wealthiest people in City N. He also said we can take shelter there. She placed a box containing glittering blue gemstones on the table and said, this is what the boss sent this morning. Lung Yu relayed the boss's words. He requested that everyone in the company take one. Looking at the stones in the box, she turned and asked, what is this? Did the boss send it to me? What does it do? Lung Yu was not sure either. She picked one up, looked closely for a while, and replied, perhaps it is some kind of gemstone. Suddenly, the gemstone shattered, and a stream of red light wound around her hand. It caused her body to hover, making her fall to the ground in fear, screaming, Lung Yu, what is happening to you? Seeing her body floating in mid-air, Lung Yu speculated this. This is like the power of an evolver. Suddenly, Lung Yu spotted a knife stuck in an apple in the distance. Lung Yu broke into a smile. She summoned her newly acquired power. In an instant, the knife spun in the air. Then it landed neatly in Lung Yu's hand. She asked in amazement from the side, Lung Yu, how did you do that? She observed the surroundings and muttered, could it be because of that crystal just now? Lung Yu used her power again to strike the wall in front of her. It immediately shattered a section. Lung Yu looked at the box and said, this is a gift from the boss. Use one, and you can evolve immediately. She clenched her fist and said softly, I suppose it is so we can protect ourselves during this apocalypse shock. At that moment, a youth urgently pointed at his phone screen and said quickly, look, there is a big shot on the Miaoyin app. On the other side of the screen, Alexander pointed his sword directly at a group of people and said loudly, all right brothers, the whole world is watching me. I have a very important announcement. The crowd immediately stopped. Everyone stared at the screen without blinking. Someone chuckled. Everyone knows about that so-called hero Chen Chu on the internet recently, right? Returning to Alexander, he narrowed his eyes at the opposite side and declared, today, I will expose this ridiculous lie. Then Alexander suddenly stomped his foot on the ground and roared in anger, what supernatural hero? In reality, it was all created with special effects. In a flash, his image spread across newspapers with headlines like, Sword Saint Fan Club, supporting the Sword Saint against fraud, those who rely on special effects for clicks should stay off the Internet, Freedom Eagle, even heroes rely on special effects for money, hilarious, Flame of Truth, defeating fakes on the spot, requesting the Sword Saint to hold a special show to expose Chen Su. Audience looking for drama, fight, fight. In another scene, Gwanda hurriedly picked up the phone to call someone, his eyes still fixed on the newspaper before him. However, Gwanda was met with a cold voice. The number you have dialed is currently switched off and cannot be reached. Please try again later. Hearing this, Gwanda's anger exploded. He slammed the phone on the desk and shouted, "Damn it, Alexander from Country Y has challenged us at our doorstep. Chen Chu, you just wait." At the same time, at Chen Chu's company, the secretary looked confused and hesitantly announced, "I am sorry, the boss has not been at the company for the past few days." The secretary continued, he said that to prepare for the apocalypse shock, he is in secluded cultivation. Hearing this, Gwanda stopped pushing and muttered unconsciously, "Secluded cultivation." Then Gwanda suddenly lunged forward, slammed the table, and roared, "Are you kidding me? What time is it now, and you are telling me he is in secluded cultivation?" Seeing this, the secretary flinched back and smiled awkwardly, "Yes, our boss likes it this way. If anything happens, just do it directly without notifying us. Unfortunately, we can't contact him either." Later, Gwanda could only turn around. He did not forget to remind her, "Tell him that Alexander from Country Y is live streaming to expose frauds, those evolvers who are all talk." So far, he has eliminated at least 100 people. As he turned, Gwanda looked back once more. Now Chen Chu is the face of our country Z. If he does not dare to show his face, our country Z will lose credibility in international public opinion and have a distorted international image. Saying this, he gnashed his teeth. Before the apocalypse crisis, if we lose the support of the people, the consequences will be catastrophic. Just then, Chen Chu appeared like a god. He calmly ordered, "I must fight. Definitely must fight. Set the time." As soon as he finished, the secretary turned around, "Boss." Gwanda turned to him in bewilderment and stammered, "Chen Chu, is that you? Why can I hardly recognize you?" Before Gwanda could finish, Chen Chu cut in, "While there are still a few days before the apocalypse shock." He curled his lips into a cold smile. "It is time to update my online presence and image." 10 minutes earlier, at Chen Chu's villa, Zeran suddenly appeared at the door and asked curiously, "Little sister, is Chen Chu's seclusion ending soon?" Xiao He answered quickly, "Not yet but soon." She replied politely and turned to leave, her soft voice saying, "Delivery. Big sister, see you again." Zeran stood watching her, her eyes thoughtful for a moment, then she suddenly laughed lightly. "What, an evolver in secluded cultivation, just like the methods in cultivation novels. It does not matter. As long as the person I like can become stronger, I do not care what you practice." A voice came from behind with a familiar teasing tone, making the atmosphere more natural, "Little sister Zeran." Hearing the familiar voice, she smiled. "What is it, young Master Li? Are you here to visit Chen Chu too?" He shrugged slightly. "What, you could not see Brother Chu either?" Zeran turned around coldly. "Chen Chu is still in seclusion. Don't disturb him." Right then, an explosion rang out from Chen Chu's house. Young Master Li immediately looked up, appearing panicked. "Oh damn, what happened?" Suddenly, a strange aura descended from the sky. A kid excitedly pointed, "Mom, look, an immortal, look over there." Chen Chu appeared, his body completely bare. At that exact moment, a pillar of light struck straight down into the ground. Witnessing that scene, young Master Li's eyes widened in shock. "Holy crap, it is Brother Chu. Has he ascended to immortality?" "On this side," Zeran smiled, "ascended my ass, this is evolution." The pillar of light gradually disappeared, leaving only a thick cloud of white smoke. At the same time, Chen Chu took a deep breath and muttered softly, "This feeling of rebirth." Chen Chu stretched his body and could not help but remark, "Not bad at all." A mechanical voice rang out in Chen Chu's head, cold but clear, "Notification. Spiny Lizard has evolved into the ancient obsidian destruction dragon. Obtained the Emperor gene, capable of stealing gene fragments from killed monsters and learning their abilities." Immediately after, a black entity appeared right behind his back. Chen Chu's gaze became sharper than before, his voice calm but full of confidence. "Very good. Now, let us test this new body that has undergone this metamorphosis." Returning to reality, Chen Chu clenched his fist as if displaying his power. In Chen Chu's office, Gwanda looked at him seriously, his voice carrying a clear warning, "I must remind you, Sword Saint Alexander is a big star in the International Evolution League." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes turning colder, his voice dropping as if creating invisible pressure. If you fail unexpectedly, our special bureau's face on the international stage will be thrown away. Hearing this, he replied calmly, "Don't worry. It is just a small matter." Faced with Chen Su's confidence, Guanda laughed helplessly. He looked at him for a long time, then nodded slightly. "If you are 90% sure, then no problem. I will send a formal challenge letter to Country Y on behalf of the Special Bureau." Guanda looked straight at Chen Su, his gaze deep as if emphasizing every word. "But I am warning you first, before the apocalypse crisis, international relations are as fragile as a sheet of paper." He continued with a pressuring tone, his voice becoming stricter. "You must win this fight beautifully. It should not be an ugly victory. Do you understand what I am saying?" Faced with the request, Chen Su frowned slightly. "Damn, I even have to consider international relations. That is much harder than just simply defeating him." After a moment of silence, he looked up, his gaze slightly helpless but still carrying his familiar confidence. His lips curling up as if accepting. "Understood. Understood. I will just hold back a little, all right." The scene shifted to the Evolver Arena in Country Y. The crowd below exploded. Thousands of people stood up, waving their arms and shouting like a wave, "Sword Saint Invincible! Fraud! Down in 3 seconds! Sword Saint Invincible!" Inside, Alexander curled his lips into a cold smile. The next second, his figure vanished as if he had never existed. Alexander raised his sword and pointed it directly at the camera, his eyes cold as if wanting to pierce through the screen at his opponent, his voice low but full of threat. "Special hero of Country Z, I will show the whole world your true face." On the live stream screen, a flurry of comments appeared rapidly. Viewers excitedly typed away, "Sword Saint Fan Club. Waiting for the Sword Saint to expose the clown Freedom Eagle. Waiting for the Sword Saint to expose the clown BZ250. GS45 be waiting for the Sword Saint to expose the clown." As soon as he turned around, the scene before him was completely empty. Witnessing that, Alexander chuckled. "What, too cowardly to fight? I did not expect the strongest evolver of Country Z to be so incompetent." A few hours earlier, Chen Su stared at his phone screen and asked, "The battle location is Country Y and the time is tomorrow morning." Guanda emphasized every word, "You only have 6 hours." He continued to analyze in a low but heavy voice, "The capital of Country Y is at least 10,000 kilometers away. A key factor in determining an evolver's strength is their speed rank. I think he definitely intends to use this extreme speed test to check your velocity and endurance." Chen Su stood still, his eyes narrowing slightly as if he understood the opponent's entire plan. As expected, he is calculating. "If I can't arrive in time, it counts as him successfully exposing me." Guanda nodded and quickly offered a solution. "Right. The Special Bureau will arrange a special jet to pick you up. A transport jet can reach Mach 2, including mid-air refueling time. We can reach the destination within 5 hours." He looked straight at Chen Su. "You must believe in our mobilization capabilities." He shook his head slightly and turned around. "No need. 5 hours is still too slow." Seeing this, Guanda roared in anger, "This is the Special Affairs Bureau. Don't you dare cause a mess." However, Chen Su had already dived straight out of the window, sending shards of glass flying in every direction. Witnessing this scene, Guanda gave a cold snort. As expected, the stronger they get, the more uncontrollable they become. Damn it. Chen Su's figure lunged straight into the sky, creating a dense aura in his wake. While he was still gliding through the wind, he suddenly came to a halt. High above City M, Chen Su's gaze fixed on the space below. There was a violent energy fluctuation. At this moment, at the Daxia Central Bank building, police cars had surrounded the perimeter. Chen Su's expression darkened. He muttered under his breath, "I will use observation hockey first to assess the situation." His eyes immediately glowed. He quickly identified the scenario: a bank robbery occurring in a foreign country. After pinpointing the problem, Chen Su clicked his tongue. What a waste of time. I should stop meddling in others' business. At the same time, one of the robbers cast his gaze outside. He turned around urgently. That is right. Currently, all the evolvers have been dispatched to guard the apocalypse gates. No one is around to stop our heist. In a flash, the group of robbers lunged outside, simultaneously attacking the police forces. A police officer hiding behind a barricade held his gun with trembling hands, his eyes full of despair as he called for help. Our firearms are useless against these evolvers. Requesting command to send in heavy weaponry. Suddenly, a series of light beams shot straight toward the robbers. One by one, they began to stagger. Faced with this sudden scene, The robber could not help but feel a wave of confusion. What was that? However, before his eyes was nothing but an empty void. Another robber's eyes widened, his voice trembling as if he had just seen a nightmare. He is back. The evolver from before has returned. The moment those words were spoken, the ground suddenly exploded. Chen Su stepped out from the cloud of dust, his gaze as calm as if he were taking a stroll. He spoke in a lazy tone, "I did not want to get involved, but forget it, I will treat this as a warm-up." The robber screamed in a mix of panic and aggression, ordering his accomplices, "Fire, open fire." A hail of bullets rang out, but Chen Su stood still without moving an inch. He remarked nonchalantly, "Go ahead, keep firing." The bullets struck Chen Su's body, but they left absolutely no marks behind. After a moment of silence, he curled his lips into a sneer. "Is that all? You guys are way too weak." Immediately after, a cold light flashed in Chen Su's eyes. Witnessing this, the group of robbers froze, their entire bodies going numb with fear. One robber collapsed instantly, bowing his head and vomiting uncontrollably. At this moment, a man stepped out of a car, leisurely cracking his joints. "Just by glaring, you managed to disable my subordinates. You are an evolver with some real weight to you." The man then activated his ability, letting out a roar that shook the surrounding space. "But you picked the wrong target. I am an evolver too. I can control metal and turn any piece of it into a sharp spear." Instantly, metal fragments flew into the air and lunged straight at Chen Su. At the spot where Chen Su stood, the ground exploded. Then he suddenly appeared right behind the man, his voice sounding like a call from the underworld. "In your next life, use your power to do something good." The moment he finished speaking, Chen Su decisively delivered a powerful kick to the man's body. At the same time, a group of reporters quickly appeared, everyone focusing their cameras on the scene. The man's body was seen embedded deep within the ground. The cameras rushed to focus on Chen Su. On the live news screen, a flurry of comments appeared. A mysterious evolver resolved the hostage crisis in an instant. With that speed, did he fly here himself? Wait, he looks a lot like Chen Su from Country Z. Wasn't he supposed to be fighting in Country Y? Why is he in City M now? Could it be? He can actually travel at supersonic speeds. Back at the evolver arena, Alexander wore a fake smile to keep the atmosphere going, his voice trailing off with regret. "Brothers, today's livestream is about to end on a regrettable note. The evolver Chen Su turns out to be a coward. He did not even dare to show up." Suddenly, a surge of aura lunged past his face. Immediately after, the ground in front of him exploded, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. Alexander frowned slightly, staring straight ahead. "What the hell, couldn't you use the main entrance? How incredibly impolite." As he finished, Chen Su appeared and replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, I took the scenic route. Since I rarely go on business trips, I wanted to experience the local specialties." Hearing this, Alexander narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. "You are Chen Su." Opposite him, Chen Su curled his lips into a sneer. He replied with a straight face, "That is me." Upon receiving the answer, Alexander was briefly stunned. "You showed up for a fight in pajamas. You do not look like a top-tier expert at all." Chen Su gave a slight shrug as if he could not care less, his eyes carrying a hint of a smile. "What, do I not look like an expert right now?" At that same moment, Guanda dialed his number again. He grabbed the phone with a serious expression and an urgent voice. "Damn it, I forgot to remind him that the show is being broadcast live over there. This is a total embarrassment on the international stage." Guanda slammed the table in frustration. "I have to warn this kid to pay attention to his international image." Chen Su's phone vibrated. He pulled it out nonchalantly in front of millions of viewers. "Guande." Chen Su turned around and made a casual suggestion. "Don't be in such a hurry. I need to take this call. Give me 5 minutes." Alexander stood opposite him, his face contorted in disbelief at the action, his eyes flashing with rage. "This guy is answering a phone call right in front of me and a global live stream. He completely disregards everyone." Meanwhile, Chen Su placed the phone to his ear and said calmly, "Don't worry, I will go easy on him." Alexander was momentarily stunned, then roared in anger, Go easy on me." After a long moment, Chen Su turned back. "Sorry for the wait." Alexander took a step forward, his eyes full of confidence in his victory. "It does not matter. You are going to lose miserably in this battle anyway. No matter how clean your clothes are, they will be covered in dust in just 1 minute." His eyes burned with battle intent, his voice echoing like a declaration. Today let me, Alexander, completely strip away Chen Su's hypocritical mask. The stands exploded. Thousands of people stood up, cheering wildly like a tidal wave. Their voices rose like thunder. Sword Saint, go Sword Saint. Sword Saint, Sword Saint. Alexander lunged forward, his sword carrying a brilliant spark of electricity that tore through the air. Take this strike. At the moment the blade was about to touch him, Chen Su raised his hand to signal a stop. Wait a second. He froze for a fraction of a second, his eyes showing intense annoyance. What kind of tricks are you playing now? Chen Su tilted his head, looking at the electrified sword. Is your sword lightning attributed? Alexander let out a shallow laugh. What, scared now? Chen Su shook his head slightly and did not forget to warn him, don't use the lightning attribute. It will backfire on you. Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth in fury. Bluffing has its limits, Chen Su. He gripped his sword tighter and spoke as if explaining a universal truth. Anyone with common sense knows that to cause an attribute backlash, you must be at least 100 times stronger than the one releasing the attribute. At this, Chen Su admitted frankly, I do not know your theories, but my vision is telling me that. He looked straight at Alexander, his voice calm enough to chill one's blood. If you strike me with this sword, I will be fine, but you will die. That sentence left Alexander's entire body nearly paralyzed with shock. Then Alexander laughed, trying to compose himself. Chen Su, do you realize you are making a fool of yourself? He funneled all his strength into the sword, the electricity exploding violently. He screamed, I won't give you another chance to bluff, die, Chen Su. Seeing this, Chen Su calmly turned his back and moved his lips, lightning aura. In an instant, the entire battlefield exploded violently. Alexander's body was seen lying motionless on the ground. A panicked scream rang out from the audience, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Sword Saint. Medical personnel rushed in. Someone shouted frantically, Sword Saint, get up, emergency team, hurry. Suddenly, he swung his arm into the air. Alexander struggled to get up, his body scorched, still trying to save face. He stammered, just now. I made a mistake just now. He continued to reach into the air. That sword had a short circuit. Give me another one. A surge of spiritual energy appeared. Alexander quickly pulled out a new sword and glared at Chen Su. I admit I made a mistake earlier and wasted a good sword. Alexander raised the new sword high, flames erupting fiercely around the blade. He roared, but as the Sword Saint, I have plenty of good swords. Taste my earth sword, fire attribute. Seeing this, Chen Su raised his hand again. Wait a minute. Alexander completely lost control and charged manically. Damn you, I will kill you with one strike. Suddenly, Alexander's body was slammed to the ground by an invisible force. The youth witnessing this scene froze in place.
Impossible.
Is the Sword Saint actually the clown here? Back on Chen Su's side, he said in a confused tone, I was just about to tell you that the fire attribute won't work either. Change to something else. Alexander got up in a rage, hissing through his teeth, damn it. My consciousness is starting to blur. I must have hit something incredibly hard just now. Immediately after, two swords appeared in the air. Alexander gripped the hilts tightly, emphasizing every word through his gritted teeth. To think you would make a fool out of me on my own home turf, even if you have some special attributes, it does not matter. This time, I will use a greatsword with no attributes. I will hack you into pieces. Alexander raised the greatsword high, his aura erupting as if to crush Chen Su. The moment he lunged, Chen Su raised his hand again as if pausing a conversation. Wait a second, I have another call. Alexander froze in mid-air from fury. You motherf. Are you still not done? He nonchalantly answered the phone in front of millions of global viewers. Gwanda, just now, I clearly was not the one who initiated the attack. You can't blame me. Chen Su frowned slightly and continued, I understand what you mean about the international image, but he keeps banging his head against a wall. I really can't stop him. Hearing this, Alexander went even more insane, roaring in fury, what do you mean banging my head against a wall? He gripped the greatsword, completely abandoning his image, and lunged manically. To hell with the international image, just die. The blade lunged straight toward Chen Su. He looked dissatisfied. See, he did not care about the international image first sneak attacking someone with no intention of fighting back. Chen Su continued to turn and evade the blade, not forgetting to ask, I have yielded enough. Can I make my move now? Alexander was so enraged he gnashed his teeth. Chen Chu's hand still held the phone firmly. He looked helpless. Fine, fine, I know the limits. Alexander paused for a split second and hissed, you. What did you just say? What were you saying on the phone? Were you talking about me? Chen Chu's lips curled up slightly, his deep gaze looking as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. I was waiting for this opportunity. Back on Guanda's end, someone on the screen suddenly shouted, Chen Chu is resolving a terrorist crisis in City M. Another person whispered, I heard that at the time, he was on his way to the duel with the anti-fraud expert Alexander. Another commenter stood up, full of doubt. Isn't this guy supposed to be exposed as a fraud by the sword saint, Chen Chu? Followed by an excited shout, how could a man like this be a fake? Back to Chen Chu, he casually pointed at Alexander. He is the true hero, currently working to resist the apocalypse tide and fighting against the chaos the whole world is falling into. As for the hero in name only, he stands here like a clown, claiming to fight fraud but actually creating conflict just to gain traffic for himself. He turned directly to the camera, his gaze seemingly piercing through the lens to millions of people. Now I ask you in the end, who is the real fraud? The stands immediately erupted. A series of shouts filled with irony and rage were directed at him. Sword Saint, were not you going to expose a fraud? Among all these evolvers, you are the one with the most hot air, right? The Sword Saint is the fake. In that moment, Alexander let out a roar. Chen Chu, you are the fake, you are the one who is clearly the clown. Suddenly, Chen Chu gave his forehead a powerful flick. Alexander's body was seen tumbling backward. He lay motionless, his eyes rolling back. Witnessing this, the crowd cheered in unison. Chen Chu nonchalantly pulled out his phone to report the status. It is done. I will be back in a bit. Chen Chu turned to look deep into the lens, as if having a direct dialogue with each viewer, and spoke slowly. The apocalypse is not a live stream show, because the real apocalypse is incredibly bloody. Ironically, some people use disaster footage just to gain traffic. Then his tone changed. Today I want to ask you all something. When the darkness of the apocalypse covers the entire world, who will be the real heroes? Chen Chu continued with a powerful tone. I have seen that in the ruins where monsters roam, there are only ordinary people quietly delivering supplies, and the elderly and children using their own blood to block the paths to shelters. He emphasized every word. They might not even receive a single like. Chen Chu looked straight at them again. But it is these nameless people who are working hard to protect the last seeds of civilization. Their status as heroes has never been defined by any combat power ranking. Then he questioned loudly, and what stance should we take against those who would fake their names? As he finished, the audience stood up, everyone cheering, well said, well said. On this side, Guanda shook his head in admiration, his voice carrying respect. As expected of Chen Chu. A beautiful victory. In another dark room, Corsa asked curiously, Catherine, what does this mean? Are they actually preparing to have everyone evolve, Corsa, this strength level? Catherine explained quickly, if the evolution process were that easy, we would not need to implement the ARC project. Catherine, our ARC project and their Pure Land project have both been in preparation for over a decade. Now it is finally time to verify who was right. He curled his lips, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. The inferior evolution crystals created by the Pure Land project only turn ordinary people into cannon fodder, using them to reduce pressure on the apocalypse battlefield. After all, the more living people willing to enter the battlefield, the more attractive it is for the monsters. This is good for our strategy. She raised an eyebrow and continued, when the explosion occurs and the apocalypse gates loosen, we will work together to completely destroy those apocalypse monsters while they are in a weakened state. Once successful, we will have a vessel to survive the end of the world. Corsa chuckled, his eyes gleaming with ambition, his voice firm. No, very soon, we will have 2 apocalypse arcs. Catherine frowned, her eyes flashing with vigilance. What do you mean? He stood up quickly, his gaze fixed on the large screen. We also discovered a massive source origin energy signal underwater. The estimated mass is another apocalypse-level creature, and he is at the scene of Alexander's anti-fraud event. Hearing this, she could not help but feel a bit shocked. Catherine asked doubtfully, the original power emitted by the monster was manifested in the human evolution process. Corsa continued to analyze, according to the data. The person appearing at the scene in Alexander's anti-fraud event might be a clone, while the main body is likely moving near the Atlantic Ocean. She gave a cold laugh, her eyes flashing with killing intent. No wonder Alexander was defeated by him. He is not human at all. Good, very good. If he is not human, then collateral damage is unavoidable. Catherine looked straight at Corsa, her cold eyes showing no hesitation. Corsa, if you find the target again, kill him at all costs, even if it means using tactical nuclear missiles. He replied without a moment's hesitation, understood. Back to Chen Su, his figure streaked across the sky. Deep beneath the ocean, an entity was also closely following Chen Su. Then it suddenly lunged straight into the air. At that exact moment, the phone rang. He paused. Sulen. The familiar voice immediately came from the other end. Boss, we have arrived. Hearing this, Chen Su frowned. Come straight in. We will meet in the villa's backyard later. Immediately after, he turned into a bolt of electricity and lunged forward. Chen Su was seen streaking past buildings. At the backyard of Chen Su's villa. As soon as she saw him, the secretary smiled brightly. Boss, I heard your cultivation has ended. She looked closer, unable to hide her surprise. Boss, why has your hair grown so long? The secretary held her cheeks, her eyes lighting up as if discovering something attractive. So handsome, what should I do if I like you too much? Chen Su turned slightly. My cultivation broke through, so it is natural for my hair to grow. Hearing this, she could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Cultivation can actually help hair grow. He glanced at Lin Ruoya, his eyes carrying a hint of praise. Lin Ruoya, I heard you have become an evolver. Congratulations. Chi Mei immediately got excited, her eyes fixed on Lin Ruoya. What, Sister Lin Ruoya, you became an evolver? Since when? What is your ability? Lin Ruoya lowered her head slightly, her eyes a bit flustered. I am really not sure. The other day at the company, I accidentally broke one of the boss's red crystals, and I successfully evolved. After saying that, she reached out her hand in one direction, and spiritual power immediately radiated out. A knife suddenly moved and hovered in mid-air. Immediately after, Lin Ruoya gripped the knife. She broke into a smile. It is just like this. Suddenly, Chen Su grabbed her hand. He observed seriously and muttered, weapon control. Lin Ruoya looked urgent and asked shyly, weapon control, what kind of ability is that? Chen Su was silent for a moment before replying, it is a control-type ability. I met a guy yesterday who had something similar. Recalling that scene, the man roared in anger, but you picked the wrong opponent, I am an evolver too. Returning to reality, Chen Su declared clearly, anything Su Lin Ruoya designates as a weapon can be controlled freely. In the remaining memory, the man declared, I have the ability to control metal, turning any metal into a sharp spear. This type of ability can even be enhanced in power once it reaches a certain level. On this side, Chen Su continued to explain, it is just that the evolver with control talent I met could manipulate metal objects. Saying this, he suddenly changed his tone. To be more precise, it is iron atoms. Lin Ruoya stared at the knife in her hand and denied in confusion, no. This is still too weak. At this, Lin Ruoya withdrew. She lowered her voice nearly to a whisper. Even if you possess an ability superior to ordinary people, compared to supernatural evolvers who wield ice, fire and lightning, it is still far behind. She turned her head to look at the knife, as if imagining a real battlefield. Her voice dropped. If we clashed on the battlefield, against an evolver who could make energy explode from a distance, with a wave of their hand, just controlling a small knife is still too inferior. In that moment, another dimension appeared, hazy and ethereal. Back to Chen Su, he was deep in thought. According to his perception earlier, when the fruit knife flew off, it was not controlled by spiritual power or telekinesis at all, and there were no electromagnetic fluctuations, it was purely flying through the air. Furthermore, when Su Lin Ruoya held the fruit knife, the same sharp attribute power as his enhanced tyrant blade appeared. In an instant, the fruit knife's power increased 100-fold. After a long moment, Chen Su looked straight into Lin Ruoya's eyes and tried to reassure her. This ability is not strong only because the object of manipulation is not right, but that is not your fault. Chen Su gave a slight shrug, his voice light. After all, besides fruit knives, there are no real weapons here. He raised his hand slightly, his deep gaze seemingly seeing through all possibilities. His voice was low but carried absolute certainty. But if I were to take out an indestructible longsword, or even a supernatural weapon? Chen Su glanced at her, his eyes cold but bright. Then with your weapon control ability, you could immediately multiply its power. Immediately after, he thrust the tip of a sword straight into the ground. In an instant, a surge of aura exploded, covering a portion of the sky. Witnessing this scene, Chi Mei could not help but exclaim so powerful, Is this the boss's weapon? On this side, Lin Ruoya's eyes widened. The sense of oppression is truly strong. Chen Su turned his gaze toward her again. Lin Ruoya, if your weapon control ability can master this heavenly tyrant blade, then your strength will skyrocket. He nodded slightly, as if confirming an unchangeable law. That is right. Your ability needs to be bound to the grade of the weapon. The stronger the controlled weapon, the stronger your ability. Behind him, the secretary's body trembled. She hesitantly spoke up, "Boss." The secretary stared intently at the blade, her throat parched as she gulped. His blade was truly terrifying. Chen Su spoke coldly, "That is only natural. The souls that have fallen under this overlord blade are countless. Even if it is just on display here, the murderous intent it radiates carries the domineering aura of a conqueror." It did not stop there. Another wave of aura surged forth powerfully. Seeing this, Lin Ruoya cracked a smile. Just standing still and possessing such prestige, no wonder it is the boss's weapon. Meanwhile, her legs had begun to tremble uncontrollably at some point. Then, Lin Ruoya slowly reached out her hand to touch the flow of spiritual energy. She focused her strength, gripping the massive blade tightly. Lin Ruoya hurriedly let go as soon as she felt a sharp sting of pain. Staring at the smear of blood, she asked curiously, "Boss Yu, how can you hold this sword so casually and swing it to slay enemies?" In that moment, Lin Ruoya's hand had almost been ensnared by the blade. Cracks began to appear on her face, accompanied by a piercing scream. The ground beneath Lin Ruoya's feet also started to fracture for no apparent reason. Witnessing this scene, Chen Su remained motionless, while the group behind them was thrown into total panic. After a long while, Lin Ruoya mustered all her strength to slowly lift the heavy blade. As she gradually regained her senses, her eyes flashed with astonishment. "Just by drawing the blade, my strength seems to have jumped to a whole new level." At this moment, Chen Su stepped closer and offered a suggestion. "Secretary Su, do you want to try a swing?" Lin Ruoya looked dazed upon hearing this. "Huh, is that even possible?" He gave a calm smile and nodded decisively. "Of course." A moment later, Lin Ruoya gripped the hilt tightly and took a deep breath, her entire body tensing up like a drawn bowstring. Then she opened her eyes wide, her facial muscles tightening instantly as the cracks appeared even more densely. Lin Ruoya pointed the tip of the blade straight ahead. Faced with a terrifying sight, Chi Mei and the secretary scrambled to use Chen Su's body as a shield. Suddenly, Lin Ruoya collapsed to the ground, her voice trembling. I am sorry, boss." Lin Ruoya exhaled softly, bowing her head and muttering, "I could not do it. This weapon is still far too powerful for me." Hearing this, he immediately approached her and comforted her in a soft voice. "You actually did very well, Lin Ruoya. Even if you only have the strength for one strike, it is enough to cause an earth-shattering effect." Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from afar, shattering the silence. A brutish, angry voice shouted, "Damn it, what the hell was that? Who dares to destroy my roof in broad daylight?" Lin Ruoya was stunned, her gaze fixed on the light in front of her. Was that my move just now? Did I actually do it?" Chen Su nodded in confirmation and analyzed. "Correct. It is just that your mastery is still a bit lacking. You need a supernatural weapon that suits you better." Then Chen Su's tone shifted back to his usual casual self. "Alright, let us not talk about this for now. The boss is treating you all to a feast for lunch." The other two replied in unison. "Yes, sir." He then unexpectedly turned to Lin Ruoya. "After lunch, Secretary Su, come with me for a private trip." She blinked and tilted her head in confusion, her eyes full of curiosity. "A private trip? What for, boss?" Chen Su spoke in a low voice, "To the special bureau. I will have Guan give you a supernatural weapon." Just then, a piercing alarm blared, shattering the peace. Origin energy reaction detected. Doomsday Gate No. 2 crack is expanding to the critical limit. It is visible to the naked eye. The target's forelimbs have broken through. At Doomsday Gate No. 2, a sharp scream rang out. Estimated time until full crossing, 120 seconds. As soon as the words were spoken, the tanks opened fire simultaneously. In an instant, buildings exploded and red flames surged violently. The scout continued to report, his voice urgent. The monster's foreleg was hit by a shell, but it still can't stop it from passing through the Doomsday Gate. Predicted time for full crossing, 90 seconds. Right at that moment, the monster suddenly crawled out from the black hole. It raised its head and looked around, indifferent to the chaotic scene. One of the monster's eyes was burning with a raging red fire. It rolled its eyes, focusing its gaze on the approaching warships. Inside the cockpit, the pilot reported frantically, "Our attack helicopter has lost power for unknown reasons. It seems its active posture can nullify our propulsion." Hearing this, Catherine gave a cold sneer. Impressive. This time it is an ancient monarch-level giant beast. She issued orders without hesitation, her voice as hard as steel. "Abandon conventional tactical weapons. Activate the tactical nuclear warhead immediately." Another person froze, his voice trembling with hesitation. "But Colonel Kesselring, we still have soldiers on the front line." Catherine lowered her head, her eyes cold as ice. "No objections allowed. Do as I say." He hesitated for a second before replying, "Understood." Back at the monster, it was still partially inside the black hole. The monster's eyes continuously emitted a bizarre light. But shortly after, the report came in again, this time with clear panic. The tactical nuclear missile has lost propulsion and is about to fall. At that moment, Corsa suddenly charged straight toward the monster. He swung his leg, and a projectile was instantly fired. The projectile unexpectedly sped toward the monster and exploded. In a flash, flames erupted, engulfing it. Witnessing the scene, Catherine slowly shifted her gaze and gave a faint smile. Ordinary people do not know that when facing the doomsday gates, nations have actually been using various superweapons to eliminate monarch-level monsters. This is one of the reasons why, for many years, countries have been able to suppress the countless monsters at the gates. Therefore, over the years, whenever we encountered large-scale attacks from king-level or monarch-level monsters, nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and three-phase bombs were used continuously. Whether it is a large-scale cleanup or a targeted elimination, the strongest weapons humanity currently possesses are always the best way to delay the apocalypse. But this time, how much longer can humanity's fate be maintained? Thinking of this, numbers flashed in Catherine's mind. 3 months, 3 years, or less than 30 years. Then she let out a soft giggle. Truly foolish. Immediately after, Catherine spread her arms and stepped forward with ambitious eyes, declaring loudly, "Now, we must do everything possible to retrieve the origin energy from this monster's corpse. Even in the face of radiation, we must create a new future for humanity. Your deaths will ultimately become the most glorious sacrifice for all of mankind." Finally, Catherine emphasized each word as if carving them into the stone of destiny. "Because we will board a great ship and pass through this doomsday gate together to build a new home for all of humanity. This is the Great Ark Project." The scene shifted to the Special Bureau. Lung Yu, having just stepped outside, hurriedly looked up at the building and asked nervously, "Boss, is this really the Special Bureau that manages evolved humans?" Chen Su nodded slightly in confirmation. "I am very close with Director Guan. You should be able to find the most suitable weapon for you here." Just then, a luxury car suddenly sped past them. The car door opened quickly, and Situ appeared. She narrowed her eyes at him and smiled. "Senior." As soon as she saw Lung Yu, Situ pretended to be frightened and hid behind Chen Chu. "And who is this?" Seeing this, he stepped closer and gestured toward her. "Su Lin Ruoya, my company secretary, also a newly evolved human. Lin Ruoya, this is Situ Tian. Upon hearing this, Situ's eyes locked onto Lung Yu, devoid of any friendliness. On the other side, she politely bowed her head in greeting. "Hello, Miss Situ Tian. Situ waved back out of courtesy. "Hello." She quickly made an assessment. Her figure is not even as good as mine. She is okay, I guess. Noticing the expression on Situ's face, Chen Chu did not forget to remind her, "Who knows, you might be fighting together in the future. Don't make the relationship so tense now." At Guanda's desk, he narrowed his eyes at Chen Chu and spoke in a low tone, "I must say, your battle with the Sword Saint directly elevated our international image. People are saying our evolved humans have the bearing of a great power. All of this is thanks to you, Chen Chu." Before he could finish, Chen Chu interrupted, "Save the flattery for later. I am here for another purpose." Guanda followed up, "Go ahead, what is on your mind?" He casually moved his hand and gave a light snap of his fingers. The door opened quickly, and Situ walked in. "Director Guan, we meet again." Lung Yu followed behind her, bowing shyly. "Hello, Director Guan." The moment Guanda saw the two of them, he looked surprised. "Situ Tian, and this face looks familiar. I think I have seen it somewhere. In your transport company, right?" She replied calmly and clearly, "My name is Su Lin Ruoya, the boss's personal secretary." Hearing this, he turned to Chen Chu with a smirk. "Chen Chu, You little brats certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Seeing this, Chen Su spoke coldly without any hesitation. Stop talking nonsense. I am here to register their status as evolved humans. Guanda waved his hand. You did not need to come here specifically for that. I already sent the evolved human ID to Miss Situ Tian. As soon as he finished, Chen Su stepped closer to Long Yu. No, there is this person as well. Secretary Su also needs to register as an evolved human. Guanda was taken aback, surprise written all over his face. What, even your secretary has become an evolved human? The scene shifted to the laboratory, where machines hummed steadily. Inside the testing room on the 3rd floor, he analyzed seriously strength, 3,300 kilograms. Speed, 51 meters per second. Physical constitution is equivalent to a 3-star low-level evolved human. However, your supernatural power is quite special. It does not affect yourself, but enhances the power of cold weapons in your hand. Moreover, the higher the quality of the weapon, the greater your strength. At this point, Guanda looked up at Long Yu. In other words, your power will increase by another star thanks to the weapon's amplification. Theoretically, you could reach the standard of a 4-star evolved human. At the same time, Situ was watching them intently through the glass. She bit her lip, her eyes flashing with hostility. Her strength. It is actually not below mine. Back in Guanda's office, after a brief silence, he stated his point. It would be one thing if it were just Situ Tian, but suddenly, 2 evolved humans appear by your side, both with a strength of about 4 stars. Chen Su, are you hiding something from me? Chen Su gave a slight smile, his gaze calm and unwavering. Since I am sitting here, I will be blunt with you. There is indeed a way to promote the evolution of ordinary humans. It is similar to the psionic crystals issued by your special bureau. Guanda's expression changed, and he almost shouted, how do you know about the secret psionic crystals of the special bureau? He narrowed his eyes, looking directly at Guanda while emphasizing each word, there is nothing that can be hidden from me. Then Chen Su raised his hand, his gaze turning serious. Director, rest assured, I have no designs on those psionic crystals. What I meant to say was. Immediately after, he pulled out a crystal. Director, do you recognize this? Guanda leaned in close and affirmed with certainty, a type of polluted energy. This is a mana crystal. Upon receiving the answer, Chen Su nodded slightly. Exactly. Guanda's guarded gaze immediately fixed on him. Where did you get this? Anticipating the question, Chen Su replied nonchalantly, found it. Why do you not believe me, Director Guan? Hearing this, Guanda raised an eyebrow and questioned hesitantly, you must know how powerful a monster's origin must be to crystallize a mana crystal the size of a grain of rice. Right, this thing. No matter how I look at it, it is as big as an egg. He asked seriously in return, do you think this stone is very precious? Guanda did not hesitate to affirm, it is not just precious. It is worth a fortune. Then he lowered his voice, revealing a secret. To be honest, the psionic crystals issued by our special bureau are refined using these mana crystals. Guanda continued in a slow tone, currently, there are 5 worlds existing behind the 5 doomsday gates, and the most precious resource is mana crystal. At this point, he could not help but exclaim, but this is the first time in my life I have seen a mana crystal of such high purity. It is just that the pollution level is so high that even close contact is dangerous. Seeing this, Chen Su casually followed up, I have plenty more of these. Guanda's voice involuntarily trembled as he hurriedly intervened. Do not take any more out. This is considered a hazardous material at our bureau. Are you trying to destroy this entire place? Guanda did not forget to remind him, his voice dropping to a whisper, this precious mineral not only allows our supernatural abilities to develop rapidly, but also has many tactical uses and is a prohibited material for great monsters. After speaking, Guanda mustered his courage to question, this time I am asking you seriously, where did you get so many mana crystals? On this side, Chen Su casually turned around and spoke lightly, I picked them up. In the gate behind that small doomsday gate. Believe it or not. Guanda's gaze lingered on Chen Su, thinking to himself, no wonder this kid's strength is growing faster than a rocket. It turns out he is borrowing power from mana crystals. Chen Su shrugged, his voice incredibly calm. However, that small doomsday world has been destroyed, and the doomsday gate has been closed forever. His eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness, and a faint smirk appeared on his lips. Fortunately, I managed to get a lot of red mana crystals from there. After a moment of silence, Guanda did not hesitate to make an offer. Tell me, how much money do you want? Our special bureau is very willing to pay you a good price. Chen Su shook his head slightly and followed up in a heavy tone. You and I both know very well that in this apocalyptic world, money has no value. He followed up with a sharp question. Then what do you want? Without thinking twice, he quickly made his proposal. Weapons. The strongest weapons of your special bureau. The hero squad formed by your bureau can pair evolved warriors with suitable weapons. The squad I am about to form will also need help from your arsenal. At this, Chen Su smirked. I am willing to offer the mana crystal in my hand as a bargaining chip. A fair trade. In the testing room on the 3rd floor, Gwanda walked in quickly and spoke mysteriously. This roaming dragon blade was forged from a combination of meteoric iron from a collapsed world in the post-apocalyptic era. Having said that, Gwanda turned his gaze to Chen Su. Compared to your Heaven's Overlord blade, the size of this roaming dragon is more suitable for a woman to hold. Lung Yu reached out to take it, her movements a bit hesitant at first. He asked curiously, how does it feel in your hand? This equipment was just transferred from the Special Bureau's Doomsday base. Her eyes lit up as she felt the flow of power, and she quickly replied, very light. Beside her, Chen Su picked up another short blade, his eyes narrowing as he observed its familiar shape. This one. What is it like? The shape looks somewhat similar to that roaming dragon. Gwanda glanced over and replied briefly, that one, it is called Hidden Scale. He explained slowly, each word ringing out clearly. This sword was forged from the leftover fragments of meteoric iron during the forging of Roaming Dragon. Due to material limitations, the blade is quite short, and its practical combat use is not great. Chen Su did not answer immediately. His eyes grew deeper as if he were sensing something invisible. That is not right. I have a vague feeling that there is some kind of energy connection between Hidden Scale and Roaming Dragon. Perhaps it is because they share a common origin. Roaming Dragon and Hidden Scale, one in the light, one in the dark. Then Chen Su suddenly looked up. I want this Hidden Scale as well. Gwanda could not help but be surprised. What, isn't the Roaming Dragon enough for you? He did not answer, only turned to Lung Yu. Secretary Su, take this. Without hesitation, she reached out and took the sword. As soon as Lung Yu received both blades, a strange aura immediately spread out. The two blades vibrated slightly as if in resonance, emitting a faint hum.
Chen Su Slow Analyst.
Even your special bureau people have not understood the true purpose of this weapon. It is clear that Roaming Dragon and Hidden Scale only reach their maximum effectiveness when combined as one. Lung Yu turned around and gave a faint smile. Boss, I can indeed feel the two blades resonating. Gwanda was silent for a moment, then exhaled. If you have such a sharp eye, then our special bureau will consider this a buy one, get one free offer. He immediately refused. No need. I will pay with mana crystals based on the quote. He turned around, not forgetting to remind him, as long as the bureau is willing to bring out its best weapons, that is enough. Just then, an object caught Chen Su's eye. He stared at the ring. A fire element aura. Very strong. However, it is covered by a layer of pollution. Gwanda stepped forward and explained briefly, this item is called the Purple Phoenix Fire Wings. It is an auxiliary weapon. Wearing it won't harm the enemy directly. Then Gwanda's voice lowered. However, it can amplify the fire attribute abilities of the wearer. It can even create a pair of fire wings, temporarily granting humans the ability to fly. Chen Su did not hesitate and immediately spoke up, I want this one too. He then turned to Situ. Tiantian, your ability is fire-based, right? She nodded in confusion. Yes. Yes, sir. Realizing something was wrong, Gwanda immediately stopped him. No, this gear is not like the others. Since it was taken from the Doomsday world, it still contains very strong residual polluting energy. He continued, his voice almost a shout, before the pollution is removed, an ordinary evolved human cannot wear it. On this side, Chen Su calmly called out, Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi appeared out of nowhere and whimpered, Chu. Hungry, hungry. Gwanda could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Where did this little girl come from? He replied nonchalantly, don't be surprised. Xiao Shi is my daughter. She is immune to polluting energy and can even take pollution as food. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi leisurely swallowed the aura and looked satisfied. Xiao Shi. Full. Gwanda's eyes widened, almost in disbelief. What is this? That is terrifying. Our Special Bureau Research Institute spent 500 million to build pollution removal equipment, yet it is not even as good as a little girl by Chen Su's side. He turned to him with a flurry of questions running through his mind. Just how many things about Chen Su do we still not understand? A moment later, the ring was placed on Situ's hand. Seeing this, Chen Su could not help but remark, "This ring suits you very well." She smiled. "It is truly beautiful." But immediately after, Situ's expression changed. Her whole body trembled as flames erupted violently. "It hurts. It hurts so much, it is too hot." Witnessing the scene, Gwanda rushed forward frantically. "Oh no, her evolution level is too low, she can't control it, take it off quickly." On this side, Chen Su spoke in a soft, reassuring voice. "You can do it, Tian." He lowered his voice, trying to persuade her, "Use your power to control this savage beast." Meanwhile, the flames had already engulfed Situ's body, and she gritted her teeth in agony. Screams echoed instantly. Someone is being burned, save her first." Gwanda hurriedly stood in front of Situ. "No, everything's fine here. Everyone, step back first." Back to Chen Su, he continued to guide her. "You possess a constitution compatible with fire, so not only can you not be burned, you can even heal yourself." In an instant, the flames were retracted back into the ring. She stared at the ring in doubt. I seem to have adapted to it." On the other side, his heart could not help but be shaken. Strong. Truly strong. No one who follows Chen Su is an ordinary person. I never thought a 4-star elite could use 6-star equipment. A moment later, Chen Su walked away confidently, his voice serious as he reminded them, "From now on, you will be my right-hand assistants." At the same time, Ruoya heard the sound and turned around. She quickly huddled into a corner as Chen Su's voice still drifted over. "The two of you are the first members of the superhuman squad." Outside in the sky, the space suddenly changed color. A young man looked up in fear. Purple clouds. At some doomsday base, alarms blared urgently everywhere. "Warning, warning, the doomsday wave has begun. Warning, warning, the doomsday wave has begun." Chaotic sounds spread, and panicked voices rang out. "Warning, warning, the doomsday wave has begun. Run, quickly." An emergency broadcast from the TV blared incessantly. "Special report, disaster. Emergency event." In the hero squad's break room, Chimei had a bored look on her face. "Where's my superhero cartoon?" Chimei muttered angrily. "I heard that after the doomsday wave begins, ordinary people should stay home. As a result, they do not even give us a TV signal. Who can stand this?" Right at that moment, Pan Hao approached. "Our hero squad is about to enter the residential district to ensure the safety of the citizens." He looked at her coldly. "So, you would better forget about those cartoons." At the same time, Gwanda stepped inside and glanced around. "Is everyone ready?" The moment they saw Gwanda, the group immediately responded, "Director." He stood in the center, his sharp gaze sweeping across each person, his voice low but filled with authority. "Now is the time for everyone to prove their worth." Gwanda walked slowly, his every word weighing heavily on the air. During this doomsday wave, besides the primary doomsday gates becoming active, secondary gates have also appeared in many areas. Therefore, not only are there many monsters, but their forms vary, and their appearance locations are not fixed. After speaking, he did not forget to announce, "Several of you have recently reached the level of 4-star evolved humans. If you face a 3-star demonic realm intrusion, you should have more than enough power to handle it." But immediately after, Gwanda's expression darkened. However, according to intelligence, a very small number of 4-star monsters have appeared in the area. They are currently causing widespread destruction, and are extremely dangerous. Li Zongwen stood up at this point and smirked. "Director, even Peng Luan, the one with the worst performance in our hero squad, has reached the early 4-star level. Now, even if we face a 4-star monster, it won't be a problem." Peng Luan immediately frowned and hurriedly reminded him in a low, sharp voice, "Captain, do not just blurt things like that out." Gwanda gave a soft huff. "Your strength is certainly not an issue. After all, you are all fine seeds that I personally nurtured." Then his gaze became even sharper as he declared loudly, "In this doomsday wave, you must temper your strength even further and strive to upgrade to 5-star. The whole team responded in unison, their morale soaring. "Understood." Pan Hao took a step forward. "We won't let the director down." After a moment of silence, Lin Ruoya asked hesitantly, "Will Chen Su agree to come and help?" The atmosphere stalled for a moment, and Gwanda muttered softly, "Chen Su. That guy, probably." In another development, a small finger was repeatedly pressing a doorbell. At Chen Chu's house, Inari stood on her tiptoes, ringing the bell continuously. Inside, Chen Su was thoughtfully observing Su Lungyue and Situ Tian. Both of them were using their equipment quite smoothly. Just then, Xiao Shi approached. Chu, there is a guest. A child. The door opened instantly, and Inari's eyes lit up when she saw him. You are Lord Chen Chu. It really is Lord Chen Chu. On this side, Chen Chu gave no reaction. After a moment of silence, he asked curiously, are you that Yamata no Orochi person? She looked up and gave a soft smile. That is right. My name is Yuko Inaba, and my codename in that organization is Inari. Chen Chu stepped closer, his gaze seemingly piercing through Inari. You are a fox deity with the ability to analyze information, right? She looked away shyly, her voice trembling slightly. Before, it was thanks to Lord Chen Chu for saving my life. After returning, I tried to learn about you. I did not expect that Lord Chen Chu would be such a famous person here. At this point, Inari gave an embarrassed smile. So, Yuko quickly found Lord Chen Chu's address through my network. Chen Chu smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Damn it, I wanted to hide my identity, but now it is completely impossible. He followed up with a probing question. Why did you travel so far to come here? Is something wrong? Inari made her offer without any hesitation. I have come to join you, my lord. Later, Chen Chu patted her lightly. The situation is like this. I saved Yuko Inaba when there was trouble on Okumachi Island. He continued, I heard she had no food back home, so she came here to join us. Hearing this, Situ Tian paused for a moment. No food to eat. Right at that moment, Inari suddenly put on a mask. It was the fox mask, Divine Oracle. She turned her head to look at Situ Tian and Su Lungyue. Immediately after, Inari quickly made a judgment. Fire Element Controller, Mid-Stage 4-star. She then turned to the other person, Su Lungyue. Weapon Controller. Base Strength is High Stage 3-star, but after holding a weapon, her strength reaches High Stage 4-star. Chen Chu nodded slightly, his gaze showing satisfaction. Very accurate. Your intelligence-gathering ability is very strong. Our superhuman girl squad is indeed lacking an intelligence expert. Inari giggled. In front of Lord Chen Chu, my divine oracle is just child's play. On this side, Situ Tian wore an annoyed expression, thinking to herself, a girl who only knows how to flatter, and she looks like she has not even fully developed yet. She gave a cold smirk. How can she compete when standing before a real woman? Chen Chu spoke decisively, cutting off Situ Tian's thoughts. This will be the first opportunity for everyone to carry out a mission as a 3-person team. With Yuko as our intelligence officer, we will surely survive this doomsday wave safely. Hearing this, she asked somewhat hesitantly, but Chen Chu, are not you going to stay here to fight against the monster invasion? He replied briefly with indifference, I have an even more important task. At this moment, Xiao Shi spoke up, Chu, the gate is open. At the same time, Su Lungyue took a step forward. The two of us have just evolved. How can we shoulder such a big mission? Chen Chu turned back, his gaze resting on Inari. There are 3 of you now. 3 people are enough to save the world. Believe in your own strength. She bowed deeply, her voice solemn. I hope you both will guide me well. At the people's store, the scene in front of them suddenly exploded, and screams rang out. What is that? A person screamed in panic and turned to run. A monster, holy crap, run. The crowd was in chaos, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing. Just then, soldiers stepped forward. No matter what that thing is, we need to hold our ground. The person beside him spoke with a trembling voice. What? What on earth is this? Amidst the dust and smoke, a massive creature revealed itself, its body deformed. It was a terror demon. Sensing the critical situation, someone shouted, concentrate fire, protect the citizens. The person beside him looked terrified. Guns have no effect on it. On this side, strange spikes began to appear on the terror demon's body. Then it swung its arm, sending sharp spikes flying straight toward the group. At that moment, Peng Luan appeared and let out an earth-shaking roar. Spiritual shield activated. Peng Luan was seen using the shield to block the sharp spikes. He glanced back. All of you withdraw quickly, leave this to the hero squad. The panicked crowd froze for a moment, then immediately felt as if they had found their saviors. Their voices were mixed with joy. It is the Special Bureau's hero squad. Great, leave this place to them. On the other side, Li Zongwen stopped in front of a building and spoke in a low voice. The equipment shows that the pollution index here is very high, so the secondary doomsday gate must be nearby. Notify the special bureau that a terror demon has been discovered at People's Square, with a strength of approximately 4 stars. Li Zongwen immediately reached out to activate his eyewear. Hero Squad, hear my command. Clean the polluted area and close the secondary doomsday gate. The whole team responded in unison, the sound echoing like thunder, orders received. Immediately after, Pan Hao charged straight forward, the corners of his lips curling up aggressively. Let me test your tricks first. He was seen flying into the air, his hands tightly gripping a staff. Then Pan Hao decisively lunged straight down toward the terror demon. But the moment they collided, his expression changed. Strong defense, my spiritual spear can't pierce through. In an instant, it swung its arm, and Pan Hao was immediately sent flying. Seeing this, Li Zongwen lowered his center of gravity and whispered, spirit weaving. A net-like membrane appeared to catch Pan Hao's body. Pan Hao turned to look at Li Zongwen, his gaze full of gratitude. Thanks, Captain. Suddenly a voice rang out, stupid, get your head down. Wu Qimei at this time raised her gun high, her eyes narrowing. She suddenly spun around, and the bullet immediately shot straight toward Pan Hao but then veered in another direction. The terror demon's body was seen swaying backward. However, it quickly regained its composure. The terror demon bared its teeth, revealing a sinister smile. Faced with that scene, Pan Hao was momentarily stunned. He turned around and hurriedly shouted, your sniper rifle can pierce its defense. Hearing this, Wu Qimei smirked. Then I will pierce through its weakness in one breath. As soon as she finished speaking, she frantically fired a series of bullets at the terror demon. However, the bullets all went off course. Seeing this, Pan Hao shouted a warning, Wu Qimei, if you keep recklessly destroying public property, the money will be deducted from your salary, she shouted back angrily. Shut up, I am clearly aiming for the terror demon's weakness. At the same time, Li Zongwen approached and reminded them sternly, don't be so loud. The terror demon must have some kind of spatial teleportation ability. He turned and reported quickly. Precision-based projectile weapons seemed to be ineffective against it. Wu Qimei paused for a beat, then smirked, a cold glint in her eyes. Oh really, precision projectiles are useless. She rotated the gun barrel, her voice turning sharp. If a large number of imprecise projectiles are created all at once, it won't have enough time to deflect each one's trajectory. Seeing this, Li Zongwen reminded her angrily, follow my command, weren't we just scolded by the director last time for poor teamwork? He lowered his voice and analyzed, before we find the terror demon's true weakness, we should not easily launch an all-out attack. Moreover, let Peng Luan draw its attention. I will find a way to shoot it at close range. Wu Qimei gripped the gun in her hand tightly, appearing indifferent. If one shot does not take him down, then fire two. Seeing Wu Qimei still determined, Li Zongwen had no choice but to order, Lin Ruoya, you protect Wu Qimei and sneak attack from behind. Its weakness is the back of its head. A close-range explosion can damage its main body. She nodded decisively, her eyes firm without hesitation. Understood. He immediately turned to the front line, where two figures were preparing to charge. Peng Luan and Pan Hao, you two are an opposing pair. Draw the terror demon's attention from the front. The former chuckled, his clenched fists making a cracking sound. Leave it to me. Pan Hao nodded, got it. When finished, Li Zongwen smirked. I will use spiritual energy to bind the terror demon and restrict its movement. Immediately after, he shouted the command, Hero Squad, prepare for combat. On the opposite side, the terror demon opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. It was seen frantically charging toward the group. Seeing this, Li Zongwen calmly activated the matrix. Spirit weaving. Then he let out a roar that shook the entire space, strangling vines. Li Zongwen tightened the strands, creating a durable binding seal. The strands of spiritual energy tightly bound the terror demon's limbs. Li Zongwen used his hands to control the spiritual strands, asserting his power. My spiritual energy can manifest all things, strangling vines, bind. It braced itself to summon sharp attacks. Lin Ruoya charged forward, using her sword to brush aside the sharp blades. Peng Luan created a golden energy shield to block the incoming blades. Pan Hao dived down from mid-air to deliver a powerful strike. He thrust a blue spiritual spear at the terror demon with a challenge, eat my spiritual spear. The attack pierced into the terror demon's mouth, making it unable to resist. It could only watch as the spearhead lunged into its mouth. Pan Hao landed firmly but shouted in surprise, How is it so fast to react? The terror demon still stood firm and grabbed the shaft of the spear with its hands. Pan Hao signaled to Peng Luan for the decisive move. Peng Luan now drive the spear in. Peng Luan immediately rushed forward and replied on it. A wave of golden energy from Peng Luan confidently challenged. I have been waiting to use this move. He increased his power from above and shouted, "Go in for me." The attack caused the terror demon's body to be pierced through, releasing a large amount of green liquid. Peng Luan stood watching and wondered, did it work? Even though the spiritual spear had pierced through it, it still used its hands to grip the shaft tightly. With all its remaining strength, it tried to pull the spear out of its body. Li Zongwen watched with a panicked face and realized, the head. It is not its weakness. Seeing this, Wu Qimei charged forward and shouted, "Eat my spiritual energy blast." Li Zongwen panicked and immediately shouted to the members, "Don't hit the head, that is not the weak point." Wu Qimei delivered a powerful spiritual blast into its body. Its body was severely damaged, spraying green liquid violently. Pan Hao had a look of shock and regret. My spiritual spear." Wu Qimei raised her gun high and confidently asserted, "It is over. At the crucial moment, you still have to rely on my gun." Li Zongwen sensed the instability and immediately shouted, "Back off, get away from the terror demon." Its hand reached out toward Wu Qimei. Lin Ruoya saw this and charged forward. She rushed in at high speed in a defensive posture. Wu Qimei's face was full of panic. Lin Ruoya was seriously injured and coughed up blood after the blow. The terror demon delivered a blow that pierced through Lin Ruoya's abdomen. It tossed her high into the air. Wu Qimei's face was terrified as she stammered her name, Ruoya. The members watching shouted in unison, "Lin Ruoya." Peng Luan could not hide his anger and screamed, "What have you done?" Peng Luan lost his composure and screamed, "How dare you hurt Lin Ruoya? Die for me, just go die." He concentrated all his spiritual energy into his legs with incredible speed and power, using the technique, spiritual shield charge. Wu Qimei's face was full of shock and horror. Lin Ruoya was grabbed by it and lifted up, then thrown toward Peng Luan. Lin Ruoya was thrown hard against Peng Luan. Li Zongwen watched with a shocked face. Immediately, Li Zongwen unleashed the technique, spirit weaving, creating strands of spiritual energy. The spiritual strands created a net that caught Lin Ruoya. Li Zongwen sighed and continued to observe the terror demon. Its feet began to move away from its position. Li Zongwen's face was filled with worry and shock. Wu Qimei's face was covered in blood, and she was in deep pain and self-reproach. I have hurt Ruoya. It is I who hurt her." The terror demon still stood firm right behind Lin Ruoya. Li Zongwen's face was worried and urgent as he shouted, "Wu Qimei, why are you still standing there? Get out of there now." He quickly made a tactical decision. "Pan Hao, take Wu Qimei away, leave that terror demon to me." Pan Hao fell into a state of fear and refused the proposal. "Without the spiritual spear if I charge now I will die, I am sorry I can't do it." Li Zongwen felt helpless as he realized, the hero squad. Just because they faced an over-leveled demon, their spirit has completely collapsed. He rushed forward to save Wu Qimei. He gritted his teeth in helplessness, thinking, if it were just a difference in strength, we could still rely on teamwork. But once the will to fight is lost, there is truly no way to turn the situation around. He recalled Guanda's words, "Li Zongwen, although you are in charge of mobilization and intelligence gathering, at the crucial moment, you just stand by and watch. Remember, you are not just the brain of the team, but also a warrior. If you only know how to stand by and watch, you will make your teammates sacrifice themselves in vain." His face was pensive, seemingly under great pressure. Li Zongwen rushed forward at the speed of light, blaming himself. Shrinking at the back of the line, only knowing how to give orders from afar, watching my teammates risk their lives in a life-threatening battle. His eyes were cold as he told himself this fact. He released the spiritual strands with determination. Indeed, it is a failure of duty. The terror demon swung its arm, preparing to attack Wu Qimei. Its swinging arm was blocked by a blue energy ring. Li Zongwen, in his blue energy armor, replied, "You are not the only one who knows how to use abilities." He lunged into the attack, controlling the spiritual strands to hold the terror demon's arm, and declared now as a soldier of the hero squad. Energy surrounded his fist as he spoke confidently. "Want to challenge you." Green liquid from the terror demon's body splashed everywhere. Li Zongwen unleashed a special technique as strands of energy engulfed it. He moved flexibly at high speed and landed firmly on the ground. He showed superior strength by slamming it hard onto the ground. His face was full of determination as he shouted the move, entwined silk battle axe. A giant axe struck straight down from the air onto its position. After the blow, thick dust covered everything. The terror demon was buried under the rubble. Li Zongwen observed with a look of surprise and wondered, did I break its armor? After the fatal blow, it still stood firm amidst the dust. It began to collapse forward, walking unsteadily through the rubble. Li Zongwen observed carefully and realized the abnormality, speaking out alertly, no, it is not just that the armor did not break, but the outer shell from just now is about to shatter. The sharp arm of the terror demon shot out from the dust at an extremely high speed. It escaped its old state and rushed to attack him with the sharp blades on its arm. He concentrated intensely, controlling the spiritual strands on his fingers, and spoke with determination, I need to attack even harder. The spiritual strands shot out, surrounding its body from all directions. Taking advantage of the spiritual strands, he delivered a direct kick to it. He continued with high concentration, both hands controlling the spiritual energy around his body. He unleashed an attack that sent it flying. It was hit and sent flying far away as cracks and dust flew up. Li Zongwen rushed over at an extremely high speed and spoke decisively, don't even think about leaving. It collapsed to the ground as sharp spikes began to grow all over its body. He and the monster rushed at each other at an extremely high speed, both launching attacks. He saw through its flaw and spoke excitedly, I found the weak point, it is at the heart. Amidst its dense attack net, he stood reflecting with determination, now if I back off to dodge, I will forever miss the chance to defeat it. His face was full of resolve as he told himself, I can't retreat, I absolutely cannot retreat, if I shrink back, I will fall even deeper into the abyss. He spoke, affirming the final goal, success or failure, it is all down to this moment. He charged straight into the terror demon's chest with maximum energy. Li Zongwen was completely exhausted and coughed up blood, speaking in helplessness, I found it, and yet. He stood trembling, hands tightly clutching his stomach, his breath coming in gasps as drops of blood fell to the ground. Wu Qimei ran up from behind and called out with a look of great worry, Captain. Her face showed clear shock as she hesitantly called out, Captain. She looked toward the remains of the terror demon and exclaimed in fear, that is. A cloud of dust rose in the distance as a series of terror demons appeared, forming a massive army. Li Zongwen's face was shocked and desperate as he spoke bitterly, what kind of international joke is this? Is this a joke of fate? His feet stood trembling. Pan Hao knelt down in helplessness and spoke with a choked voice, We are too weak. Captain, we are too weak. He looked in horror at the approaching terror demon army, his voice full of despair and collapse. Even after reaching 4-star strength, even when facing a monster only 1 star higher, we still have to pay such a miserable price. Looking at the large number of terror demons swarming toward them, he spoke with a trembling voice, moreover, there are so many 5-star monsters. Li Zongwen, despite being injured, still maintained a decisive attitude and ordered we must run. He turned his eyes toward Wu Qimei, urging her to act immediately. Take Lin Ruoya and Peng Luan away. He braced himself with his fading power, telling himself, the Special Bureau still has the power to protect everyone. Survive this apocalypse, everyone. His eyes were full of determination and hope despite the stalemate. There was still a chance to be stronger. Wu Qimei's face showed terror as she expressed her resolve and loyalty, exclaiming, Captain, we can't abandon you. Li Zongwen, though exhausted, screamed in anger, get out everyone, you can't do it, don't sacrifice yourselves in vain. Wu Qimei's eyes widened in shock and terror. A terror demon with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth was roaring and launching an attack. He was attacked directly by a terror demon, his face showing clear pain. While being restrained, he showed no fear or begging, but spoke with noble spirit, everyone has a responsibility to their teammates. This is the highest principle the Academy taught us. In his critical condition, blood sprayed from his mouth as he screamed, Scram, get away from me. Chen Su appeared with a confident half-smile. Scram. He rushed in, causing everyone to be astonished. His face bore a sinister look and a challenging smile. I should be the one saying those words. Isn't it a bit early for that? Li Zongwen's face was shocked as he gasped the name in fear, Chen Su. He unleashed an extremely powerful attack, creating an arc that swept across the battlefield. Wu Qimei's face showed clear terror as she felt it. What powerful pressure. Li Zongwen slumped to the ground, appearing annoyed and disappointed, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "So it is Chen Su, damn it, why do I always run into the person I hate most? But anyway, we are saved." Chen Su did not flinch or fear, speaking in a mocking tone, "Your target is me." He stood towering in front of the terror demons. His face showed absolute confidence. "I thought the monsters were strong, but they are only 5-star. In that case, there is no need to bring out the Heaven's Overlord blade." He held out his hand and declared, "I will personally send you all to hell." Li Zongwen could not help but freeze, exclaiming in doubt and worry, "What, this Chen Su guy? Does he really intend to fight them barehanded?" Facing the terror demon roaring violently right in front of him, Chen Su raised his hand as if he were about to flick his finger. With a single flick, he unleashed a strike that triggered an explosion right where the terror demon stood, disintegrating its body into green liquid. His face was stern and full of cold confidence as he declared, "Too weak. For me, this is nowhere near enough." He spread his arms in a challenging posture. "I am busy. Why do not you all come at me at once?" He stood tall before the terror demons with a composed and arrogant demeanor. Pan Hao was completely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. So strong. It is absurdly strong. Just a flick of his finger destroyed a level 5 terror demon. This was a target that the 5 of us all, 4-star experts, could barely handle even when working together. While supporting Li Zongwen, Wu Qimei shouted anxiously, "What are you dazing out for? Save the people first, ignore him, go help Peng Luan and Lin Ruoya." Sensing the overwhelming power, the terror demons retreated in fear. Chen Su spoke with a sinister and contemptuous smile, "So you monsters know fear as well." His body was enveloped in a powerful surge of electrical energy that cracked the ground. "Very well. Since you are hesitating, I shall." His face showed pure excitement and a manic smile. "Be a little more proactive." He vanished from his spot in a streak of light. He reappeared in the middle of the terror demon horde, unleashing a flurry of consecutive attacks that blew their bodies to pieces. Li Zongwen stood paralyzed, his eyes wide with horror. He is basically cheating. This can't be understood with normal logic. My eyes can't even track him. How on earth is he doing this? He collapsed, unable to escape the lingering fear, admitting bitterly, "It is a relief that Chen Su is not an enemy." Pan Hao could not suppress his haunting fear and exclaimed, "This Chen Su. He is clearly more terrifying than the monsters." Chen Su walked powerfully toward Li Zongwen's group, who were so terrified they could only sit on the ground staring at him. He casually tossed a red crystal and said coldly, "Use this to save Lin Ruoya. Only this will work." The crystal landed right in front of Li Zongwen. Shocked, Li Zongwen exclaimed, "This is..." Looking at the red crystal in his hand, Li Zongwen felt deeply insulted, casually tossing away a priceless treasure as if giving alms. Is this guy looking down on us? His face filled with intense rage as he roared, "The life or death of our hero squad, what does it have to do with you?" Sitting on the ground and looking in the direction where Chen Su had vanished, he felt completely helpless. Damn it. He is already gone. Chen Su hovered in the air, observing the city with a serious expression. Monsters were pouring out of the city from every direction. The city was in chaos, filled with explosions and swarms of monsters causing destruction. His face showed focus and hidden concern as he thought to himself, "I hope they can withstand this wave of pressure." Flying through the air with electrical energy surrounding his body, he mused, "It would be good if they could buy some time for me." A person sped along at high velocity wearing a black outfit, super express delivery conquering your hunger. A demonic beast let out a violent roar. At the Hon Sun Villa area, this demonic beast was chasing her, sending her into a state of panic. What kind of devilish thing is this? I just wanted to deliver food to my junior. I have no grudge against you. Her eyes were filled with horror and helplessness. I am doomed. The wolf monster lunged with extreme speed, pressing close to the back of the motorcycle. Zeran shouted fiercely, "Stay away from me." A violent collision occurred, throwing her backward in a tumbling motion. She was tossed away at high speed. The wolf, with its glowing red eyes, growled threateningly. It stepped closer to her, making her alert as she gripped her weapon, ready for a head-on confrontation. Her face, covered in wounds and exhaustion, muttered an admission, "Damn it. This kind of anomaly is indeed something only Chen Su can deal with. Do you know why we spent so much money to move to this godforsaken place? It is because the apocalypse is coming. There is someone here with true power to protect us. Look outside. The bells of doomsday are ringing, the main roads are full of crazed monsters. Where is Chen Su, where is he? I do not believe Chen Su would abandon us. After all, this is something he promised, and Chen Su has never broken his word. Zeran, you think too highly of him. When faced with real danger, he will still prioritize his own interests. I am going to find him. Dad, I am going to find Chen Su. She sat huddled in a corner, her face showing clear fear. The wolf monster with glowing red eyes roared right in front of her. Her face was filled with panic and despair as she cried out for help. I do not want to die, anyone. Please save me. A powerful surge of energy erupted, creating a massive explosion exactly where the wolf monster stood. She stood up with a look of shock and alarm. Energy exploded violently at the monster's location. She sat exhausted amidst the thick dust, struggling through bouts of coughing. As the dust settled, a familiar figure appeared, and she immediately called out Chen Su. In her state of exhaustion and heavy injury, Zeran exclaimed in surprise, Junior Chen Su, is that you? Situ stood tall amidst the dust and replied, Senior. Her face covered in dust, Zeran was utterly astonished. You are Tian. Unable to hide her curiosity about this newfound power, she asked, since when did you become an evolved human? Situ landed on the ground and said, it is a long story. Now is not the time to talk about it. Her face was solemn as she explained, we are out here to clean up the polluted monsters. Inari, standing beside her, added, according to Chen Su's instructions, the area around Hone Sun Fortress needs to be a priority for cleanup. Zeran was curious and asked directly, Chen Su's instructions, what is the relationship between you girls and Junior Chen Su? Lung Yu, with a calm and professional demeanor, answered briefly, I am the boss's secretary. Inari, with a bright expression, stated her purpose. Lord Chen Su is my benefactor. I traveled 1,000 miles to repay my debt of gratitude. Zeran gave a shocking confirmation with an embarrassed face, he is my boyfriend. Xiaoxi put her hand to her mouth and whispered, Chu Papa, which shocked Zeran. She put her hand to her head, showing extreme fatigue and confusion. Wait a minute. The composition of your group is way too complicated. Standing before Chen Su's group, she reached a general conclusion. Regardless, you are all Chen Su's people, right? Situ turned to strike up a conversation. Senior, you appeared here just now. You seem to be calling for Junior Chen Su, right? Situ's face turned stern as she raised a finger and asked directly, Senior Zeran, what exactly is your relationship with Senior Chen Su? Zeran fell into contemplation. Repeating the word, relationship, she questioned herself and continued her skeptical monologue. That is right. What exactly is our relationship? Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me, gathering intelligence? Of course it is. Pursuing him. Remember, I am Huangpu Zeran. I live nearby. We will meet again next time. She smiled gently and replied briefly me. Situ looked at her with a puzzled expression. She moved with agility and energy as she introduced herself. I am Junior Chen Su's professional delivery person. Lin Ruoya lay on the ground, very weak and seriously injured. A voice rang out, I am fine but Ruoya seems to be in critical condition. Lin Ruoya's face showed intense pain. Peng Luan was extremely worried and panicked, urging for help. What do we do? Notify the special bureau and call for a rescue team. Wu Qimei looked calm but showed clear helplessness as she replied, I have contacted them, but no one is listening. Li Zongwen spoke in a stern voice, it is useless. After the doomsday bells rang, monsters appeared everywhere in the city. He stood unsteadily in an exhausted state among the members, emphasizing, even the rescue teams are worn out. They basically have no time to respond to new requests. With a serious face and an injury to his mouth, he gave a pessimistic assessment. In other words, our hero squad can only rely on ourselves now. Peng Luan looked worriedly and helplessly at the motionless Lin Ruoya, exclaiming, but what about Lin Ruoya? She is bleeding, like this, she won't be able to hold on. Lin Ruoya coughed up blood and lay still in a critical state. Li Zongwen stared at the stone and offered a hopeful suggestion. According to Chen Su's plan, if Lin Ruoya can ascend to 5-star, the instantaneous power surge can heal most of her wounds. His eyes were full of determination as he emphasized, but this plan can only be carried out through this. Wu Qimei exclaimed in horror, Captain, this is. Pan Hao also exclaimed in panic, could it be? Is this a polluted mana crystal? He could not believe his eyes and turned to ask Li Zongwen, Captain, this thing still contains residual monster pollution power. He realized the true nature of the stone and strongly opposed its use. Mana crystals that have not been purified by the Special Bureau are strictly prohibited. He immediately asked him a direct question, then do you have a way to save Lin Ruoya? With a face full of determination and anger, he shouted, what time do you think it is? He completely ignored the rules regarding prohibited items. Ultimately, is following the rules important, or is saving a life important? His face was stern as he asked a challenging question, what was our purpose in forming the hero squad? Tell me, Pan Hao. He answered amidst an internal struggle, follow regulations, protect the citizens, protect our teammates. He stood tall, pointing out the absurdity of the current situation. But if we follow all the regulations and yet fail to protect the citizens and our teammates? He continued to question Pan Hao decisively. Then what will you do? Li Zongwen looked straight into his eyes and gritted out, what will you do? His face showed helplessness and despair as he explained, but this mana crystal was given by Chen Su. Don't you hate that guy because you feel his power comes from an unrighteous path? Li Zongwen held the stone in his hand and emphasized, correct. We should not use power from an unrighteous path. Once used, the consequences are unpredictable. Li Zongwen showed clear hatred toward Chen Su. I truly loathe that guy named Chen Su. He has always done as he pleased and never cared about others' opinions. Yet Li Zongwen still had to admit a harsh truth. But regardless of whether his power was stolen, robbed, or obtained through some unscientific method. He recalled the scene of Chen Su unleashing consecutive moves to shatter the terror demons. He looked at the stone and affirmed its value. He also used this power to save us. Without him, all of us would have already entered the gates of hell. He stood among the members holding the stone, explaining it to everyone. Wu Qimei lowered her face in helplessness and could only whisper that is indeed the case. Peng Luan spread his hands, expressing deep concern. If using this on Ruoya causes her to mutate, what will we do? The Special Bureau won't allow a mutated evolved human in the hero squad. His legs trembled as he asserted, Lin Ruoya will not mutate. Li Zongwen's gaze was sharp as he made a shocking declaration, because this red mana crystal will not be used on her body. He gripped the stone tightly, the monster's polluting energy surrounding his body as he exclaimed, this sin. Let me bear it. Your evolved human rank has increased to 5-star. He floated in the air, surrounded by power, speaking with hope but also anxiety. Did it succeed? Evolved human DNA cannot carry the polluting power. It is currently decomposing. Seeing this, the whole group called out in worry and panic, Captain. In his state of losing control, he screamed, get away from me. He stood in the center of a blue energy vortex, roaring violently. Your evolved human rank is abnormal. Resetting to mutant rank, 5-star. Wu Qimei, her face full of horror, raised her gun and whispered in fear, a mutant. This is a degenerate, one whose path of ascension is the opposite of an evolved human. He completely transformed into a different person. Wu Qimei reached a bitter conclusion about him. Because of the greed for the polluting power emitted from the doomsday gates, one will eventually become a slave from the abyss. With tearful eyes and a face full of fear, she cried out, Captain. He was completely transformed. His eyes no longer held life but became soulless and evil as he executed a move, weave. He used the blue energy source to heal Lin Ruoya, sensing that, after breaking through to 5-star, I can feel the spiritual thread technique becoming much stronger. Wu Qimei stared in shock at Lin Ruoya and exclaimed, Ruoya's wounds. They have actually healed. The energy strands surrounding Lin Ruoya's body were completely reconstructed and made whole. Wu Qimei, with a face full of worry and shock, could only whisper helplessly, Captain. He made a shocking declaration, from now on, I am no longer your captain. My goal is to catch up to Chen Su and replace him. As for you all. His eyes were sharp and mysterious. You must become stronger. You cannot let me stand behind you anymore. He lunged into the air at high speed. Pan Hao made an assessment. The captain has become a mutant. His eyes showed clear despair as he whispered, he can no longer stand side by side with our hero squad. He was right. If one lacks strength, then even following principles is futile. The corner of Situ's mouth slowly curled up in an arrogant manner. Zeran's gaze grew heavy, and she spoke hesitantly, so. Thanks to Chen Chu's help, all of you have become evolved humans. Her mood immediately turned dissatisfied as she muttered, damn it. People always get the best things just by being in the right place at the right time. A moment later, Situ asked hesitantly, what, does Senior Zeran want to evolve too? She became flustered and immediately retorted, no, That is not what I meant. I want to ask Junior Chen Su for help because many monsters have invaded Hon Sun Fortress, especially the area near the Huangpu house. It is almost completely surrounded by monsters now. Su Lin Ruoya stood in a ready stance and declared, "Perfect. My roaming dragon and hidden scale are crying out with hunger. It is time to feed them." Zeran's gaze showed unease. "Just the three of you." The corner of Situ's mouth curled up arrogantly. It seems Senior Chen Su has gone to handle his own business. He has entrusted the protection of Hon Sun Fortress to us. Inari maintained a calm demeanor, her voice lowering. The pollutant concentration here dropped quickly after defeating the demon dog. Her eyes watched every change intently. However, the pollutant concentration is trending upward again. At this moment, signs of a new doomsday crack appeared in the air. A casual voice rang out, "Let us go now and exterminate all the monsters here." Zeran followed urgently. I am worried about everyone, so I will go with you." Situ turned her head back to warn her, "You can't. You are not an evolved human yet. If you encounter a monster, your life will be in danger." Her gaze dropped, her tone heavy. "Even if I am not an evolved human, that place is still my home." A moment later, Zeran's expression changed instantly. "My father is still in danger. I can't just stand by and watch." Suddenly, thick smoke and fire engulfed the area. The sound of continuous gunfire rang out. Bullets tore through the air as fast as lightning. A pack of wolves with glowing red eyes charged frantically. Everyone stepped back. What is this? They continued to charge frantically through the rain of bullets. Bullets were actually useless against them. He was still determinedly firing his weapon. The wolves' red eyes were full of resentment. A moment later, his steps faltered, his face turning pale. In front, it charged forward in a frenzied attack. Space seemed to stop for an instant. A sharp blade sliced through the air. Su Lin Ruoya stood tall, her hand gripping the sword tightly. She maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze sharp. Behind, he panicked at the sight of the wolf's head in her hand. The atmosphere turned dark and heavy. His eyes became furious as he gnashed his teeth. "Damn it, we have been tricked by Chen Su, the reinforcement is not him." A cold voice declared, "If it were just an ordinary evolved human, I could have called my son, Li Zongwen, here." Everyone's steps faltered in confusion. "Quick, look over there, isn't that your esteemed daughter?" Zeran appeared unexpectedly, her gaze somewhat heavy. A panicked cry broke out, "Zeran, why did not she hide?" Sharp sword strikes rained down frantically. Amidst the fierce battle, Su Lin Ruoya remained cold and aloof. At this moment, the wolf pack quickly collapsed. Situ channeled her inner power, and fire energy began to converge. A moment later, spiritual energy engulfed the entire space. Fire energy lunged frantically toward the target. Streaks of spiritual energy carried powerful force. The corner of her mouth slowly curled up in admiration. "No wonder it is a divine artifact personally chosen by Senior Chen Su. It is as if it was designed specifically for me." On this side, Inari was frantically attacking the hellhounds. Zeran's face turned pale in shock. Two newly evolved humans. And yet they can reach a strength comparable to Junior Chen Su. It is impossible not to be jealous. Her eyes were full of admiration. "I also want to become powerful like them." Inari reminded her in a low voice, "You should step back a bit. The battlefield against monsters is extremely dangerous, and no one can protect you." She did not hesitate and continued to participate in the battle. At this time, he hurried closer. Eldest miss, why are you here?" Zeran spoke in a heavy voice. "I want to see with my own eyes what true strength looks like." His eyes were bloodshot with anger. "You unfilial daughter, get inside the fortress for your father. If anything happens to you, how can I face your mother in the afterlife?" A frantic voice came through the phone. "You bastards, catch Zeran and bring her back. Even if you die, you must do it for me." Everyone's faces turned pale. "Yes, sir." The hellhound's eyes became crazed with fury. Sharp teeth lunged straight toward the target. Everyone's steps faltered, their eyes full of shock. "You useless bunch, protect my daughter." The bodyguards fled in terror. "Sorry, boss." Zeran maintained a calm demeanor, her voice firm. "This time." Her hand gripped the weapon as she declared loudly, "I won't be bullied like last time." Zeran's eyes were bloodshot with rage as she challenged, "Come on, you bastard." Sharp claws left deep marks on the ground. It charged toward the target like a storm. She did not hesitate and leapt into the air. The hellhound was instantly knocked back. Everyone looked confused, their voices hesitant. What is happening? Zeran remained calm and cold. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in terror, Zeran. She can actually attack the monster. A moment later, she continued her frantic attack. Powerful moves struck down one after another. The old man smirked, his tone suggestive. Your esteemed daughter. It seems she is no ordinary mortal, just like my son Zongwen. His gaze mixed complex emotions. A natural-born, evolved human. He turned his head in astonishment. A natural-born, evolved human. He slowly rubbed his chin thoughtfully. They can suddenly awaken at some point in their lives, or be triggered by powerful external factors. Hearing this, he stood there in confusion, forcibly breaking the shackles of their genes. Zeran's gaze had completely changed now. Your daughter. The hellhounds were defeated one by one miserably. Perhaps all the conditions have been met. The pungent smell of blood filled the entire space. Her expression changed, her eyes full of disbelief. I did it. Zeran laughed excitedly and cheered, I did it, I am actually strong. A meaningful voice spoke slowly, that beast just now was handled by you. She immediately stopped her movements, her gaze confused. Inari slightly raised an eyebrow, her face full of complexity. It seems. She declared firmly, her tone certain. Just now was the perfect opportunity for you to awaken your power as an evolved human. Zeran spoke excitedly, look at me, am I already very strong? She smiled excitedly, her eyes full of expectation. Am I capable enough to insta-kill monsters? Zeran asked urgently with an interested gaze, Divine Oracle, am I now a 4-star or a 5-star evolved human? Inari coldly turned and walked away. You should still stay a little further back. Her eyes showed confusion as she spoke hesitantly, what do you mean, I just killed a hellhound with my own hands, and I only used a tire iron. Inari maintained her calm demeanor and cold tone. You only activated a 1-star auxiliary ability. That hellhound was already at death's door. Even an ordinary person could have killed it. Zeran's expression shifted slightly. Your ability cannot enhance your personal combat power. I am sorry, but on this dangerous battlefield, you do not possess any survival capabilities. Her gaze turned confused, and she immediately retorted, what are you saying? Just now, I clearly felt that I had awakened some kind of power. Inari declared with certainty, the ability you awakened is called Life Bond. She turned to leave coldly. It allows you to transfer the pain suffered by others onto yourself. Inari's steps suddenly faltered, and she spoke heavily, you should not use this kind of ability. Zeran's gaze changed instantly. Using it will kill you. Her face turned pale, and she looked utterly bewildered. Zeran gripped her weapon tightly, muttering under her breath, what does this mean? I awakened an ability that can't even be used. Her eyes turned bloodshot with resentment as she screamed, is this some kind of joke? A massive explosion rang out as thick smoke engulfed the area. The demonic beast continued to endure a barrage of powerful attacks. Violent flames erupted, causing the space to tremble. Situ maintained her calm demeanor, her gaze sharp. A powerful fire aura lunged forward like a storm. Her face became stubborn, her expression almost crazed. Chen Su remained composed and declared, the burns on your body represent the degree of backlash from your own inability to control the fire. His eyes observed her intently. Initially, when using flame abilities, the burns will start spreading from the palms of your hands. The burns on Situ Tiantian's body were spreading rapidly. Wisps of spiritual energy slowly lingered around her. Chen Chu touched the burns and spoke firmly, in just a few minutes, the burns on your body will fade. After that, you will be able to regain control over the flame's intensity. Her face turned slightly pale, and she asked heavily, what if I wait until my whole body is covered in burns and still continue to control the flames without stopping? His expression turned grave. If you wait until the burns penetrate your heart. His cold voice rang out decisively. Then you will die. Chen Chu's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Even if your body is compatible with fire, it cannot change the negative effects of this equipment. Remember that. He maintained his calm demeanor and slowly advised, you must learn to protect yourself. Do not take risks. Situ Tiantian's expression changed instantly, looking almost manic. Her mind was filled with conflict. I absolutely must not take risks. I have to wait for the burns to fade. In the middle of the battlefield, a series of hellhounds collapsed in agony. One by one, they lay motionless, unable to resist. Su Lingyue's gaze was cold as she declared, I have killed 16 hellhounds. Situ Tian remained nonchalant, raising an eyebrow. I have forgotten the count since then, I only remember a rough portion. She watched calmly and attentively. 26 or 27, I think. The hellhounds' bodies were covered in countless fatal slash wounds. Inari gripped her weapon, her tone resolute. Do not underestimate the enemy. There is a doomsday crack nearby. It would not be right if only a pack of hellhounds appeared. She fell into a brief silence before adding hesitantly, usually, every gate leading to hell is accompanied by a leader monster, whose level is 2 stars higher than the surrounding mobs. If these hellhounds are 3-star, Inari maintained her calm and declared, then the leader guarding this doomsday crack must be 5-star. Hearing this, Su Lingyue felt a hint of unease. Can the 3 of us handle a 5-star monarch-level monster? Suddenly, drops of blood-red rain began to fall. Situ Tian froze, her gaze heavy. Wait, this is not rain. Her expression changed instantly to one of shock. This is. Gouts of blood fell frantically. Blood. A streak of light carrying terrifying power suddenly appeared. At this moment, the rain began to fall even more heavily. A hell wolf suddenly appeared with a crazed appearance. Blood droplets fell from its gaze. Everyone's steps faltered, their backs feeling the heavy weight of the aura. Su Lingyue suddenly coughed up blood. Situ Tiantian's expression also shifted as she spoke heavily, my eyes. I can't look directly at it. A source of power carrying immense force sliced through the air. Inari maintained her calm, muttering softly, Divine Oracle. A ray of light suddenly pierced through her mask. The Hell Wolf's gaze carried a hidden potent power. Inari hurriedly bowed her head and shouted urgently, everyone, do not look directly at this thing. Her steps became wobbly. It has Emperor-level pressure. Anyone who dares to approach will have their internal organs ruptured. Situ Tian also collapsed in pain, her breathing ragged. Emperor-level pressure. Where did this guy come from? The 6-horned demon radiated a threatening aura. 6-horned demon, 7-star Emperor rank. Everyone's expressions changed instantly to unease. Emperor rank. 7 stars, how can a few 3-star and 4-star evolved humans like us deal with this? Situ Tiantian's eyes darkened as she spoke heavily, its strength exceeds our combined levels. Inari remained calm, her voice lowering. Under normal circumstances, a 7-star Emperor rank would require a weapon with destructive power equivalent to a tactical nuclear weapon to deal with. She collapsed in pain but declared, our strength, even with a qualitative change, is no match for it. The only one who can deal with a 7-star Emperor is Lord Chen Su. Su Lingyue's gaze was uneasy. The boss is not here, he can't help us now. She gritted her teeth helplessly. Then we can only run. At this moment, a sharp frantic voice gave an order, as long as you bring my daughter back, you can have as much as you want, no matter how you look at it, this is like striking a stone with an egg. A phone lay abandoned in the middle of the battlefield. Zeran, can you hear me? Zeran struggled to speak, her gaze heavy. I hear you, Dad. His expression shifted as he spoke urgently, listen to me, run back to the fortress immediately, I will close the gates so no one can enter. I see something extraordinary over there, something that ordinary evolved humans cannot possibly deal with. She gripped her weapon tightly, her voice firm despite knowing it was impossible. Zeran's eyes were filled with complex emotions. I can't just turn around and leave. His face darkened with unease. You are being foolish, my daughter. She continued to approach slowly without hesitation. Zeran gritted her teeth and declared, this place is my home. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged forward frantically. I won't allow it. The 6-horned demon radiated a threatening power. Her eyes were red with rage, her voice ice-cold. Do not set even a single foot into the Huangpu family home. On the other side, he questioned frantically, you useless bodyguards, stop Zeran for me, 1 million. No, 10 million, as long as you bring my daughter back, you can have whatever you want. Their expressions changed instantly as they declared, just catching the eldest miss gets us 10 million, I have to risk my life. Shouts rose in unison, Miss Zeran, we are sorry. A series of vehicles sped along frantically. The sound of wheels screeching created intense friction. They headed straight for the target, the 6-horned demon. Gun barrels carrying lethal power were instantly ready. His hand slowly gathered inner energy. The terrifying force caused him to collapse. Everyone's faces shifted in terror. The warship-like vehicles continued to charge. But one by one, they were struck down by the six-horned demon's fatal blows. Spiritual energy was now being frantically drained by it. Situ Tiantian's expression also changed to one of shock. Zeran turned her head in horror, rooted to the spot. She fell into a brief moment of contemplation. This is the death finger. Low-level evolved humans will be instantly killed by the six-horned demon. Inari struggled to maintain her balance, muttering softly, but its eyesight seems poor. I can't even see its eyes. Situ Tiantian spoke in alarm, but Inari cut her off decisively. Don't speak. Use your inner voice. Inari remained calm as she calculated. Even if I do not speak, I can directly transmit intelligence through your consciousness. I can also hear your inner thoughts. From now on, everyone follow my command. Retreat slowly at a steady pace. Zeran's gaze darkened with madness. Is this all? If faced with an unbeatable monster, can we only turn and run? She lunged forward decisively, her face full of resolve. I can't do it. Her attack lunged straight at the six-horned demon. Because I have no way back anymore. The cold sound of friction rang out. Zeran stood tall, facing it directly. Her gaze became cold, her tone challenging. Fly over here, you stupid deer head. It seemed to lose its composure, its eyes turning blood red. Inari froze, her appearance uneasy. Oh no, the demon's killing intent is aimed at Zeran. The six-horned demon immediately radiated powerful force. Zeran's face turned pale, her body growing weak. I can't breathe. Her trembling legs left the ground. Zeran was now suspended right in front of it. He screamed in terror, looking utterly uneasy. Zeran. Her steps stopped, looking heavy. It is the death finger. There is no time to save her. A dark shadow suddenly lunged forward with great power. Su Lenjiu counterattacked forcefully, causing the six-horned demon to retreat. Her gaze became cold and crazed. Zeran was knocked back by the aura. A startling explosion caused the space to shake slightly. She lay slumped on the ground, her body devoid of strength. Her hand was slowly gathering spiritual energy. Situ Tiantian's gaze became resolute. Senior Zeran is right. Behind us is Senior Chen Su's home. Because he trusts us, he entrusted Hone Sun Fortress to us. If we just watch this monster destroy this place. She counterattacked decisively and crazily. Then I can't live with myself. The inner energy caused it to stumble backward. The corner of Su Lingyue's mouth slowly curled up. A good opportunity. It howled in pain under the series of counterattacks. A moment later, she stood there watching calmly. Behind her, Inari muttered in admiration, so strong. Just relying on a 3-star rank, she actually broke through a 7-star Emperor's defense. How did she do that? Her gaze shifted, appearing uneasy. Inari watched the blade in Su Lingyue's hand intently. No, there is something about the roaming dragon blade in her hand. Its sharpness is beyond normal. Is this a type of strengthening ability? Chen Su maintained his nonchalant air and spoke in a low voice. Given my physical strength, even if a blade were 100 times sharper than this fruit knife and stabbed at me with full force, it would not leave a single wound on me. His gaze toward Su Lingyue was complex. But the moment you hold this small knife, the corner of Chen Su's mouth curled up as he remarked, it truly can cut off my finger. She immediately froze, her eyes full of confusion. I am sorry, boss. I did not mean to hurt you. He raised an eyebrow and spoke casually, it is fine. I just wanted you to understand. Your ability seems much stronger now. Chen Su's gaze became resolute, his voice firm. As long as you hold a weapon in your hand, you will have the chance to win. Hearing this, Su Lingyue's expression was a mix of complex emotions. Her gaze turned cold as she gripped her weapon. Lend me the blade in my hand. Su Lingyue smirked and declared, then even if it is a god, I shall cut it in two. Inari froze for a moment, her eyes full of complexity. I understand now. She struggled to stand excitedly, analyzing calmly. Su Lingyue's ability seems to be weapon enhancement. In fact, it is a rare ability that breaks the rules, severing all defensive capabilities. Successive attacks were delivered. Every slash dealt damage. At this moment, the six-horned demon's arm suddenly grew back. Su Lingyue's expression was conflicted. Not good. The demon's wounded body parts can regenerate. Its eyes were blood red with rage. She leaned over to look, muttering, then let us see if it regenerates faster or grows faster. Flames immediately engulfed the six-horned demon. Situ Tiantian's entire body was tense from controlling the power. It quickly found a flaw in her technique. Su Lingyue's gaze shifted, and she spoke urgently, "Tian, be careful." Her face turned pale with shock. Its eyes were blood-red with rage. Situ Tiantian quickly spun away. She landed her feet calmly on the ground, appearing nonchalant. At this moment, the six-horned demon moved with terrifying speed. Situ Tiantian's eyes darkened instantly, her whole body on high alert. She stood rooted to the spot before its might. "I am doomed." Situ Tiantian was instantly sent flying. Her face turned pale as she spat out blood. On this side, Zeran watched helplessly. Her vision gradually became blurred. "Is it all over?" Chen Su's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "How many times have I said it? I do not need you to bring me food. Besides, who goes out for a delivery at 6 a.m.? His gaze was cold, his tone casual. "Moreover, if you have something you need to ask me, just say it straight." Zeran smiled slightly, her cheeks flushed. "I do not have any requests. I just think you are not bad, so I want to pursue you, Junior." Chen Su cut her off decisively, his face expressionless. "I already told you I have a girlfriend." She remained resolute and declared, "It does not matter. No matter how messy your personal life is, I still like pursuing you." He frowned and questioned in dissatisfaction, "Watch it, or I will sue you for defamation for saying my personal life is messy." Zeran's gaze softened slightly. "Then do you know what I like about you?" Chen Su turned to leave coldly. "Just say it, and I will change it immediately." She quickly followed up with a sincere look, "Because you are an extremely brave person who is never afraid of the uncertainty of the future." His steps suddenly stopped. "You like to shape this world the way you want, right?" Chen Su's expression was complex. "It seems you understand me quite well." He kept a cold face, his gaze confused. "But what is there to like about that? I am clearly someone who always does things my own way, a trait that easily makes people hate me." Zeran smiled, her tone sincere. "No, that is exactly what I saw in you. The light radiating from you is so dazzling." Chen Su cut her off and frowned. "Are you stupid? Why would you suddenly say something so idiotic?" The corner of her mouth curled up meaningfully. "There is something else. Do you want to hear it?" Zeran remained calm, her gaze sincere. "If one has been shone upon by the light, then all dreams will also turn into this light." Her gaze dropped slightly as she added heavily, "Because I have seen someone like you, I also hope that I can define my own strength in the future." His arrogant voice rang out, "You are a daughter of the Huangpu family. Your future is to take over our family business." The questioning words were etched deep into her mind. "You have become too wild now. How can I face our ancestors or your mother in the afterlife?" His expression shifted as he frowned. "Can't you just honestly be a wealthy second-generation heiress?" Zeran's gaze darkened as she declared no. Situ Tiantian, her body covered in wounds, was exerting all her strength to create a fireball. She then threw it at the enemy and screamed in anger, "Die!" Seeing the red fire, the six-horned demon grimaced in fear. A moment later, a massive explosion occurred before them, carrying debris and extreme destructive power. Su Lingyue could not help but exclaim, "So powerful." Injured by the fire, the six-horned demon glared at them with furious eyes. Seeing that it was still unscathed, Situ Tiantian was extremely worried. With a bewildered face, she panted and thought to herself, "Damn it, even this did not knock it down." At this point, Su Lingyue quickly stepped in to assist. She was gaining momentum, preparing to lunge at the six-horned demon. Currently, it was completely unaware that Su Lingyue was charging from behind. Meanwhile, she was determined in her heart. Now is the time. Being under a barrage of attacks, the six-horned demon swung its claws in anger. Su Lingyue was not afraid. She skillfully dodged its attack. Then Su Lingyue quickly drew hidden scale from the sheath at her waist. She swiftly threw it at the six-horned demon as fast as possible. However, it cleverly used a punch to deflect hidden scale. Immediately, Su Lingyue realized her mistake. "I left an opening." A second later, she decided to engage it in close combat. Seeing this, Situ Tiantian shouted urgently, "Good opportunity." Hearing her voice, Su Lingyue unleashed her move, Roaming Dragon Severance. While she fought the six-horned demon, Situ Tiantian condensed a fireball. When the time was right, she shouted a threat at the demon, "Taste this." The technique Situ used was Wind Wing, Sky Feather Flame Spear. But then, the injured part of the six-horned demon suddenly regenerated. Seeing this, Inari immediately warned everyone, it wants to regenerate, but the wounds slashed by Senior Su Lin Ruoya have visibly slowed its regeneration speed. This only made Situ Tian attack even more frantically. I will pierce through you. She used fire to attack the six-horned demon continuously, forcing it into a defensive position. The injured demon screamed in excruciating pain. It then turned to suck the spiritual energy from the nearby corpses. All their spiritual energy was being drained through their eyes, noses, and mouths by the demon. After a while, it successfully accumulated a certain amount of aura. Inari sensed the lurking danger and reminded everyone, careful, it is forcibly sucking the life force from the surroundings, preparing for a massive area of effect attack. Su Lin Ruoya was undaunted and charged forward, speaking confidently, now is the only chance to defeat the six-horned demon. Situ Tian also agreed. Then do not hesitate, let us defeat it together. She was extremely resolute in her decision. Even if we risk our lives, we must stop it. For Senior Zeran. Situ Tian paused for a few seconds to condense a large amount of flames. At this moment, Su Lin Ruoya was also ready to unleash her move and shouted shatter. A second later, she successfully passed through the six-horned demon. Taking the opportunity, Sita gifted it the fireball, causing the opponent to fall to the ground instantly. Even so, the flames did not go out. They continued to burn the six-horned demon's body. With its body on fire, it screamed in agonizing despair. Once it was certain the six-horned demon could no longer resist, Su Lin Ruoya knelt on one knee in exhaustion. Not just her, Situ Tian had also collapsed, and Inari was running toward her. A few seconds later, Su Lin Ruoya was startled when she heard his voice suddenly ring out, Zeran. Seeing the scene before him, he called out to her in panic, Zeran. He ran to his daughter, crying and lamenting, it is my fault. I should not have moved to this godforsaken place and let you encounter this. His mood was in a state of total panic. You are dying. How can I face your mother in the afterlife? Zeran was too heavily injured to have the strength to reply to him. Seeing his daughter seriously wounded, he sadly hugged her tightly and wept for her. At this point, he no longer forced her. If you do not want to inherit the family business, I will donate it. He held Zeran in his arms and spoke in regret, I will donate everything to charity. I only hope you can live happily. After hearing these words, she used her remaining strength to say, keep your word, Dad. Hearing his daughter's voice, he shouted in surprise, Zeran you. A few minutes later, Zeran told him, I am not dead. Although I was hit by the demon's death finger, I have come back to life. Inari saw this and put on a look of shock. Truly a miracle. She could not control her emotions and shouted, Life Bond can transfer damage from a linked target to oneself, but at the same time, it gains an incredibly strong self-healing ability. Its intensity can even restore a destroyed heart in an instant. Hearing this, Zeran replied happily, then it proves my ability is very useful, right? Inari smiled brightly, pointing at herself. If it is a support system ability, it is indeed the strongest I have ever encountered. At this moment, she happily whispered to her heart, did I finally do it? Scene change, Zeran suddenly remembered her confession to Chen Su. The reason I like you is not because I want to be your girlfriend, wife, or mistress. He was a bit confused and asked her directly, then what is it? I do not understand. With her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she answered decisively, I want to become you, you idiot. Zeran looked at Chen Su with a sincere gaze and explained, because I want to become you, that is why I pursue you. I want to close the distance between us. The closer one is to the sun, the brighter one is shone upon. In the end. She gave a very bright smile and spoke with confidence. So that I too can begin to imagine myself possessing such dazzling strength. He turned his face away and replied reluctantly, you cannot become me. You can only become yourself. These words immediately left Zeran confused, not knowing how to respond. Seeing her silence, Chen Su turned back to look at her and said, Senior Zeran, because you yourself were already a dazzling sun. And his subsequent words made her extremely embarrassed. I will take this delivery then. Thanks for the hospitality. Because Chen Chu's answer was still unclear, Zeran asked, Hey Junior Chen Chu, does this mean you are saying you agree? He deliberately did not answer and asked back, agree to what? She smiled and spoke hesitantly, agree to. Zeran suddenly stopped, and a few seconds later, she ran toward Chen Chu while shouting, agree to let me pursue you, in a completely open and honorable way. He pretended to give a long yawn and replied dejectedly, "I did not say anything like that." Zeran shouted back angrily, "Then what do you mean by taking the things I ordered?" Chen Su did not bother to answer and instead laughed loudly, intentionally teasing her. A few seconds later, he pretended to wave the gift bag before her eyes and said, "Now that I am taking my own things, do I still need to ask?" The words that came out made Zeran unable to believe her ears as she stammered his own things. She looked at his retreating back and asked herself, "So, what exactly am I to Chen Su? A senior, a girlfriend, a wife, a mistress, or his exclusive delivery girl?" Switching back to the present, Zeran spoke confidently, "So that is how it is." She thought to herself, at this point, none of that matters anymore. Now she had fully recovered and whispered, "My name is." Zeran's gaze was incredibly calm as she whispered to her heart, "Huangpu Zeran." The scene shifted to another location where monsters were still rampaging. It was on the other side of the city, a few kilometers away. Chen Su was currently there. He looked at it and muttered to himself, "Something's not right." The two doomsday gates within the known borders are guarded by heavy troops. They are thousands of kilometers away, and no news of the front lines falling has arrived. As monsters surrounded the city, Chen Su analyzed the situation. The front lines have not collapsed, yet here in City N in the rear, how could such a large-scale direct invasion appear without any warning? A second later, realizing something was amiss, he thought, this goes against all common sense. After careful thought, Chen Su made a judgment. It seems the answer is not in the city, but behind this rift. Thinking this, he quickly moved toward the rift. Chen Su decided to charge inside with a single thought, in any case, I will go check it out first and see. He lunged toward the identified target with the speed of an advanced rocket. Upon entering and seeing the scene before him, Chen Su froze and exclaimed, "This is." Inside appeared an object that looked like an alien flying saucer. Out of curiosity, Chen Su quickly moved closer to it. Just as he was about to enter, he saw a bolt of lightning strike it directly. Chen Su, on guard for any mishaps, quickly drew his blade. A second later, Alexander suddenly appeared with the intent to attack him. Fortunately, Chen Su was quick-eyed and managed to block with his blade just in time. The other gritted his teeth in rage and said, "Die, Chen Su." Seeing that the opponent looked somewhat familiar, Chen Su guessed hesitantly, "You are." Before he could finish, Alexander flew into a rage and screamed, "Chen Su, just go die." He attacked frantically, forcing Chen Su to retreat a few steps. Chen Su looked at the opponent's moves and thought, there is another expert. Alexander refused to let him go and charged at Chen Su again. Just like that, the two sides engaged in an earth-shattering battle between equals. Alexander's eyes were filled with murderous intent, hating that he could not destroy Chen Su. After fighting for a while, Chen Su felt something was off and thought, that is not right. Alexander's moves grew increasingly powerful and more crazed. After seeing his true nature clearly, Chen Su thought in shock, this is not the power of an evolved human. This is a deployment of origin power. While he was thinking, Alexander lunged to attack him once more. Chen Su swung his blade to block while musing, this attack angle is truly bizarre. Only a second later, his blade was knocked right out of his hand. At this point, Chen Su had to admit the opponent's strength. What powerful force. Alexander followed through by lunging to slaughter the monsters standing nearby. Chen Su continued to be pushed back by him, with no way to resist. Finally, he fell to the ground with a painful thud and a loud noise. Alexander refused to stop, lunging to choke Chen Su, laughing triumphantly, "Chen Su, you finally have your day." Despite being choked, Chen Su remained remarkably calm. Alexander looked at Chen Su and laughed again, repeating his previous words, "I did not expect it, Chen Su. You are only worth this much." His chest suddenly began to glow, and he said arrogantly, "Who could have guessed, a month ago, I was not even your match." Hearing this, Chen Su asked loudly for Alexander's identity. "So, who are you?" Alexander put on a bewildered expression and stared intently at him. A few minutes later, Alexander shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He gradually lost his composure and ranted, "Do you understand, the feeling of an avenger standing before his enemy, only for the enemy not to recognize him, this is an insult greater than defeat." Upon hearing these words, the name Alexander immediately came to Chen Su's mind. He then replied calmly and gently, "I remember now. You are Alexander, right? How did you end up looking like this? I almost did not recognize you." The other refused to admit his mistake and turned to blame Chen Su, Obviously, to defeat you, I chose this monstrous form. Alexander prepared to swing his blade to end everything and shouted, I had to pay with my flesh, but with my current strength, I can completely defeat you. He gritted his teeth, looking at Chen Su with eyes burning with hatred. Therefore, I will kill you today, I must. The next second, Alexander used all his strength to slash while screaming, hack you into mincemeat. When the blade was only a few centimeters from Chen Chu's face, he used the lightning emitting from his eyes to counterattack. Ultimately, Chen Chu successfully pushed him back amidst flying rocks and soil. Alexander could not believe his eyes and thought angrily, what happened? Even so, he managed to stay on his feet after being sent flying a considerable distance. Chen Chu quickly stood up, while the ground beneath his feet had sunk quite a bit. He hurriedly reached out his hand to summon his blade from nearby. Receiving its master's command, the blade began to vibrate. In an instant, it successfully burst out from the ground. Finally, the blade returned to Chen Chu's side. Next, he looked at Alexander and said seriously, your hatred. I understand it now. Chen Chu pointed his blade at him and threatened loudly, now, let me see if the fruits of your month's effort can withstand a few strikes of mine. As soon as he finished, he quickly unleashed a move that sent dust flying through the sky. Alexander looked on and felt anxious, thinking, this power that sends chills down my spine. He did not dare take his eyes off him, gritting his teeth and wondering, what on earth is this strike? While Alexander was still looking forward, Chen Chu unexpectedly appeared behind him. Alexander quickly realized and turned to look. However, it was too late. Before he could react, Chen Chu swung his blade, accompanied by dust and rocks flying through the air. In that cloud of dust was Alexander's arm, still gripping his blade. His arm flew quite a distance before falling to the ground. Alexander gritted his teeth in rage, clutching his wounded arm. On the other hand, he felt confused and thought, that blade. It did not hit my head. Could it be? He went easy on me. Chen Chu did not take advantage of the situation, but stood there observing for a moment. After a while, he looked at the opponent nonchalantly and smiled. That is the second strike. Upon hearing this, Alexander also silently admitted his defeat. Even after betting my dignity and body for power, in Chen Chu's eyes, I am just like a speck of dust to be brushed away. Immediately after, Chen Chu raised his blade again and gave him a meaningful smile. Alexander was so scared he broke into a cold sweat, whispering to his heart, my fight with him is like an ant shaking a tree. The outcome is already decided. Before his eyes, Chen Chu looked like a giant who could crush him at any moment. Right at that moment, the flying object suddenly glowed, attracting the attention of both. Chen Chu quickly directed a curious probing gaze toward it. Without further hesitation, he moved quickly. As he drew near, the ground suddenly shook. From beneath the earth, a pillar suddenly emerged. Next, the upper part of the pillar broke open to reveal a pill, which left Alexander astonished. When he realized what it was, he panicked and thought power. Alexander quickly reached out to grab the pill. He looked at the pill in his hand and shouted to himself, give me more power. Just like that, Alexander put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. A yellowish-orange fluid unexpectedly appeared around his mouth. A second later, as the drug took effect, Alexander screamed in pain again. Immediately, another massive explosion occurred before Chen Chu's eyes. Even so, he managed to stay calm and began to think, high-concentration liquid origin, with a composition similar to mana crystals, if exposed directly to this concentration. A moment later, through the dust, Alexander appeared in a form completely different from the start. After seeing his new shape, Chen Chu could not help but be surprised. The price to pay for power. It is a bit too heavy. Alexander showed no fear and arrogantly replied, a mortal body indeed has difficulty containing this kind of power, but we have long since learned how to discard unnecessary burdens. At this point, he lunged again and screamed, and pursue the purest strength. Chen Chu felt confused by the words his opponent had just uttered. Alexander decided to use his fists to take him down this time. This time he successfully sent Chen Chu flying quite a distance. He only stopped after hitting an obstacle, with dust rising into the sky. As the dust gradually cleared, Chen Chu was seen having accidentally created a dent in a wall. Next he thought, this terrifying power. Its shockwave even blew me off the ground. He recovered his spirit very quickly and then said loudly, well then, I will have to get a little more serious. The overconfident Alexander shouted to intimidate Chen Chu, have you seen ultimate power yet, Chen Chu? power enough to leave you in the dust. He looked at him, smiled slightly, and replied, "Third rank, red flame blood burst." As soon as Alexander saw Chen Su's move, his expression changed as he spoke in fear, this is. Before he could understand what was happening, a massive explosion accompanied by fire and lightning took place before Alexander's eyes. Terrified, he quickly took a defensive stance to counter as fast as possible. After the explosion, Chen Su had a new form with a pair of horns on his head. Seeing his new form, Alexander asked in astonishment, "A transformation?" His fear was apparent as he whispered to himself, "Just by transforming, he has made it impossible for me to even get close. No, it is impossible." Despite his panic, Alexander tried to reassure himself. He must be bluffing. Chen Su was in no hurry to strike. He wanted to play a game of cat and mouse with him. The more he did so, the more anxious Alexander became, gritting his teeth and saying, "Playing God are we?" Wanting the initiative, he decided to strike first. Alexander ran toward him while shouting arrogantly, "I do not believe your speed can be faster than mine." After seeing his speed, Chen Su could not help but be surprised. Alexander swung his fist while threatening him, "Just die for me." Chen Su replied with indifferent nonchalance, "To deal with you, there is absolutely no need to use the Heaven's Overlord blade." Alexander found it hard to believe when he saw him dodge, thinking he can actually dodge my attacks so easily. Now it was Chen Su's turn to counter. He looked at the opponent with a mocking gaze. And then, as his body lost its balance and was about to fall, Alexander felt both shocked and confused. He was in that state because Chen Su had kicked his leg, causing him to lose his footing. At the same time, Chen Su found a weak spot on Alexander's body. Taking advantage of the situation, he delivered a kick to Alexander's right thigh. Next, Chen Su landed a punch right on his face, causing Alexander's nose to bleed. After the flurry of attacks, he also fell to the ground with a loud noise. Alexander's fall just now had accidentally made a hole in the ground. Though injured, his mouth remained stubborn. "No.
Impossible.
I clearly gave it my all, yet I still could not even touch a single hair on Chen Su's head." Alexander used his remaining strength to try to stand up and shouted, "I have not lost yet." Seeing this, Chen Su began to mock his opponent, You still have not given up." He quickly summoned his sword and called out loudly, "Sword, come to me." At its master's command, the sword immediately flew to its owner. Within seconds, the sword was in Alexander's hand. With the sword in hand, he became even more arrogant. "This is my mechanical sword saint form. In terms of pure martial arts, I am naturally not your match." As soon as he finished, he ran and shouted, "Take a strike from me, Chen Su." As the opponent used a sword, he also reached out to take his blade. A second later, the blade and sword clashed, emitting a piercing sound. Alexander was still bloodthirsty and screamed loudly, "Die for me." The two engaged in a fierce battle that caused the ground to sink. After fighting for a while, Chen Su was surprised by the opponent's capability and said, You are actually burning your life origin in exchange for power." Alexander replied in a provocative voice, "As long as I can beat you, I will pay any price." He was determined to take Chen Su down at all costs and screamed, "Even if I die." And then Alexander's subsequent move made him extremely surprised, saying, "What?" This move of his completely turned the tide, forcing Chen Su into a defensive position. Ultimately, Alexander decided to vanish along with him as he screamed, "I know I can't beat you, so let us die together, Chen Su." As soon as he finished, a rain of swords poured down on them. This tactic of his made Chen Su exclaim in confusion, "You do not even care about your own life." The opponent replied decisively, "So what?" Alexander remained resolute in his intention and roared fiercely, "Die together, 10,000 swords burial." The rain of swords grew even denser. Not even an ant could have escaped. As the two were in a deadlock, the first swords began to hit the ground. Before any sword could touch him, Chen Su quickly exerted his full power and shouted loudly. With his effort, he successfully pushed Alexander far away. Being pushed away so unexpectedly, he felt a bit disappointed. Alexander stared toward Chen Su with a look of disbelief. To end everything, Chen Su decided to use the move, Red Flame Blood Burst. He hurriedly used his blade to defeat the swords lunging toward him. After exerting his full power, all those swords were driven into the ground by him. His eyes looked a bit tired, and his breathing was somewhat ragged. And when he saw Alexander lying motionless on the ground, Chen Su could not help but be surprised. He was pensive for a moment before speaking perhaps. "This is the best release. At that moment, Chen Su suddenly understood a truth. Even a weak person, when pushed to the limit, can release power that shakes a strong enemy based solely on the will to fight to the death.